thought maybe we even get pushed off because there was so much. Look at the cloud. Some exciting racing up for us here right now. Our first couple of pre-finals were good as well. Qualifying was fun to watch, but time to get the roll here with the drivers in the KA100 Senior category.
Here we go, Jensen Burnett on the inside in the purple and white and chrome, and then it's the RPG Cosmic and Donovan Medina on the outside. They'll get underway as we go down to turns 1 and 2. And unlike KA Junior's opening couple of laps, this one a little bit cleaner. We'll get a bit kind of tripped up there going through the first corner. But everyone should survive and run down to turn number 5. Shorter pre-finals here for run number 2, and that means, well, you're going to up the aggression level on the first lap because you can lose a lot, you can gain a lot. You saw a lot of contact there, and one driver who has gained already a little bit. Frankie Austin, the round 2, round 1 winner, already going to the lead here halfway through the first lap of round number 3, as there was some carnage early on, but that one, well, evidently didn't pay off here. Robbie's going to go backwards.
Yeah, he tried it on the inside of turn number 9, onto the straightaway leading down into the hairpin. Burnett able to get a good run around the outside. He'll hold the spot, so Canadian Jensen Burnett and he's racing in the motorsport team. Still leads the way, but as you said, Frankie Austin, so impressive when we were here back in January. Going to keep that momentum rolling through Saturday.
One lap in the books and only 7 will remain. Hot on his heels right now. Looks to be Amana Richards and Sebastian Garzon. There goes the young lady on the HRI Mexico Tony Kart. Side by side out of turn 2, back down the inside in turn 5. As they trade for second, they're going to go 2 by 2 behind. And again, Rob, these shorter pre-finals, there is no time to wait at all. Jim Bailiff, last year's championship contender in KA getting muscle. And there goes 2 around at the end of the S's. Oh, it was not Bailiff, but I believe it was, oh, there he goes in front of the grid. 5 cars out in about 3 corners.
Yeah, first coming through in the entry to turn number 7, and of course the 3 drivers here. Is that Garzon potentially involved as well? And Amana Richards, is that 920, is that Amana? It is, so Richards, Garzon, we saw Batley coming out of turn number 5 and through turn number 6. They get together over in turn number 9, so 3 drivers, 4 drivers, even more maybe, from the top 10 going by the wayside here on lap number 2.
Oh no, my mistake, Rob. That was Jose Carlos Hernandez, Garzon's teammate, the 970 that went out. The rookie is actually up and into the top 5 after all that. Frankie Mossman somehow evaded the chaos after it looked like he was getting buried into that swarm. Look at how much the top 10's changed. Dave McQueen not a great quality effort. He's up to 8. But he's on the line. Santi Fernandez into 6 and 7. Off of about half of the top 10 going out there. Here's Garzon with a move down the inside of Blake Nash. That's for second as they rocket down the backstretch. All the while, well, it's a good day back for Donovan Medina. We haven't even mentioned led for the last lap and a half because, as usual, these short races, and then you combine them with a pack race, class like this in KAC, you get a lot of action to talk about.
Just to pick up on that last lap, drivers involved, we know Finnegan Bailiff, Amana Richards as well, Jose Hernandez. Looks like Zachary Clayman DeMello might have been involved as well with John Maine, so those are the drivers. Potentially they're out on the entry to turn number 7, the big sweeping right-hander, so at least 4 or 5 drivers falling down the order. That means we're going to have a lot of quick drivers coming to the tail of the field too in the main event this afternoon, but elbows up most certainly here in this pre-final drivers.
Back and forth, Blake Nash, Frankie Mossman, these 2 have already tangled a couple of times in the last year and a half, and it's not necessarily just bad blood, but a difference of opinion, I think, most of the time. They were racing for the win over at Rock Vegas. They've been raced for the win here in multiple race sessions already of the 4 that have been run in the Winter Series. But it has only paid off so far in all their battles right now for Frankie. Blake Nash still looking to get back to the top step after kind of a hodgepodge season over the last year and a half. Let's see how this lap shakes out in terms of the gaps, if there's anything that grows or shrinks. Halfway in and halfway home as we check in on the pushback bumpers, seeing who got theirs deployed off of that mayhem-filled first 2 laps.
And there's Cade McQueen in number 956, of course, American driver. Currently now in the 6th spot. Santiago Fernandez right behind him, still up the road. Is Jensen Burnett, who started in the pole position but fell back into 5th among the early lap chaos. There is McQueen right there on that energy. Was a driver to watch here, coming over, making his North American debut back in January. We'll see how he fares throughout this entire weekend. Back out front again, Donovan Medina, as you had said, pulling away with young Sebastian Garzon in the 950, the winner of this past year's Lucas Oil School of Racing Formula Car Series, so USF 2000 Racing. D-Force racing here in 2025. Great to see him behind the wheel of KA100. Looking for a good weekend here on a P2.
Probably the biggest swing of lap times over the last 2 laps of any of the sessions so far today, where you're seeing drivers go up and down by as much as half a second or 6 to 7 tenths. And I don't know if that's just a factor of how dirty the track is, or them just cleaning their tires off from passing each other. I mean, Donovan Bonilla, for example, knocked off 3 tenths that lap from what he did the lap before. Garzone knocked off a near full half second, and so he had a gain of about a tenth and a half on the margin. But this lap, I think they finally got things spread out enough to be calmed down enough to maybe up the ante again, as you saw. The rookie looked for it, and then now signals to Bonilla to say, no, go back forward. And, well, Dono took the bait. He'll lose the lead in turn 10.
Yeah, you only do that one time, though, right? When you sell him a dummy like that. No, let's go. Let's go. You follow me, and I'll pass you in the next corner. That is not going to be well received by Donovan Bonilla, although he does the same thing as they came out of turn number 10. Ellen Sebastian put his head down, looked forward. He's trying to give him the signal now. Don't be blocking, because here they come. Frankie Mossman in the 905 J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic on the wheel. He goes up into P2, so Dono did not want to see that happen. And now everybody's back in the fight. Garzone full defense.
Now again, Rob, you were able to call every lap of every session in KA Senior a month ago, and how similar does this look at points of some of those races where the battle breaks out and it's the drivers that can keep their heads cool and keep their nose clean that are able to get through as McQueen moves his way to third. What a tremendous run he has put together thus far.
Xander, the tight nature of this racetrack means you have to have a really significant gap over the guys behind you when you start fighting, if you're going to fight pretty aggressively over the last couple of laps. We saw Donovan Bonilla and Sebastian Garzone really just swap places, and that was enough to bring everybody back into the fight. As again, Austin's gone to the lead. But that's what this track's all about. It's so tight. Once you defend down into 1, you defend down into 5, it just brings everybody back in the fight. Look how many cars are there. We have a 3-driver breakaway up front with only a couple of kart lengths. Behind them, 6 or 7 more drivers just to the inside of the top 10.
What a move by Caden McQueen as there's contact. Mossman is bucking through the grass, but the energy driver just went from 3rd to 1st around the outside in turns 1 and 2. Incredible.
We saw that one time over back here in January. Beautiful pass around the outside as the other guys were defending on the inside. Caden McQueen goes to P1. What a ride Frankie Mossman took. Xander, we saw a couple drivers take that big ride off the outside of turn number 4. It's not very smooth out there. It starts bucking, like you say. Luckily, he didn't go over, was able to keep control of the kart, which was so impressive to get himself back out of the racetrack. He may slot into 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think he'll really appreciate that recovery, as now the fight's on for 3rd. Couple of young guns going at it. Jensen Burnett shows the nose. Will not get a move done, as Kate McQueen is going to score the pre-final provisional win, but that front bumper definitely looked a little bit loose coming down the front straightaway, so we'll see if it holds and if anyone really took that into account. But there is going to be a lot to break down for the race control room from that one, so good, bad, or otherwise, first across the line for the Energy Corsa Americas driver, Kate McQueen. Blake Nash ends up 2nd, Garzone, Burnett, Donovan Bonilla led the most laps at probably about 2 of the 8. He ends up 5th ahead of Fernandez, Rivera, Alibi. Quentin Jelly breaks into the top 10. Yeah, 6 for a minute, then he ends up sliding down to 10th after leading, coming to the white flag route.
Frankie Mossman going all the way down to P10, having led for a time. And you know he'll be on the move forward, coming back from where he is now on the outside of row number 5. Should be a good battle to go main event racing. Here's the rest of the field here who worked their way through as a strong group of, 46 drivers here on the weekend.
This entire page back here is all DNFs, I believe, here, Rob. Every single one failing to finish. That was a gnarly opening heat there. You can see it, full deployment, unfortunately, for the energy driver, Kate McQueen. So what that does and where that will slot him in, what remains to be seen. Obviously, there's still probably a lot more to be looked at in that one, but provisionally, at least just off pushbacks, it promotes Blake Nash to the
win. Clean.
Yeah, he was good in that one. So the number one, and a happy Californian there on the Nash Motorsports machine. 45 drivers, and we've got another packed house here. Once again, Rob, 280 plus pre-entries. It goes on record as the second highest winter series in history, and it just kind of builds on what has felt like a bit of a renaissance with the American karting culture getting just an influx of international flavor, even more than normal.
Yeah, I love seeing the drivers come over, especially in the winter months, right? There is a number of events that you can run over in Europe, through the January, February, March months, but it's great to have so many guys want to come over here into the Florida sun. Aiden McQueen, of course. We saw Kip Polofsky here back in January. A number of drivers that come over to be part of the action. Always get a good draw from South America up as well for the Florida Winter Series here, the program for SKUSA, but darn, I love seeing the guys from Europe come over.
Play of what happened. This is Frankie Mossman again, sideways trying to defend first and foremost. Slick move, keeping the power up in a low horsepower package. That's what you have to do. And then you can see Garzone didn't want to back out. Frankie was hoping he would, and then they got stuck, and that's what sent him all the way off.
We talked a little bit about these drivers that have come over. We talked to Aiden McQueen and a number of guys that have come over from England. But again, you think about the Formula One season starting. You look back when Kimi Andrea Antonelli was over here and dominating the action in the junior category. So it'll be fun to watch him, a SKUSA Winter Series graduate, of course, coming into Formula One in 2025. But I love the chatter going on here right now. I don't think Frankie Mossman overly happy with getting shoveled off to the outside of turn number 3 and 4.
No, and it's pretty reminiscent of a year that has a big rookie class. We've seen this in the past. At least we've even been able to broadcast it in those years when you get a huge crop of new faces kind of at the front of the field, and there's a bit of jockeying for respect, I think, more than anything else, of who can push who around. You've got these 14, 15-year-olds who are wicked fast coming off of fantastic years. Garzone sweeping the Supernats, wanting to assert themselves and let everyone know that they are here. And then at the same point, you have the veterans saying, hey, well, this is how we play. And they were probably expecting the kids to grovel at their feet. You're not going to get that.
No, well, again, listen, respect is earned, right? So come in, be decently respectful. You can race pretty hard. You saw that with Ty Fisher as well back in January. We get right in the middle of the fight with the pre-main. He did a pretty good job battling back and forth. Again, it's that battle, it's that teeter-totter, right? The seniors, the rookies, they're all coming in with kind of different mindsets. And again, it's all about once they settle down, those guys start to get the respect and we get even better racing.
Let's talk about another fantastic micro Swift field. 44 drivers, a sold-out crowd in this one as well. Marcelo Flores in the SLA Kart Racing machine will lead the field of green, and for the first time on the front row, it's Alvaro Medeiros in the 205. Bernardo Goubert, Mateo Gomez make up the second row here in a new batch of names to learn for everyone, including ourselves, that have joined the front pack.
No doubt about that. Road number 3 will have Aiden Doe on the inside. That's Westbrook on the outside. A couple of drivers who right in the middle of the fight in the opening rounds of the Winter Series. Hudson Howard, the 49, starting 7th alongside Lennox Lockhart, Brody Stoffel, and Leo Simoni capping off your top 10.
Joby Carvalho and Zev Gottschalk back on row 6, and you can see the rest of the drivers that'll be lining up in this 44-car field. Quickly cycle across your screen because they're already into those tram lines and ready to go racing for 8 laps, and it's, just a bit too ready for Aaron Lycan's liking, and we're going to send them around and try to get them a little less jazzed up after the lunch break. Who knows how much sugar some of these kids have had.
Maybe had a couple of brownies before they got back into the car, but just a little bit too quick, right? A little too anxious coming to the front. As you said, newer drivers out front, getting the first time to potentially lead a field into the green. Alvaro Medeiros and Marcelo Flores on the front row. They'll slow it on down, and as micros do, they'll slow probably halfway through the grid here. The lap will cut around a little bit here before they get back.
And ultimately what it boils down to, as well, is probably having to build some faith in the race directors and officials. If the other driver on the other side of the front row hasn't started a race before and they're trying to jump the start, well, you've got to put some faith in Bill Barfield and his officiating crew that they will catch that, they will penalize it, and that again, you're smart enough to make sure that driver draws the penalty for playing outside the lines, but you don't allow maybe some innocent bystanders in his lane to get by you. So there's a balance even for being maybe moderately experienced, but starting alongside someone who's completely inexperienced. And again, Marcelo Flores kind of fits that mold, Rob. We've seen that kid. We've mentioned him a couple times running at the front, and he's had some great battles already to start this year, but that obviously was a start that even he would probably admit, yeah, way too fast, and he's trying to bring them back down a whole lot slower this time, and we definitely are at a good pace now. It's just a matter of staying patient up until they get down to the start box.
And you think about the layout of the opening corner here, the double right-handers, right? We saw back in January so many drivers getting shoveled back, not 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 spots from the outside of the front row. So that off-pole position is not the best place to be unless you get an ideal start and are able to tuck back into second or at the very least third. So a driver like Flores, you're up on the wheel because you don't want to lose a lot in the opening couple of corners.
Let's try this for attempt number 2, but it was again way too early. And I mean, to their credit, that start box, you can see, folks, those blue cones that make up a square at the end of the tram lines coming down the front straightaway from this camera angle right here. That is where the drivers are supposed to accelerate. And, you know, again, there may be a little bit of leeway, you know, just right at the beginning of that zone if they start to creep up. But, I mean, it seemed like the front row was starting to billow smoke and put the power down coming out of the bend on the last turn, Rob.
Question now is, do they flip-flop the front 2 rows? You know, that's 2 shots at it. Race control could most certainly remove the front row and put them back one. We'll see what happens. I have yet to see someone jump out onto the racetrack, a race official, to change up the front row. Looks like we're going to be good for now, but again, they'll cruise their way around ever so slowly, as always. We look forward, hopefully, to going green this time by, but what this does mean is that it'll be a shortened race. Xander, these laps under yellow here before going green are going to count. Yeah,
and again, those kids need to understand that on the front row as well, to both Marcelo and Alvaro. You know, to a degree, gaming the system, right, it does benefit them a little bit less laps to potentially go backwards and lose more ground. But on that same point, you know, kids want to race, and they're sadly burning a bit of their time that they've got allotted by not only cruising around here at slow speed, but again, picking up the pace too early. So, yeah, we know that's an old school rule, Rob, that, you know, race director at any given point, race control, or again, more so of the on-track race director and Neil Strickland could make the call to invert the front row, but I can't say I can recall that happening a whole lot. I feel like more times than not, you and I are like, okay, now they're eligible to do it, and we end up finally getting our act together on the second or third try.
And to add to that, we don't see a lot of aborted starts nowadays anyways. For the most part, the drivers have been pretty solid in terms of getting that pace coming down. Maybe 1 or 2 a weekend, 3 at the very most. We've already got 2 in this race here, so hopefully they'll get things dialed in and we can go green when we get back around coming out of turn number 13 and 14.
Big hope as well that everyone's trained their young drivers after January for situations like this to not ride the brake pedal and the gas pedal at the same time and roast the clutch where they've got to put new pads on, or potentially run into each other and draw a pushback bumper penalty. As you can see, a lot of stopping and going, and already a couple look a little loose there at the back of that frame. But here we go, getting set to go green, and they'll work their way out of that final turn and make their way down the front stretch, looking for the second try at going racing this week, third try, sorry, in Micro Swift. Going racing this weekend? No. Whoa. So 3 strikes. That's got to be an out now.
You'd think so. Yeah, again, not our call. Xander and I'll step away from that, but indeed, that's 3 times coming down where they were much too quick, punching up too early, and as Xander mentioned, there is the start box here, those first set of blue cones when a driver can roll off and get on the throttle. Otherwise, they have to carry the same speed into the start box. That's the key. Again, right now, we'll see whether or not something does happen here. That's 3 shots of trying to go green in this one particular heat race. So the bottom line is, when we get back around here, they're going to be, lap number 4 getting started. So they're already burning their way through the race as it is. We'll see whether or not the race control decides to step in to make a change here.
Yeah, this is a lengthy attempt at a start, folks. For those just joining us again, not for the norm, but this could put us, of course, for those listening in the paddock, back onto more of a ready racing regimen where the next class up will instantly go. So X30 Junior, Pro X30, you will not have any time to wait. I would imagine once the track clears out, you will be released. We're right now just a couple minutes behind schedule, and hopefully we at least get some kind of racing in. We're about to be looking at a 5-lap dash for these Micro Swift drivers. Marcelo Flores in the white, blue, and red. Jay Howard Driver Development, Kart Republic, and again, the Orsolon Racing, Tony Kart on the outside of Alvaro Medeiros have tried 3 times to start. They have proven they know what pace to run at on every part of the track except the last bit that really matters for the start of a race, Rob.
Exactly. 95% of the asphalt they're good on. That last 5% coming out of 14, they're on the throttle a little bit too early. I'm surprised, honestly, we haven't made a change here at this point here.
Yeah.
But it is the youngest drivers in the field, I guess. A good opportunity for learning for them. We'll see what happens when they come back around. You know, all these drivers, super antsy. They all want to get rolling. There's nothing worse than being in your cart and driving around slow. I hate caution laps when you don't go green. They're just, you're ready to go. You're always fired up coming out of the grid. You're ready to go racing. I hate putting around. Let's see if it can happen this time by.
Here they go out of the last turn once again. This time, I think we finally got them together. You can see the officials are keeping a close eye on them. I think we're still a little early, but it may not be as bad as before, so we'll get it. 3 laps out, 5 laps to go. And how does turn 1 look for the Micros? I think we'll just squeak by with at least the first half of the field, and looks like the back half should get through as well.
Yeah, Flores out to the early jump. Medeiros right there with him, so we're underway. Finally, after 3 attempts, we get to go green this time by, and away they go through turn number 4, through 5, and now through turn number 6. The sweeping turn number 7, got back over to the 8-9 complex. A little chicane, little left-right leading onto the straightaway. Good little lead out of the gate right now for Marcelo Flores.
Now through the left-hand kink right in front of the catwalk, and down the backstretch we go for Marcelo, back about a car length to find Medeiros. Bernardo Goubert, he's in that blue and gold D2 Motors Sodi card, and the rest of the updated single file train we'll get when they hit the timing loop this time by. Looks like maybe a good start for the Paralympic of Aiden Go, one of the many independent racers racing this weekend. Let's see how he takes this run towards Goubert into turn 1. I don't think we'll see anyone bail out yet, but we're already at the scheduled halfway and technically just 1 lap in.
Hudson Howard on the move as well. He moves up a couple more spots. He's up into P5 as they come across. You can see Hudson right there. A little bit of trouble for Go on the brakes. Here comes the 218 though, diving to the inside. That's Mateo Gomez. He'll get to the inside of the Howard over in turn number 5. So he's a driver on the move as well here.
Big move there from Dutch Westbrook. He'll pick up a position. That was on, I believe, Brody Stoffel. He's got a pair of Kart Republics behind him there with Leo Simone in tow, as well as Aiden Go wants third, and he'll take it away. Slick move in that quick great corner down the backstretch, and behind him they're side by side as well for 5th. Howard, Gomez. Hudson's going to make the wise decision to let Gomez get in line and only lose 1 spot in the process.
Yeah, there were more guys lining up behind the Worth Xander. That could have been ugly for Hudson Howard, but did a good job. Wise decision, as you had said. Play the strategy game and get behind the driver who's made the move in front of you. So Gomez and Howard still running side by side with a pretty good run there as well for Aiden Go. But the guys up front, Flores looking pretty strong here. Medeiros, Aiden Go up into the 3rd spot. Overall, these first couple of laps have shown well for the drivers here in Micro.
Through the quick chicane, and now in the run down to turn number 5. Little wiggle from Hudson Howard is going to open the door, and it'll allow Simone to get through. Leo moving up and into 6th now, past his teammate. And look how big that pack has grown, Rob. We're probably back maybe to 13th right now with the likes of Camila Canache at the end of it. Isaac Carvalho, Chavary, Jack Katowski. I mean, it's one big train as Lennox Lockhart's the next one to pull the pin and make a move.
Yeah, Lennox was a driver back in January who's right in the middle of the fight up front, a little further back right now, up in, I believe, the 8th position. So Lockhart trying to work his way back forward, again, leveraging everything you can throughout this short, now even shorter pre-final, having not qualified as well as he did back in January. So Lockhart on that Sodi kart machine gets a spot there, as Andrew had mentioned. Big up on the wheel right now, trying to see if he can't get another one. So he'll come across the line, I believe, right behind Leo Simone.
Front watch Aiden Go right now in the 278, made another pass that lap. 2 laps to go. He's going to be probably too far back to get to the leader, so I think they'll start to battle a bit here for 2nd, as there's another move from Lennox, this time on Simone to get by him. That moves Lennox Lockhart up and into 6th. And all the while, Rob, Marcelo Flores, our round 1 and round 2 winner, driving away and putting on a dominant showing here. He's building the SLA kart racing team that have now gone basically are on the cusp of 3 consecutive months of winning, with the Super Nats in the rearview mirror last month and now this pre-final.
I'll tell you, Flores out to a 1.3 second lead last time by. Not normally something you see in micros for the driver to pull away as they have. Normally guys will line up and work together. Right now, Aiden Go has been able to push his way up now into the second spot, leading that next group. Let's see the white flag this time by from Aaron Like. It's one more to go. Flores ahead of Go, Medeiros, and Gubert.
Great start. Now he can just kind of put it on cruise as they begin to really go at it. Side by side, little hip check there. Medeiros slots back into line into third. How about Mateo Gomez? Now officially in the picture. And that big pack behind Leo Simone, Lennox Lockhart. They could not settle the differences, and there was one driver way off. I don't know if that was Brody Stoffel or maybe one of the other Orsolon entries in Carvalho or Canache, but a rough ride. Once again, not the last time we'll see something like that this weekend.
Final lap for the drivers in micro. Another pass back there for Lennox Lockhart as he is working his way forward. You can see the lead there, but here we go. Big move to the inside for the Orsolon driver to block here. Gilbert's going to try to go over-under on Medeiros. Can he get the gun coming? No, he'll look over his shoulder as well. Right now looking pretty good for Aiden Gozander. He's been able to pull away a bit. Little breathing room on the final lap.
Call it. Marcelo Flores is back again at the top of the leaderboard. He'll win this one from the pole. Aiden Go second. Medeiros will end up just barely hanging on to third as, well, it's an all-out brawl for the final spots in the top 10. Jack Katowski picks up a couple here at the line with a good move there to get by a few drivers on the last corner. So a move up 11 spots for Jack, 11 up for Samuel Chavarri as they head on into the scale line. Marcelo Flores, your pre-final winner in Micro Swift to Aiden Go, Alvaro Medeiros, Bernardo Gubert, Mateo Gomez, again the top five, and Hudson Howard, Leo Simone, and unfortunately on that last lap, it looks like it all went wrong for Lennox Lockhart. He was in that fight up until the last maybe quarter of a lap, and he is now 41st, dropped all the way to the rear. Heartbreaker, Rob, and one of the many reasons that the drops are so important here at the SKUSA Winter Series. You just never know when you're going to have a really rough go of it. Oh, what a heartbreak for him, and Zev Gottschalk, who started pretty well as well. Both of those drivers to the rear for the main.
You wonder whether or not they may have been the ones that got together there as opposed to just single Kart incidents. So tough one there for those guys to go to the back. They got lots of work to do in the main event. We get around to that later on this afternoon. But nonetheless, Marcelo Flores, very impressive, getting able to pull away. And is that Lockhart right there?
Indeed.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, that's actually going to be Caden Fladera, who went out on the third lap. Lockhart did finish. Just it must have been contact potentially with Zev Gottschalk. Yeah. Both of them right around the same spot the lap before, and ended up at the back end of the field. Quick clear out. X30 Junior will go here in just a few moments, folks. Pre-finals well and underway, and we're ready for more action here as you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Winter Series. To be the best, you have to learn from the best. Racecraft Driver Development by multi-time karting champion Austin Garrison is here to help you elevate your game behind the wheel. Inquire now and go faster tomorrow.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
foundation of your racing endeavor is the Kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time Supernats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Well, we've got chaos here to get things started in X30 Junior, and well, we were trying to figure that out, and it looks like ultimately it's going to be one of the D2 Motors drivers. William Kim appears to be the other one. Maybe. We've got two that did not cross the line. Arthur Cordero, no, Fernando Weiler, 793. Ethan Sky Manuchek, Aldo Iturriaga also out. What a chaotic outlap. I mean, we first couldn't get the race started because of speed. Now we're having Rex and X30 Junior to get this deal going, Rob.
Yeah, a couple drivers were stacking up coming through turns number 11 and 12 right before we came to the green flag. A couple drivers getting involved. Ethan Sky Manuchek, as you said, from 10th position. You got to hate that. A couple of drivers, again, as Xander had said, of that 37 kart field out on the opening circuit. Fion Shi will bring him back to the line. A fantastic job for Fion, Xander. Fastest driver in the slow group, was able to hold on to that spot. In fact, I believe the top 4 drivers all coming out of that slower group of qualifying. Fion Shi on pole, Jose Shermer on the outside of the front row, Jackson Porter and Travis Pettit on row number 2.
Back on row number 3 as you move further down the board. Leonardo Zaravale and Jose Helfin, their row 4, but it's a mix of experience and a rookie with that third row. Ashton Woon, last year's mini national champ, and Alexander Vanchev on the other side. Here we are, ready to go. And it is green. Good job on the second try by, boys and girls. We'll get them through turns 1 and 2, about maybe to the mid-teens, but there's a spin further back. A couple drivers around one of the U-Race Tony karts look to be involved.
And as we go into turn number 5 for the first time, Fion Shi will come out with the lead, benefiting off that fantastic run in qualifying. Behind him, I believe Jackson Porter able to get a good jump in. So that's the inside line, first and third, the 2 RPG karts lining up and working their way through turn number 7.
So Benham Abernathy here, and the Host Gillard has a hungry pack of cars all lined up behind him. What will he do down the backstretch? If he got a good exit, he might have been able to break away, but Alex Vanchev is going to force him to go low. Vanchev will go even lower, and it is a scatter for track position right now. Mal Hewitt, Travis Pettit on the green machine is going to pick up the pieces. He'll get 2 spots going out of that back hairpin.
An aggressive opening lap coming down, of course, out of turn number 9 over to turn number 10. That's given the front runners a nice little advantage right now. Fion Shi and Jackson Porter out to a solid lead. Jose Shermer as well. You got to go 2 seconds back after Shermer back to Vanchev. So Xander, that 3 wide down into turn number 10 has allowed the front running 3 drivers to stretch away.
It's so tricky on the first lap, Rob, when you don't get a good exit out of that grid corner because you're a sitting duck down the backstretch for anyone behind you, especially if you have a gap in front. There was nothing Alexander Vanchev could do besides go backwards, so he had to pull the pin, but cost them a second and a half. The only good news for them, well, there is a little bit of movement at the front. Jackson Porter, Jose Shermer, and Fion Shi traded the top 3 spots. They've settled back into where they were to start the lap, but they've cost a little bit of time, and that might just give a sliver of hope to Vanchev and Pettit. I can't say the same for the rest of that group. They still look like they're getting after it.
Yeah, and with the shortened laps, we were very tight on time, of course, for the lap counts they used. We were back here in January. They cut it down to the 8 laps, as we know, and that it will obviously make it a little less easy for the drivers further back. You don't have that opportunity to catch up. You need all the laps you can when you're deep in the field. Here comes a move to the inside, though. Shermer's going to go from third to P1 in turn number 5.
Side by side behind him, they don't end up really doing much with it. The teammates quickly get back in tow. And so now, what a start here for Jose Shermer. Speed Concepts Racing, they were fastest in happy hour yesterday in X30 Pro. They now lead the way in X30 Junior. And a new star maybe is born here in the 778 as he leads us down into turn number 10.
Shermer very comfortable out front right now. You see the only 2 drivers behind him. Not that big group that we had. It's started to shrink down a little bit to Vanchev and Pettit. They run 4th and 5th. Then they've got over a second back to Leonardo Saravalli and Venom Abernathy. So there is that gap. The drivers running 4th and 5th together. 2 very quick drivers, Xander. We know who can run up front. Vanchev and Pettit working together could be a pretty good attack group.
They picked up a 10th.5 last lap, and they picked up overall more than that in the aggregate because of how much Shermer was back from the likes of Fianchy and Jackson Porter to start it. So they've made a little bit of inroads. They need some more fighting like this here with a bit of defending from your race leader to get the rest of the way. But they're fast, Rob. They were a good bit quicker than the packs behind them. This will help as we've got contact. One driver knows it into the wall all the way over at turn 6 from exiting at track stage right, turn 3. Another one involved. That was midfield, maybe.
Yeah, that's 794, Alan Bonilla.
Yeah, so there you go. Alan Bonilla on the RPG Cosmic was the one nosing head first there as we go to see 3 laps to go this time by. Here's a look at the 706 of Vanchev, already up to Jackson Porter. Travis Pettit still lurking on. Vanchev will take that 3rd spot away.
Yeah, Porter looked to the inside, I think, of Fianchy over in turn number 9, and maybe wasn't quite able to get it, had to back out of it, or whatever it was, he lost a lot of ground. That allowed Vanchev, as you had said, to reel him in. Next up would be Pettit, but it still allows Shermer and Fianchy to pull out front. They still have that lead, but again, they got to work together here right now. The more you fight, the more everyone else is going to come back into the scrap, and Vanchev, most definitely a driver that everybody needs to worry about in this category.
As they head down the back straightaway here, Alexander Vanchev has already cut in about a second to the 2 in front. Can he get any more in another 2 laps with no pressure? He's already, as we can see, dropped Travis Pettit just a little bit. I'm curious what kind of lap he'll put together this time. Last time by, Vanchev a 55.44. Rob, the next closest is Edward Kennedy, who was a tick quicker, but he's back in 11th. So fastest around the main group by a lot.
Yeah, Kennedy did go purple, but indeed, as you said, the fastest driver on track right now, indeed, is that Alexander Vanchev. He was over 3/10 quicker rather than Shermer on that last lap. So he's going to keep digging, and all it's going to take is these guys to start fighting up front. 6 down, they'll see the white flag this next time by. You see Aaron Likens has got it sitting there in the left hand. Let's see what we have coming through turn number 7. Vanchev hoping for the fight, especially either here in 9 or 10. Maybe just enough for him to be right there late.
It's the one part of the short races here. Once one driver begins defending, the time seems to slip away even quicker. You can see Fianchy desperately trying to signal to Jose Shermer, saying, hey, it's okay, we got to go. The fastest kart in the top 6 right now is trekking us down by a lot. And as they head to the white flag, he's now only 3 car lengths away. So one more lap around. Vanchev has absolutely eaten up the margin. 6.5 tenths, and well, right as he gets the door open, Fianchy goes through, loses it back by turn 2 though.
Yeah, welcome to Vanchev on the scene. He'll go wide, watch for a big over-under potentially here. Vanchev trying to get himself to the lead, coming out, not quite enough. Shermer's going to hold the spot, but Vanchev using all of the racetrack to see what he can get. He'll try the outside of Shee coming to through number 7. Not quite enough, tucks back in. He knows he's got lots more places to potentially overtake in the remainder of the lap.
Out of the grid corner, down the long straight here. One more time. Jackson Porter, Travis Pettit behind them. Big run forward for Ashton Woon after a rough start from 6. He's gotten back to neutral. Little bumper from Fianchy sent Shermer just wide, but it's going to hurt Fion more. Vanchev through to 2nd. Last turn, here we go. Maybe a little crossover, but I think Shermer parked it nice. He'll hold on.
Yeah, I think he parked it, and I also think that Vanchev didn't want to go wide. He did not want to open the door back up to Fianchy. He couldn't do the over-under unless you get that big, wide entry into turn number 13. Just not going to happen for him. Shermer comes away with the win for SCR. Then it's obviously the RPGs, Vanchev, Porter, and Shee. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Travis Pettit On the TV car, rounding out the top 5. Loon ends up in 6th, Buck Show 7th. Abernathy, Saravalli, and Edward Kennedy rounding out your top 10. Actually, going to go deeper into the field, Xander. Cole Medeiros with the purple lap, the Canadian, coming home in 16th.
My goodness, that just tells you how quickly everyone was fighting each other. And you go all the way back then to the couple of DNFs at the back. Not nearly as many as the race we just witnessed. But, well, there were a few. A mixed bag for the Rawlson Performance Group camp in junior. However, Ryan Norberg has struck first in Pro X30. A blistering pole lap, nearly a full 10th clear over another stacked grid of 40. Ready to do battle this weekend. 40 plus, actually. Just 40 on the pre-entry list alone. And ready to maybe make this weekend the official breakout weekend. Canadian superstar Jensen Burnett and Racing Edge Motorsports have been knocking on the door of the kid's first win in only his first couple of months at senior. He has been so fun to watch, Rob.
Indeed, and again, we always love watching the young drivers that come out of the junior categories, right? When do they make that really leap to the very forefront? Yeah, there's a lot of great drivers they're racing against. They're out there, they're battling. We already talked about the young kids taking the step up in the KA categories and just getting to the point where they need to get that respect from the drivers around them. Once you've earned that respect, you're going to be able to race a lot cleaner. Otherwise, when you start getting in there, they may move you every once in a while. So the respect you earned is going to help you out when you try to get the final result.
Joe Turney was very vocal, as was Ryan Norberg, in some chats earlier this week about the respect the two have for each other. But as everyone knows, at a certain point, desperation sets in when there's everything on the line. We know these two have put on good battles before. They line up first and third, and you caught a good glimpse at Austin Garrison, another veteran in the first couple rows. And to round out the top 5, how about our second rookie in frame, Chase Gassiet-Lee on that blue and yellow Nash Motorsports Coastal Ink custom printing EOS kart. He has been having a very, I would say, quiet but solid first couple of race weekends in the senior ranks. Robbie ran inside the top 10 for a good part of opening weekend. Didn't cause too many waves, didn't get into trouble, brought the car home, and finished, most importantly.
And that's what I like to see out of the young guys. If you can get yourself up and immediately into the top 10, immediately into the discussion, you're racing with some of the veteran drivers, you don't make those waves, but you learn from them, you learn the different style of racing that you have. Because anytime you talk to a junior who's come up to senior, they're like, man, it's such a different way to race. And once you've given yourself time to learn that, I think that's when you really start stepping things up.
Colin Lloyd enters this weekend as the odds-on underdog. Third in the points after 2 consistent opening main events for the Speed Concept Racing driver. One of a handful that got caught out by how quickly the KA class filled up in entry count for January, and it has blossomed him and forced an early move up that's actually turned out extremely well, and it looks like he's backed that up with another solid qualifying performance.
And let's just add the note that he's wrenching on his own stuff as well, which I think is fantastic. David Cole and I went over and chatted with Colin for a little bit yesterday afternoon for a story we're going to be doing on e-karting news in the near future. Man, he wrenches on his own stuff, and he's qualified so well.
How about Lightning? Caden McQueen has gone 3 for 4 on American Race Weekend so far with podium results. He also would love to get to the top step of the box here this weekend, and we just witnessed him cross the line in a very methodical and tactical KA Senior Pre-Final. First weekend he gets to experience the standard double duty option that's available at the SKUSA Winter Series and a number of American Race Series with the KA classes and X30 classes. And I wonder if that extra bit of track time is helping out a guy like him who finds himself in similar ground to what we usually see this guy, Diego Ramos, as the lone driver on his product. So extra laps without having teammates is able to really maximize those sessions and learn more about what that go-kart may need on a given race weekend at a track, at a facility, and at the grip levels and asphalt makeup that he might not be too used to.
Yeah, Diego's shown some pretty good speed at this particular racetrack over the month of January and February. As of course, Orlando Kart Center, as we know, the focus of racing here in the winter through 6 weeks rather of action. And again, back here again for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series finale. Lots of guys to watch, including this one here.
Enzo Vidmontien last month was a bit hot and cold, but I think he'd like to be a little more on our radar. This qualifying effort he's put together puts him right in where he'd like to be, and that's towards the front of the field. He won a ton of races in the junior ranks last season. Hopefully he can build some momentum and really get his senior career rocking and rolling today. Naomi Garcia, the young lady from Trinidad in Speed Concepts Racing colors this weekend. She was, I think, probably one of the biggest surprises and a pleasant surprise throughout most of practice day yesterday. She's backed that up with a great qualifying effort she looks good so far, Robin, and I can't imagine that learning from the likes of multi-time national champion Austin Garrison hurts that.
Yeah, how impressive it is in qualifying to start alongside your reigning 100cc champion here in Superkarts USA Pro Tour competition. That's, of course, James Overbeck in the Brandon Jarzik Racing LN machine. When you're beside him, you know you've done something right in qualifying.
James Overbeck, much like Colin Lloyd, was I think, probably eyeing up and sizing up that Pro X30 grid, but wasn't quite sure whether he was ready to go. He also had a weekend, I think, probably similar to the likes of Lloyd and Chase Gassey and Lee Enders this weekend, in the mix in the points, with probably a good shot at the top 3. A really good day today could definitely solidify that. And most importantly, he gets to run alongside Paulie Massimino. The only time those two have been on track together is Paulie's handful of KA starts. They were teammates at that Mark Harrison Memorial 200 you and I called, but of course, being teammates means they're never on track together. So they've been inseparable, it seems like. Anytime I looked out for any of the practice sessions, Rob, the two BJRLN carts were nose to tail.
A couple engine issues for a number of drivers here. Hopefully things will be clean and green as we work our way through this afternoon of competition. Of course, working through the pre-finals right now. We'll go main event racing after that. And again, this driver here is stepping things up. Very impressive in qualifying. Be able to get that fast lap, just a tenth quicker than Jensen Burnett. Ryan Norberg, the driver they're all going to be chasing when we roll around here for an 8-lap pre-final. Yeah, Ryan Norberg, talking to him earlier this weekend, it seems like this has been probably what maybe he might have expected to get his mental state back to after last month, but maybe not what everyone expected, with him looking back with a fresh sleep and a couple days to kind of wear off how close he came to another main event win, this time in a head-to-head fight with Joe Turney, was that, well, look, I can beat him. He said even he was very honest in one of the interviews we had earlier this week. He said, I wasn't sure. That doubt creeps into your mind when you've had so many close calls, but he did. He had it. He had the speed. And he said, most importantly, one of the things that he's always admired about Joe over the 2 years those two have put on some incredible battles for us, Rob, is how good Joe is at basically underdriving, but going fast and not slipping backwards. Because he said, man, you grow up racing karts, you're used to sprint races. It's literally the disciplined category name that's referred to most of the time when we talk about this type of go-kart racing is sprint karting. And again, part of that stems from the short races. So you get into the swing of, well, just go 100% right off the line and you're good. And you get someone that really studies the craft like Joe Turney, really is able to, again, stay 80, 90%, ride in second, ride in third in the first few laps, not go backwards. You'll see him make passes, but he won't be pushing to the limit that he does in the last third, last quarter of a race. And Ryan said that's been one thing he's really worked on himself on to continue to try and evolve his game. And he mentioned that as well. He's like, it's just fun to play the game with someone who plays it fair and is so good at playing it. And you talked to, when you look back at Sunday, when we talked to Ryan Norberg after that main event, he simply talked about the fact that he looked like he did turn. He had a little bit more at the very end, right? Joe didn't think he had enough for him, but he had just enough to get back into the position to fight for it. Great look here at the starting lineup for a number of the drivers we mentioned. Here's how they will officially stack up on your screen. Nicholas Fuca will go to the next row where we stopped at, row number 7 on the AM Racing Team X-Spree. He has been at Orlando for nearly every major event so far. Oh, we've got an issue. Someone has just split a hub, or the hub, no, that hub actually looks intact. That just slid right off coming out of the pit lane. It is the number 24 RPG entry of Eduardo Ramirez. Slated to start down in maybe 38th. Will not go to the line to go green. That's tough. The last thing you want is a driver to have something like that happen early, and so he is out, as you had said. Talk about Nicholas Fuca starting on the inside of row number 7 alongside Jacob Kolar. It'll be Henry Leppard and Adam Brickley. Finish off the top 20 with Wyatt Downing, Sidney Castles, Quentin McPherson, and Stephen DeKaiser. Here we go, folks. Pro X30 action. You wanted a full house, you wanted a stacked grid to start the year. You've definitely gotten it. We are ready for more with 285 plus as we close on the halfway mark. Again, just halfway in the pre-finals. So much good racing, so much awesome action headed our way. 8 laps on the books. It'll be a shootout to set the grid for the feature event. Ryan Norberg on the inside leads us into the tram lanes. The last of the field straggle it in, but we'll get the green. underway through now into turn number 1. Good start there for Ryan Norberg. He'll jump quickly out of the lead. Everybody else doing a pretty good job further back. We talk about the fact it gets wider and wider near the tail of the field. Single file up front, then we'll double file up, then we'll see the guys go wide, maybe 3 wide further back in the pack. And a couple drivers together, 3 together all total, 1 to the inside of turn number 4 and 5, and the other to the outside of 5 as well.
Brickley, Garcia involved. It looked like the one that was turned around was Sawyer Roussel.
Yeah.
So a number of drivers collected in the first lap, turn 5 carnage zone, as rookie Jensen Burnett checks back to see Joe Turney there, who's going to stuff it down the inside in the hairpin. Colin Lloyd further back, fighting with Paulie Massimino. Overbeck and Ramos colliding. Will put a lap down as they round that final turn. Ryan Norberg to the line, about 4 car lengths back to the points leader, Joe Turney here with 7 to go.
So the early fighting is already done here. Number of drivers making overtakes on the opening lap. We saw a little bit of chaos over in turns 4 and 5. Number of drivers changing their luck already going to the tail of the field. But nonetheless, Norberg out front in the RPG Cub gives another pass a little deeper in the field. Big move down to the inside there. I think that might have been Caden McQueen, but up front still, it's Norberg, Turney, Burnett. Those front 3 drivers able to get away early. There's Caden McQueen right there as well.
Yeah, McQueen on the heels of Austin Garrison. Rookie Chase Gassiet-Lee got by him in turn 5, trying to fend off the U.S. Pro Kart Series champ from 2024. Looks like he's got a gap. Garrison's going to have to go on defense now. That'll give the rookie a little more breathing room. And McQueen goes side by side with the Davie, Florida native with his teammate. And Colin Lloyd starting to close on in. He'll be an SCR sandwich right now if he's not careful as they head to the line. It is Norberg, Turney, and then 2 rookies, Jensen Burnett, Chase Gassiet-Lee, with McQueen trying to break into the top 5. He'll bang tires with Austin Garrison and get the spot away.
Yeah, threw it down the inside into turn number 1. Great job there from McQueen, but a shout out to Chase Gassiet-Lee to be able to get that pass done on Garrison, quickly pulling away from both Garrison and then McQueen right behind him. So really start a good, strong opening lap for Chase Gassiet-Lee. As you said, the 2 primary drivers we're watching in Norberg and Turney, chased right now by a couple of impressive young rookies.
Now Garrison will slip back behind Colin Lloyd. He's got to stop the bleeding at some point. He's got a line more ready to go. Here's Diego Ramos. He'll have to throw a little fade to keep the Brazilian behind him. A couple Brazilians. Again, Brazilian-American Enzo Vidmontien, the rookie right there. Massimino, then Fuca outside of the top 10 looking in. We're still on the early stages of this 8-lap pre-final, but again, it is a short one and you don't have a lot of time to waste. So 3 down, 5 to go, and your whole top 10 3 seconds apart, Rob.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll see drivers start deep in the field, maybe a bad qualifying run. They have all this time to work their way back forward as Vidmontien finally getting to the inside of Ramos over in turn 5. With these 8-lap heat races, there's so much more urgency, especially if you have trouble in qualifying, to fight your way forward to give yourself a better starting spot for the main event. I think we're seeing that, Xander. A lot of these drivers with maybe just a little more anxious, a little more aggressive here in the opening couple laps.
So James Overbeck now is going to have some pressure headed his way as he fades back from Massimino. 10th, here's 11th, side by side for the 12th spot. That was Donovan Bonilla from front of the pack from KA Senior. He's going to make a move, stick for P12, it looked like back there on Fuca. But single file, close, just no movement. Let's see the gaps across the line, how they change. Pretty much dead even, it looked like, for the first couple, Rob.
Yeah, and then looking at this battle we're seeing here right now, 8th, 9th, and 10th, Vidmontien, Ramos, and Massimino, all those drivers running full race lines. No one doing any defensive runs at all. Vidmontien has the target firmly on the back of Austin Garrison right now, see if he can't close in, but he lost about over a 10th on that last lap, making the pass to get by Ramos. So Garrison has a little bit of breathing room, maybe a half a second. We'll see what happens on this lap here as we're past the halfway point.
Jensen Burnett has not gone away or faded at all. He and Chase Gassiet-Lee are still right on the heels of the top 2. How much are they holding back from each other? And will there be a bit of a breakaway at the end? Or do we have a lot of drivers that have stepped up their game 1 month removed from opening weekend of the national season as we put 5 laps down, 3 to go, and I mean, you could still throw a blanket over them, at least the top 5, Rob.
Remember, if you're thinking about a championship here in the Winter Series, these pre-finals count. Lots of points up for grabs. You do not want to give anything up. Ryan Norberg's going to want to see if he can't get as many points possible. He's starting to get on the full defensive line here right now. Ran a couple runs to the inside of 5 to the bottom. They'll do the same thing coming through here, turn number 7. Look at him holding the line. And even Turney thinking about going to the bottom. Norberg using all the curb and it's stacking things up a little bit. Here comes Burnett, Gassi at lead. Caden McQueen last time by, Xander went purple.
Oh man, I don't know what that was on the racetrack, but Norberg just clobbered it. Looked like maybe a piece of tape, but it might have been something bigger for the right side tires. So somehow he didn't go off in the hairpin. He must have had to hit the brakes pretty early. And that, combined with the defending, has now brought the total number of cars in the lead group to 7. Austin Garrison at the back of him, and Turney begins a bit of defending of his own as he's really feeling the heat from Burnett.
Yeah, Jensen Burnett had a look to the inside. Here comes Gassi at lead. He thinks about it as well. He may go to the inside. He does. Gassi at lead to the inside. He'll take a spot. I don't think that Lloyd able to come through as well. No, he tucks back in as well. But yeah, great job there. Chase Gassi at lead gets another spot.
He stays right there behind Burnett. It was actually Caden McQueen, the Brit, on the energy going through. There's Chase with a big send and a half. He'll go by Burnett. Here comes Colin Lloyd on that blue and white helmet. He's going to go way low, force Gassi at lead to the bottom. Chase will hang on, and Austin Garrison will go by. Ramos by backwards for the Canadian. Jensen Burnett finds a hole behind Enzo Vidmontien, and this has allowed a major breakaway up front with Norberg, Turney, McQueen, and now Chase Gassi at lead. 1 to go. He's probably going to need to defend if he doesn't get a monster run out of turn number 2.
Yeah, Caden McQueen still purple. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack. He may be the guy that comes out with this one in the end. This is going to get exciting here. Final lap. Norberg on the bottom of the racetrack trying to hold to the inside of turn number 5 and 6. Yeah, Turney, a beautiful over-under. He'll take the spot.
Oh, that was sweet. He knew he had a gap behind, and Norberg, dirt on the tires, sliding around. Joe Turney again able to win the chess match, and now Norberg's got to deal with Caden McQueen. Down the backstretch, Joe Turney by about 5 car lengths as they head to the hairpin. Norberg going to block low for P2. Gassi at lead, holding the rest of the field back for P4. Looks like he'll be okay for now. Last turn through the S's. Nothing McQueen's going to, attempt to do as Norberg covers off.
Yeah, pretty good recovery for at least from McQueen to work his way back forward. A drag race Norberg to the line, not quite enough. More drag racing going across the line for 4th as well. Gassi at lead, I believe, able to get it away from Colin Lloyd. Indeed, he does. 7/100ths of a second at the line. Turning with the win by almost a full second. Norberg had to go on the defensive as we watch there. Caden McQueen coming home 3rd. Gassi at lead 4th. Lloyd, Garrison, Ramos, Vidmontien, Massimino. Burnett, who was up front in the middle of that fight, was right there in P3 for the majority of that race. He got hung out to dry, Xander, on the outside of turn number 10 when everything started fighting up there. You called that him going backwards. It didn't stop. He ended up P10.
Well, chalk that one as another one in the win column for JT. Like you said, Rob, about a second on him and a max points haul to even the score on the differential between Norberg getting the pole award bonus and now the 10-point swing, or I believe 10-point swing, might be only 5 from 1st to 2nd in a pre-final. Here's the middle of the grid there. Naomi Garcia, great comeback drive. The young lady getting spun in the turn 5 carnage on that opening lap. She drives back to 26th. I think the best of anyone involved in that. Adam Brickley is Chad Duncan Racing Machine 30th. And here's a look at a handful more that sadly did not make it to the line. Most notable, I would say probably Raheem Alibi on the opening lap, the driver that started just on the outside edge of the top 10, I believe. Will have to roll from the rear of the field. Fresh tires at least, but still that's a pretty weak consolation prize. But how you look at how big and how strong this field is.
So a head-to-head fight again there for Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg. Norberg on the defensive on the last lap. Turney able to do the over-under in turn number 6. Came away with the lead pretty easily. Then Norberg had to turn around and fight Caden McQueen. McQueen's the driver I think really showed well there. He was able to work his way by a couple of drivers. Fast lap of the race. You got 3 guys 100% in the middle of the fight here right now. Veteran drivers looking to go for the race win on Saturday.
And I mean, again, you can see a bit of frustration there from the number 1 plate. Ryan Norberg wanted that one, had that one locked up there, but still, he'll get the a good starting spot, decent points, and you just never know what could happen in a main event as they begin to go through the post-race tech inspection from that pre-final. But yeah, Rob, I mean, I think Chase Gassi at lead, Caden McQueen, more than anyone else, looked good. The rookies behind him looked decent. And, you know, to Caden's credit here, I'm sure he probably has some of that similar sentiment that I felt like a lot of the drivers in Ryan's generation here in the U.S. had, and that is, listen, Joe's good. We Brits get that, but he's not the only good one. He's not better than the rest of us, and I have to think that if Caden McQueen gets a shot at any kind to not only bring the Energy Boys a win, but to say, hey, there's more than one British superstar that can win races here in North America consistently, and he would love to add that his name to that list here. Maybe we see it.
And I like the fact that we have 3 different chassis in the top 3 as well. KR, Cosmic, and of course the Energy for McQueen. I always like seeing different material up front, those drivers battling it out with each other, and that's part of the international flair. Not only the drivers, but of course the machinery as well. So again, Turney, Norberg, McQueen, Gassie Lee, and Colin Lloyd, top 5 pre-final for Pro X30, brought to you by the Rolls Performance.
So they will continue to roll through the scales there. I believe we've got 3, pushing 4 more run groups here before we get back in the main event. KA100 Master, another double-digit turnout for them is on deck. And granted, while the Micro Swift pace lap put us a bit behind, we're not terribly far back. We should be able to go green with them here any moment and release from the grid. Mini Swift as well at 140 was their scheduled time, so they'll be on deck at any minute. And then Pro and Master Shifter together with a bit of a change in the lineup there, and who we could expect to bring the fight to Mateus Morgado is Danny Formal. Swept opening weekend, unable to attend here this weekend. He is hoping to be able to join us for more races later this year. His plans for that remain to be seen and announced, but he's a busy guy. We won't hold him to it. Very busy month of January for him, performing very well at the Rolex 24, and of course dominating the Pro Shifter category here at Orlando. I believe we're moments away from going green with K Master, so we'll join all of you on the airwaves at any minute when they hit the racetrack.
drivers in the KA Master category on to the racetrack right now for their pre-final AM racing team, the sponsor of the class here this coming weekend. And away we go. It's going to be, I would expect to be a pretty good battle up front. Of course, Charlie Fonseca, we know, has great speed in the 410. Has always been a top driver in the Masters category. But the driver was really the big factor, the prominent driver back in January, Franco Crivelli, on the Inter MS machine, going to start on the outside of the front row. Miguel Mir, multi-time Texas champion, starting third alongside Nico Rivas. Paul Elefante and Monday Lawyer will be on row number 3. Row 4, Todd Shambo and Scott Carapaletti. Row 5, Scott Falcone. A couple of big wins already to start the season, both in Rockford Winter Tour and Challenge of the Americas competition. Falcone back with Orsolon Racing here in the number 499, starting in the 9th spot alongside Janae Din. Tito Gutierrez and Tom Gerstner will be on row number 6, and the 13 Kart field capped by Kim Carapaletti. The drivers will work their way up into the tram lines here now. See some issues on the outside, or the inside line rather, midway back. Guys on the up and over top of the tram line there, trying to look at the flag. That could be an issue. Otherwise, we're underway. Fonseca will take the lead coming out of turn 4 and over to turn number 5. Away we go, opening lap for drivers in Masters. Xander and Seb working our way through the order right now, following the KA100 Master category. We'll cap off our 8-lap pre-finals with Mini Swift and the Pro and Master Shifter category. Then we'll jump in to the main event, so we'll take us through B-Main for the KA100 Junior drivers to start things off. Then we'll go to Junior, Senior, Micro, and into the X30 categories as well. So indeed, early running here for Charlie Fonseca, out to the early lead. Back behind, Crivelli, Mir, Rivas. Opening lap in the books, unlike a couple of the other categories, getting the green flag the first time by. There's the 408 of Paul Elefante right there as well. Move a little further back. Yep, down to the inside goes Rivas, I believe, to the inside of Miguel Mir. Well, that might actually be Elefante up into the 3rd position now. That's a 408. That's Paul Elefante. Up into 3rd. Mir goes into the 4th spot. 424 Rivas now back to 6th. Front-running duo trying to pull away. Fonseca and Crivelli looking to stretch out here early. The remainder of the field on to the straightaway between 9 and 10. So again, the opening laps of drivers in KA100 Master. Crivelli, as I said, was the dominant factor. We were here back in January. Oh, a couple drivers together further back. The 435 of Monday Lawyer, and might have been Elefante actually in the 408. Let's have a look when they come through. No, that's the 459. 455 part. That's Todd Shambo. The Lawyer and Shambo, who had qualified in the 6th and 7th position together. Everybody behind them more than happy to take that bonus position to move themselves forward. You can see the leaders checking out up the road there, Fonseca and Crivelli. 3-driver battle, and dealing in here. Miguel Mir has gone back into 3rd. Mir back to 3rd. Elefante 4th, and I believe that's Rivas in 5th. Xander Clemens joining us back here in the booth once again. There's Miguel Mir again, looking for some help. A little tap of the helmet, asking the 408 of Elefante. See if they can't push their way back up onto Fonseca and Crivelli.
Yeah, the opening lap of KA Master, albeit, Rob, I was hoping for a little bit of cleaner scenes, but at least we've got some action at the front still, even with a bit of carnage spreading the field out. Pass for the lead, pass for 4th. Almost. Paul Elefante not happy with Nico Rivas right there. That was a pretty straightforward message.
Yeah, Crivelli goes to the lead, as Xander had said, but yeah, I don't think Elefante was happy to get that kind of move to the inside of turn number 6. That inside move of turn 6 where you both lose, because if you're on the inside, you're not getting a good run out of the corner. If you're on the outside, you're getting hung out to dry. So more of an over-under like we saw from Joe Turney, a better pass in turn number 6. And as you can see, the result of that move for Rivas to the inside of Elefante has allowed Miguel Mir a bunch of breathing room. Those three drivers were locked together. As you see them comes out, yeah, he's going to have at least 4 kartlings coming across the line for P3.
Yeah, quite a bit of a gap for sure for Charlie Fonseca backwards. Means he can put all of his focus on to bringing the fight back to Franco Crivelli and the interim S-Boys. Franco Crivelli a month ago was going at it with the likes of Rafa Matos and company for the race win. He enters with a decently sized championship lead, but even without Rafa here, even without some of the other drivers who've come to know in KA Masters, well, the field always finds a way to keep it close, step up, and bring the fight. Miguel Mir looking better than he did a month ago. Nico Rivas better than a month ago, as well as we head on the scrapyard straight into turn number 10, 11, I should call it actually, 9 and 10 technically together at the back of the screen. And no movement. In this case, Rob, he doesn't have to go, but he could. He's got all of his focus, I think, on the lead.
Yeah, past the halfway point now. This will be 5 when they come across the line. We'll have 3 more laps remaining. You can see that grouping 4th and 5th starting to get back up again. Paulo Elefante and Nico Rivas working together again to slowly reel back in Miguel Mir. They were quicker by 0.3 of a second last time by. And they come into the screen to the right side. You'll see them here momentarily where the gap is dwindling down for Miguel Mir. He's going to have Elefante and Rivas right back in the fight here within a lap or 2.
Yeah, if they're not careful, that's what definitely could become of this KA Masters kind of calm opening few laps here at the front. This is not calm at all. Paul Elefante going at it for 3rd, and Rob, I think they don't have any hope like you do that they might get to the top 2. They're fighting for P3.
Yeah, it became very apparent that this was no longer a scrap to potentially finish in 2nd. All about where you're going to start in the 2nd row. You can see Miguel Mir got hung out to dry. A late move, but a good move still to the inside of turn number 9 for Elefante. And that left Mir to do nothing but get on the brakes off the throttle. And of course, that allowed Rivas to get a much better run out of turn number 9. He ends up taking the 4th spot when they get down into turn number 10. So Mir now has to turn things around, see if he can't get his way back forward. But 100% now, a 2-driver battle to see who gets the pole for the main. Crivelli versus Fonseca. 6 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps remaining. Franco Crivelli, for the first time in what feels like a minute, took a look over the shoulder coming out of turn number 6 to check back on Charlie Fonseca just to make sure he's still there. He remembered passing him. He probably can hear him, but he's probably at the same point surprised that maybe Charlie hasn't tried anything quite yet. So another big run into that major break zone, another passing zone kind of ticked off, and there's only 1 more, and then just 1 more lap around for Charlie to bring the fight back to Franco, or will he ride there and hold his cards for the main event, which is something you can kind of do the luxury of having a bit of an edge over the field and also not having the biggest field in the world here. You can be a bit more conservative, Rob.
Yeah, they don't give the trophies out for the pre-finals, do they? You might as well get all you have here for the main event. We'll see whether or not he tries to go by to retain that pole position he got from qualifying. Charlie Fonseca, wide move coming out into turn number 6 right now. A little bit of defensive cover down for Crivelli, but as they work through turn number 7, only a couple more spots here in the lap. Fonseca to get that position back.
Up and over the curbing here, through the kink, now to the grid corner. Not a lot of defending, just a little bit. And in fact, he got a great exit out of that grid section. So now Charlie will have to think better of it. Ultimately, that was a big decision there. A smart one though, Rob. Again, they don't hand out trophies in this one. It's just to stack up which lane they line up on for the main.
He had a big look to the inside, but really didn't get into the braking zone. He's going to come home as he pushes over the final couple corners here through 13 and 14. Clean win there. Crivelli goes down to the air box to choke it down a little bit. He'll take the win by 74 thousandths of a second over Fonseca. Elefante in 3rd, Rivas 4th. Mir not able to get back around Rivas over the last couple of laps. He'll take P5. Scott Carapaletti in 6th. A couple spots up for Scott Falcone. Not a factor at all, but he did able to get his way up from 9th into the 7th spot. So Falcone 7th, Gutierrez 8th. Monday Lawyer falls to 9th, and Tommy Gershner goes up into P10.
With that, another grid is just about set, and granted, it was tame at the end if he joined us midway through that race, but we have still continued to be marred with a bit of chaos at a racetrack that lends itself to aggressive racecraft and lots of heavy braking zones that are so tempting for so many drivers. Enzo Di Gennaro knows this place pretty well so far. This is weekend number 3 in a row for him at minimum. I don't know whether or not he joined the rest of the field that it had a rain-soaked rock event, but a great Rotax doubleheader here this past 2 weeks for Enzo. Scored himself a ticket to compete in the Rotax Grand Finals, represent Team USA there, and he's parlayed that momentum into a pull award in Mini Swift and the newly formed official merger, marriage, if you will, Rob, of Super Tune USA, Ben Crunden, and Carolyn Motorsports USA is, again, at the forefront of the cadet class.
Yeah, Enzo Di Gennaro, very impressive in qualifying. The fast lap of 59.190 over Benja Fernandez. That will be your front row when they line him up to come out of the final corner. William Vitor in the 113. Great qualifying run for him as well. Jake Manalio will round out the top 4.
Back to row number 5, or row number 3, starting in position number 5. Zane Burgess in the 156 also won a ticket last weekend at the end of the Rotax Winter Trophy. He enters this weekend with actually a pretty good shot at his first mini title, but he needs to beat a number of drivers that are ready and eager, long awaiting probably their chance in the limelight, like Aston Wyatt, who has been knocking on the door of his first Mini Swift major win in quite a few events at the latter half of 2024. Cameron Johnson also another driver taking advantage of all the racing that's been available here in the Sunshine State the past few weeks. The Merlin driver will line up alongside Florida native Maxwell Macha and former Supernats champ at that in the 174.
Cap off your top 10 with Santiago Orioli on the inside, Cooper Lopez on the outside. The fastest driver from the slow group of qualifying, Pax Romero. Still an impressive lap, puts him 11th alongside Nathan Ramirez on row number 6.
Lawrence Perriman, Lucas Bertagna, Brendan Shore, Julian Malo, Eric Wojciechowski, Colton Schniegenberg back on row number 9, Luca Becquerel, and Mikey Collins back on row 10. Complete your top 20 starters. Here's a quick look as we'll flurry them on by the rest of the field. It's 36 deep. You saw the pair of MPG Kart Republics, Danny O'Gara, Dominic Gaddis. They won't be at the back for long. Here we are, 8 laps once again, pre-final action. And sadly, both cadet categories will not get the green on their first try at it, Rob.
Yeah, and you saw a number of drivers a little further back putting their hands down, like trying to calm people down. Nope, we were still up on the throttle. Very quick coming into the start box. Again, a number of waved off starts, both cadet categories waving off. Let's hope we don't go 3 wave offs like we did in Micro earlier today.
So that will already burn 1 lap, I believe, for the field. They've not counted it yet. It will probably update here in a moment that we've got down to 7 laps remaining. But unlike the Micros, at least by Mini, Enzo De Gennaro and Benja Fernandez, they learned their lessons enough that you don't need to slow down until the last bit of the circuit to bring the field together, to let them form up behind you and to begin to make some waves at the finish line to rev them back up. So this will be a much shorter wave around than what we experienced earlier. That put us a couple of minutes back. But altogether said, still, it's been a pretty smoothly run day to this point. Kudos to the SuperKarts USA officials. They were quick with their lunch break to try and eat up as much time as they could from anything after qualifying and the 2 KA Junior Pre-Finals that both featured a lot of action. We got some issues further back. That's the 141 has stalled.
Jaden Spielman.
So Jaden Spielman still trying to refire. We'll get a few more moments before they will ultimately end Jaden's race, or at least attempts to rejoin it. Here's another official on the front stretch signaling. Keep the speed down, boys and girls. Wait till the blue cones. Will it be good enough? Yes, it will. Here we go for Mini Swift racing down to the first corner.
It looks like Di Gennaro able to get the lead, but one driver's Xander off, 2 of them off further back, one of the 137 sliding it into the wall.
Schmiegenberg tagging the wall there with that GWR Tony Kart. The other one that went wide, Jake Manalio, as there's more contact in turn 5, 2-3 karts collected, and that could have gotten really nasty, Rob. One of the RPG Cosmics going into the corner got basically driven up and over and hitting the right shoulder. He was the first one to drive away, though, adrenaline pumping and not wanting to give up or lose anything more. As the leaders head down the backstretch for the first time, Enzo De Gennaro right back to Benja Fernandez, who was able to survive, starting on the outside lane. And then third on back is a Frenzy. That's a move from,
Orioli.
Yeah, Santi Orioli up a good amount of position. Big move to the inside now. Benja through on De Gennaro. Fernandez will lead at the end of lap 1. Back to third with William Vitor, Burgess, and then indeed Orioli 5 up on the first circuit.
Yeah, no doubt that Benja Fernandez likes to be up front. He does not really love being in second spot. I think he likes to be out front, doing the best he can. He put it to the inside early, but here comes De Janeiro right back at him in turn number 5. So he's more than happy to go up front again. But you got to watch here right now. William Vitor closing up on them. This is when you don't want to be battling too early. That's some more chaos a little further back.
Oh, around goes the 119. It's one of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins, Rob. Towards the rear as we've got a move from Aston Wyatt.
Wojciechowski.
Eric Wojciechowski started just inside the upper half as we rocket down the back straightaway. Aston Wyatt, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart colors, new for this year for the Texan. He'll take him to third, and Zane Burgess is getting swarmed. Moving forward, that's one of the HRI Mexico entries of Amalo going by side, Lawrence Perriman, contact with Lopez on the CRG. And the side-by-side kind of portion of the pack going down and down position-wise till eventually you spread them out and we find a gap for everyone to get in line. But it feels like almost like filters through the pack. And here's another move. This one, Orioli going by on Zane Burgess. He'll go right back by. Those two have had a lot of fights we've gotten to call over the last year, Rob.
Yeah, that's for 6th and 7th, and they've got the elbows up, going back and forth. Neither one of them wants to let the other guy be the pace setter. They keep digging and trying to find those positions. Again, Orioli and Zane Burgess head down a little further back. There again is the number 128 of Perriman battling it out with, at one point was Cooper Lopez. Brandon Shore now up in the fight here as well. But a lot of racing outside the top 3, top 4, top 5. Everybody scrapping further back. Cameron Johnson grabbing another position there, making a move to the inside of Nathan Ramirez. So a lot of racing here deeper in the field. That's allowing the front couple of drivers to stretch away. De Janeiro and Fernandez, but here we go, side by side, a potential look to the inside. Who is that? Is that Vitor?
Yeah. William Vitor. He has been so strong here to start 2025, Rob, for a young man who maybe wasn't too much in the conversation at the end of last season, and only a handful of big race starts last year as well. He is right in the thick of things. But Supernat champ Benja Fernandez is quick to remind him who was the champ in November. He leads us back over towards the sweeper.
Yeah, stuffed it back in turn number 5. Turn number 6. We talked about that in the Masters class. Not the best place to pass unless you get a really good run through. Maybe a little easier in these the classes with the smaller go-karts as well, right? The bigger karts, wider karts, a little bit of trouble going through turn number 6. If you're trying to make that move to the inside, you will bring more people back into the fight. And that's not all said and done yet either. Aston Wyatt closing up right now from P4. Got a big run on them coming out of turn number 9 to the turn number 10. So that gap that they had from third back to fourth is over almost a full second and a half. That last lap is going to shrink in a big way. 1.349 last time by. How about just 0.571, about 8 or 9.
Oh no.
Oh, is that Burgess?
Burgess and Orioli, they have collided again, and this time it is exiting the last turn onto the front straightaway. Burgess broken down in front of the field trying to get going. Orioli, both of them not able to come to an agreement of who was at fault as Santi goes to work on the chain. Zane will have to wait on the whole field to go by. Both to the rear, 3 to go, and that rivalry.
I was going to say, you talked about it, Xander, how they were battling it out all last year. You don't want to see that kind of mistake happen in a pre-final. It just changes your entire day. You mentioned the drop. Is this going to be a drop for both of these drivers here now having to come from deep in the field? Although they will be 2 good drivers to watch coming from the tail of what will be, 34, 35 kart field coming from the back. So a lot of fun to watch these guys coming. But they are not going to be the contention for the race win in main event time.
1 week ago, 7 days to the moment almost, Enzo De Janeiro had to do just that, Rob, after winning a pre-final on track. Lost it in tech, drove back from 31st to 3rd. Right now he's fighting to start first, and it nearly just went away for him as William Vitor climbed onto the rear bumper.
Vitor doing a good job to keep it on the racetrack. Could easily have gone 4 wheels off, coming through 3-4 after they made contact. There's a driver closing up from behind them as well, the 166 of Julian Malo. He is in P5 and is pushing hard to close up to these drivers battling up front. Again, great run for Malo. Aston Wyatt last time I had the fastest lap, and book it. He goes through. He'll go to the inside as well of Enzo De Janeiro. Let's move Wyatt to P2.
Aston Wyatt's black and red machine looks sporty, Rob. He's been clicking off good times lap after lap right now. He's got clean tires. They're looking to be working at the perfect time for him. 2 car lengths away from the lead, headed for the white flag, and probably the most momentum out of anyone in the main pack. Let's see what the number 21 does as they head down the front stretch. Benja Fernandez takes a look back, and it's 2 cars, but a change of the 2 of them in that group as William Vitor is just trying to recover right now in that 4th spot ahead of Julian Malo.
Yeah, and Malo's closing up. Here you go now. Already a defensive run to the inside for Fernandez. Look at the guy back there, De Janeiro. He's going to try to do the over-under. Not quite enough. Wyatt went from 4th to 3rd, now trying to go for a bid for the lead. And a great run there for De Janeiro in the back. He realizes he can take those wide berths, potentially coming away with a better run. Here's a big one here. Wyatt's going to go to the inside, and there it is. Contact with Wyatt, and Fernandez coming out of turn number 9. Look who's into the lead, Enzo De Janeiro.
Yeah, he sent it, and Benja was trying his hardest to hang on. He'll end up 4th, now side by side for 5th with the 166 of Julian Malo, going a little wide with the dirt on the tires. Last turn, De Janeiro blocks low. Aston Wyatt will get close. I don't know if he'll have the run. I don't think it will be there. Give it to the Paralyn. Enzo De Janeiro will win the pre-final in Mini Swift over a close call by the Nitro of Aston Wyatt.
58 thousandths of a second at the line. De Janeiro did the, like as I had said, the over-under. He was trying to set him up every corner as they were battling. Fernandez and Wyatt able to take advantage of the contact they had over in turn number 9. He comes away with the victory, able to hold off Wyatt in the final couple of corners there. Of course, the run to the line as well. William Vitor, who was on the edge and potentially falling back, holds on to P3. Great run for William. Benja Fernandez, after that contact in turn number 9, ends up finishing in 4th. Julian Malo in 5th. Then you got to go back a number of seconds to Cameron Johnson on that Merlin, working his way up to 6th. Luca Becquerel in 7th spot. Brandon Shore, Lawrence Perriman, Maxwell Master rounding out the top 10.
So there you have it, folks. Another grid provisionally is set. Now, take a look back at how far you got to go to find Zane Burgess, 30th. For Zane, Colton Schneegenberg backed it into the wall, nearly into the container village in turn number 2. He ends up across the line 22nd. And then Santi Orioli, Liam Nachawati, a scratch for this week, I think. So I don't believe that's a DNF for him.
Scratch, I think.
But for Santi Orioli, furthest back of the top starters. 32nd, Zane Burgess, 30th. They'll have a long road ahead of them to get to the front of the grid. Let's check in with that front of the grid as well here, Rob. Magic Kart USA back again for February. AJ Myers picks up where Danny Formal left off, and that's trying to bring the fight to last year's #1 flight. AJ said, well, last year, as good as we were, we still never won a Pro Tour race. We were fast at Vegas, but it got us again. He wants to find a little bit more, and what a great way could it be to kick off Sonic Competition USA debut weekend by winning here in Florida. Mateus Morgado last month was the bridesmaid in nearly every session. He was that again in qualifying. He needs to turn that around to get a little momentum running, you think, towards the Pro Tour, Rob?
Listen, that's what this Winter Series is all about, right? It is kind of a little bit of a shaking out the cobwebs of spring training, if you will, but indeed building that momentum, showing what you've got heading into the Pro Tour, which again is only, 6 weeks from now, 7 weeks from now before we get to Texas for the Winter Nationals. So yeah, you come out of this Winter Series with momentum, like a driver like Gavin Bailiff showing so well here. That's what you need. You need momentum, you need confidence leading into the Pro Tour season.
Yeah, Gavin said he has felt really, really good on his new machine. Only second full race weekend in a gearbox category. And how about a welcome back to the wild thing? Andrew Boydeshow returns to Pro Shifter karting competition this year after a couple of years hiatus. It's been a busy life off track for Andrew Boydeshow. His brother Robbie has helped AJ Myers and the Magic crew most weekends, but Andrew is a sight for sore eyes, and we're happy to have one of the funniest drivers off track and one of the most entertaining drivers to watch on the racetrack back. His first race weekend behind the wheel has him starting alongside a former Star Championship Series champ in Vincenzo Saraceno, who yesterday was up and down the leaderboard, Rob, probably more than anyone else. He'd love to get a little bit of normality going here today.
Yeah, both he and Justin White very impressive back in January. Then we'll move, of course, over into the number 27, the Canadian Lucas Delanchon in the 9th position starting spot in the Burrell Art machine. We see Lucas out here in a 6-speed gearbox to have some fun here this weekend. He'll start alongside number 12, Charles Gauthier as well. So Gauthier right there, another one of the Red Army drivers getting ready to roll off here. That will be, those drivers will be running 5.
You've only got just a handful more, but it's beginning to get closer to our Masters drivers here on the weekend. How about one of the Croc motion machines? Haven't seen a Croc Pro shifter package in a little bit. We've got in total a couple faces we didn't also get to see. Danny Clement, not the only one from that first month. Anthony Martella now back here. Nick D'Andrea in the Sodi Racing USA machine back for February for some more action. Tyler Gilboa behind him there, you can see as well on the DRT Racing entry in the Master Shifter category. So Skitchy Barnes, the points leader and last year's Winter Series champ. CJ Bowman, new colors across the way, new go-kart, same driver from a month ago. The number 28 moves from the MPG Motorsports camp to the Magic Kart crew. And it'll be blue, yellow, or bluish orange, and white in his future.
Tail of the field to be that number 45 Sodi Kart driver. That is Gabriel Hagoon in the 13th position. Of course, the three drivers to wrap it all up here: Skitchy Barnes, Tyler Gilboa, and Rennie Martinelli, the three drivers we have in Masters here this weekend.
We're ready for it all from Orlando Kart Center, folks. One more pre-final, and then it's full-on main event racing. Obviously, Rob, we were racing under the lights a month ago with how late in the day that everything ran. We're running much closer to where we'd like to be time-wise here. This time around for Saturday, only a couple moments away from going green with our last pre-final that was slated just about 10 minutes prior. And again, we had a couple slow pace laps that definitely don't help things. Pro Shifter makes things usually pretty easy because there's no pacing. There's an out lap, a lineup, and it's a board that starts with the pre-rack. And then after them, we go back to kind of those longer distance style main events. 18 laps for full size, 16 for the cadet categories. I think that will probably put a bit more of a calm nature to that frantic driving we saw from lap 1 to lap 8.
Yeah, the longer runs within a 25-minute window. First means we're going to be able to get right back on time. And number 2, you're right, there's a lot more time to get work done, to get yourself back forward. Those 8-lappers, really, you can see drivers getting anxious and really trying to get themselves forward.
Well, I will say, I think in Pro Shifter, these two drivers are able to really maximize a day like today where you don't have a lot of cars around you. You're able to focus on your race pace, and it's so critical at the end of those long Pro Tour main events to be able to be fast. Lap 20, lap 22, I mean, that's changed the dynamic in all three of the Pro Tour mains last year and the Super Nats final. But then at the same point, you've got to be good in the opening couple laps because we know we're expecting a lot more drivers to continue to join the Pro Shifter field when we kind of bring the East and the West together. Andy Saisman, you were at the Challenge of the Americas last weekend. Of course, Michael Avancino won in Pro Shifter. He had a great opening year in the category, running in the top 10 at the Super Nats and at the Pro Tour as well. But we'll finally get that clash at Houston. Factory Karts will be there. GFC will be there. CRG will be in force. Hopefully we'll get to see the Ital Kart boys. I've heard good things that they've got a big lineup hopefully on the docket for this year.
Yep.
So, we're going to see all the major brands together, and you're going to need to be good in the opening couple laps. When you start so close, you're going to need to be good at the end of a long run. And so for AJ and Mateus, and for Gavin Bailiff and the rest of the field as well, having a slightly lighter grid, it might almost be preferred because they're not going to be battling so much as they will be working on pace at different parts of the run.
Indeed, and this is the sides that obviously have an AJ Myers come back out here. Mateus Morgado on ekartingnews.com's driver ranking from last year. Morgado ended up as driver of the year in shifters. AJ Myers was P3. Gavin Bailiff came in 21st, but with those results that he had from January, when we do our first Q1 calculation, when David sits down and gets to work on the spreadsheet, you can be guaranteed Gavin Bailiff is going to be in the top 15. And you got these guys back here to battle out some more. This is a great field. Again, precursor of what we're going to see. Everybody's going to come together when we get to Houston, though, in March.
Well, your front row definitely had a coming together the last time. They were really all on the racetrack in this type of format. The Super Nats is a bit of an anomaly. And in the case of AJ and Mateus, well, AJ said, he was on Mateus' bumper in the main event, and he just didn't have what the number 1 plate did to go forward like Morgado did. But when they both were fast and they were fighting for a Pro Tour title, it ended in calamity. Now, this is a test weekend. Both drivers have been pretty open about saying that they're maybe not necessarily holding back. but not taking it to heart if the pace isn't there in the go-kart. They're wanting to race, they want to beat each other. At that same point, they really want to make sure they last the full distance to maximize the testing, because you can go and drive at any track on your own, Rob, but as you know, not every track blackens the line like it does right here in our camera shot from 400 go-karts driving over the course of it for 5 straight weekends.
The interesting thing about today as well is the fact that Morgado, I think, can clinch the championship, right? As well, with Formel not being here, first or second very much locks the championship down for Morgado as well. So maybe that's in the back of the mind a little bit. I would think probably not. He'll probably just go battle it out with AJ tooth and nail. But the bottom line is that Morgado could be a driver who comes away with the championship here today.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rob. With the drops factored in, and something that these drivers won't really be focused on probably for their division at the SKUSA Pro Tour, you can be a bit more aggressive. At that same point, we talked about how you kind of got to worry that you may have a bad race. You never know when it'll go, but it's also that mulligan that they didn't have last year. They probably won't this year in their division either. So you've got to be perfect. But at the Winter Series, 4 mains, best 3 out of 4 count towards your points total. You can take a few risks. You can try a few things. Doesn't always have to mean just going for a crazy move. It might just mean trying to make a hefty setup swing that you never really had the guts or the courage to do on a regular basis. But either way, the first start, setting the tone for the weekend. It comes out of the whole shot here, Rob, and we're ready.
Field set. Let's go to the lights, and we'll get things underway here. Myers on the inside, Morgado on the outside. Green, 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 and a whole shot for Myers. Very strong off the line for AJ Myers. The remainder of the field scrapping it out. You see 3 of the PSL drivers, the Barrel Arc drivers, battling it out further back. Otherwise, Myers goes to the lead. Big move down the inside for Boyer. Shows he's side by side with Justin White.
He already got the better of Vincenzo Saraceno, and now there's a bit of a hiccup there from Andrew. A little bit of rust showing as he kind of missed his shift, it looked like, going through turn number 6. Then gives a little bumper through the sweeper section. He falls back into 6. Right behind him there, Scott Presti on the Kart promotion machine, the Masters driver with different colors this week. And down the backstretch, he wants to go for it. And Andrew says not at all, as there is quite a bit of infighting amongst the Red Army boys further back in the field. But the leader of the Barrel Arc crew is only second. The Magic Man takes lap 1, 7 to go.
Xander, I think that maybe Presti's running as a pro shifter driver this weekend as well, right? I don't think he's in that Masters category, although he could be. He's running in the pro shifter class, so you need only the 3 Masters drivers. You see the 2 Marinellos lining up there as well behind Gavin Bailiff, Justin White, and Vincenzo Saraceno. Bailiff looking for another podium finish, and of course just trying to see if he can't get that second row starting spot, although if he has the pace, maybe reel in Morgado and go for another spot. Early on, second lap here running. There's Burdishow, as you said there, into the 6th spot. Scott Presti, Charles Gauthier, Lucas Delongchamp, and Ashton Henkel rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Burdishow and Presti having a great fight there. Big pack at the back of the top 10 also, kind of inside or outside of it. The Masters drivers looking on, trying to hang on. Gabriel Holguin was the one that was off frame in the dirt, turns 1 and 2 on that opening circuit. But you got the 5 karts that have kind of broken away a bit up front, started to separate a little. And then you've got that swarm behind Andrew, and then the third group around the racetrack. Now, you talked points earlier as well, Rob. Obviously, Morgado keeps clinching with Danny gone, but Gavin Bailiff as well as Justin White kind of traded the points behind those 2 drivers in the opening round. So you talk about Gavin helping add to the brand with Trinity Karting Group, switching from Kart Republic to become the TKG Barrel Art USA, or Barrel Art USA by Trinity Karting Group brand. Adding a second Barrel Art in the Pro Shifter field once front of it in Winter Series, making it a 1-2 on debut. I mean, that would be a nice welcome party, I think, to close out February.
Yeah, 100% to get the season started off for the drivers in the Red Army to get a couple big results in the Winter Series. Out front, everybody's settling in nicely right now. Again, no real attacks early. The top 5 has been the same essentially from the get-go. Again, the same battle further back with Burdishow and Presti running in 6th and 7th. Gauthier, Longchamp, and now Bowman up into the top 10. He's able to get by Henkel. Martinelli leading the way over Tyler Gilboa and Scotty Barnes in the shifter class right now. Martinelli, a veteran shifter car driver, has been doing a lot of racing over the last number of years here in Florida. We saw him run some Pro Tour stuff earlier in the years of the Pro Tour. Has done it in a number of seasons, but maybe we'll see him back here in 2025.
out of that last turn. You can see Gavin Bailiff and Justin White kind of yo-yoing for third right now. Andrew Boydishow, not much different, ahead of Presti. Yeah, you're right, Rob. I only mentioned Masters because that's where we've been used to seeing Scott Presti, but how about it for himself, Andrew Boydishow? Neither one of these two drivers are 16-year-old spring chickens. They are out there running ahead of a number of young guns and kind of blending in nicely for two that have a full-time day job. Now, AJ up the road, he does as well. Mateus Morgado, full-time go-kart driver, driver coach, and everything else you can fit in the description for being an industry member. And we've got the pair of them closing just a little bit. Last time by, the gap was 3.5 tenths. I'd be willing to bet that it's probably a little closer now. What is going to be the margin headed to 3 laps to go? Is it down to less than 2? It's less than 3. That was a half-tenth gain.
Yeah, and back-to-back laps quicker than Myers on that one there. He went purple lap before, 5 laps down, 3 to go. Morgado Kart B coming in, he did a 50.228 and backed up with a 50.349. So the pace is there, he's closing. It's within 0.3 of a second, as Xander had said. But AJ Myers, you got to have more than just a little extra pace to be able to get by Myers. They'll come through turns number 7, 8, 9, back onto the straightaway. Myers surveying the gap as they come down into turn number 10. And not quite close enough yet for a pass, potentially from Morgado, but you guarantee there's still lots of work to be done for him and potentially able to go by on that next lap.
Yeah, he is setting him up, it feels like here. Mateus Morgado just staying close, lurking, maybe learning a little bit. And his teammate on the other hand, he's the prey. Gavin Bailiff still has those two hungry Marinellos right behind him. Only about 2 car lengths away to Justin White and Vincenzo Saracino. He'll fade low in turn 5. Keep them at bay for now. Trying to make sure he doesn't make a mistake and potentially miss a shift or spin the tires. Out of 6, I think it'll hold strong. He should be good. And Andrew Boydishow, to his credit, he finally seemed to be pulling away from the mad scramble with Presti and Gauthier. You can see the gaps opened a little from the pair of them back to the number 12 machine. So a little bit of safety there.
Xander, you think about the top 5, how the drivers in their particular machines right now have experience in those chassis, right? You've got Myers, who's been with Magic Kart obviously from the get-go. Morgado, obviously with PSL on the Burrell Art, big, of course, championship last year. Justin White and Vincenzo Saracino been behind the wheel of the Marinellos for a couple of years as well. Gavin Bailiff is the outlier here. He's the one that really only picked up the Burrell late in the season, really probably in January after Trinity Karting Group becoming partners with Burrell Art, with PSL Karting to essentially be Trinity Karting Group TKG Burrell Art USA. So this kid does not have near as much time on this material, and he's battling with a guy, Justin White, who's been on that Marinello for quite a while. So that's the one that I think note here is the fact that he's doing a great job, his Bailiff, holding on to the spot really early in his understanding of that chassis.
With just a quarter of a lap to go here, he looks like a seasoned pro and very comfortable on the brakes on it, only for, again, second race weekend experiencing that machine. Justin White will not be able to do anything to the 64 for third. It'll be the same story for Morgado up front. Myers clinches the pre-final under heavy pressure, but he never cracked, and Mateus Morgado never really made much of an attempt either. He just kind of stayed in line, bided his time, and probably made a ton of mental notes to bring back to the PSL karting pit area. So another session in the books. It's our last one before main events roll around. The Magic Man from a whole shot, able to stand on top and tall amongst the pro shifter field. And for Rene Martinelli, Tyler Gilbo, well, something happened sadly to Sketchy Barnes. It was not a strong race for him. It was a close grouping, looks like, from the gaps here at the end between the 615 and 654 Master Shifter.
Yeah, Barnes was out on lap number 3, so very likely a mechanical for Sketchy Barnes. Not sure what happened there, but Martinelli his fast lap, a 51.607, Gilboa 51.957. So indeed, Martinelli with a couple of tenths of a second overall. He was quicker by 1.7 at the end. That was the margin between first and second in the Masters category. So Martinelli looking good here, P13 overall, but the winner in the Masters category. Myers, there he is right there, got the job done, started on pole, capitalized for a race win. He'll maintain that pole for the main event this afternoon. Fast lap though, Morgado quicker by over a tenth at 50.228 to Myers 50.411. So what do you think? You think AJ's figuring he got a little bit more work to do, wants to find a little bit more of that machine?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have someone that close on your heels, you got to think that, you know, especially with the pro shifter having the preferred lane almost be the off-pole lane, that he's holding back. So Mateus Morgado kept it close, was able to get a lot of great intel on AJ, and AJ could only really kind of guess based off of, you know, when he heard that he was close and where he thought he might have felt a little bit weaker on his own. The two of them will still have a bit of an edge over the rest of the drivers populating the screen now with the likes of White, Bailiff, and Saraceno, albeit all of them are, I'd say, a little closer than in January. But yeah, I think AJ probably feels like he needs a little more, and I think Mateus might say something similar as well. You know, these are big time test sessions for most of these drivers.
Yeah, nobody's going to sit on their laurels, is what you're saying. they're all going to be looking for a little bit more here of Saraceno's machine getting up on the stand as well before he heads into the tech barn. But Xander, main events are up next. Pre-final's done. Time to go main event racing.
Yeah, we're already on to it. Quickly getting ourselves back about onto schedule. The B final getting ready to roll here in KA100 Junior. Beyond Bindi, first driver, sadly out of the main. These drivers will not transfer. This is the consolation race for them after having issues in the morning pre-final. So Beyond Bindi, Talon Laney, Paulo Uregui, David Vasquez, then Leo De Silva, Keith Lewis Jr., Mason Berry, Grayson Walcott, Juan Jose Paramo, Ryan Ford, and Tristan Murphy he's slated to start 7th as well, but I don't believe he has been in timing loop. Neither is Walcott, and surprisingly, I don't think Bindi may be on track either. So maybe a few drivers out of the B final. There's Beyond Bindi in the 851.
So we got 10 there.
Yeah, so we do have everyone besides Murphy from the looks of it. Back to Mort, Paramo, and man, what a heartbreaker was for Tristan Murphy. You go from, you know, 0 to 0. We saw that with Nico Katowski last month running so good. A bunch of kids. I mean, they would be in the fight for the lead and the win, and then end up crashed out in the pre-final. And now, well, all you get to do is race a main event, but it's on the sidelines for the real one.
Let's get an update from David Cole regarding Scott Barnes in that Masters race. Xander, flat tire out of lap.
Heartbreaker for Skitchy. We'll keep an eye on him as he luckily has a little bit of a shorter grid to drive through than some of the other classes to get back to where he needs to be. It'll be a little bit fresher rubber as they head into the tram lines. It looks like Beyond Bindi's a bit confused of where he's supposed to be, and that will get us waved on the start. They'll have to let Bindi know, hey, you're supposed to go inside those white lines, not in the middle of the pair of them. For a start, especially when you're the pole sitter.
Yeah, you kind of hope they'll dive into the right tram line. We'll see if Bindi figures this out. He may get to help him to get back around and get pulled to get in. Actually, he may get waved. This will be interesting. The fact that it's not like it was a slow start. He was actually in the wrong position. So we'll see what happens here for Beyond Bindi. Yeah,
it looks like he's already kind of gotten back to where he needs to be. So Beyond Bindi right now through the sweeper. Still good on that BJR LN card, I believe. And with one lap that'll be scrubbed, they'll still have plenty of racing to go. 17 laps, lengthy mains, short pre-finals. Again, no room for error, no room for any hiccups of any kind, but this will be a lengthy one that'll allow us to kind of catch our breath, because it's been rack 'em up and go since the start of the day, Rob. We have been kicking things off at 8 a.m. with warm-ups. Qualifying kicked off at 9:15. Ran the KA Junior Pre-Finals before the lunch break. They're the only ones that did. And then since then, it's just been race after race after race, staying right on top of the game. And we're into our first of a grand total of 8 main event sessions. Actually, 9 technically, with this being counted as a main, but the B main. So 9 sessions over 9 divisions with Pro and Master Shifter combined.
Let's see if we can get this one dialed in correctly when they come back around here. Once again, Beyond Bindi, as we said, needs to be a little bit further to the right of the racetrack as he comes out here out of turn number 13 through the little quick bend of turn 14. See if he gets into the tram line here this time. He does not. So this isn't going to go over well. Oh, he's finally coming back.
Realizes error.
That'll be a penalty anyways, coming into that line. That is tough. We will go green flag racing. As Bindi finally getting into the spot he needs to get into. From the outside of the front row, though, we're going to go to the lead here. Everybody else clean and green through turns number 1, 2, and 3.
So through the chicane we go, and down to turn number 5 with Talon Laney, as Bindi's going to get roughed up a little bit. Going on by, that look to be Paul Uregui and Keith Lewis Jr. in the middle. Big send down the inside. That's the Vice Racing entry in Lewis. And I don't know which. Might have been Vasquez that also kind of got a decent start there. So Paul Uregui on the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. That white front bumper, that's the 832 into second. Fabio Orsolon's driver there in third on the Orsolon Tony kart, and then a big move from Grayson Walcott on the Paralyn. He'll go from 8th to now 4th as we look to complete lap 1.
So a good opportunity, as we talked about before, top 20 for each of the pre-finals going to the main. These drivers here in the B main do not have an opportunity to transfer into the main, but they will get a full distance run here of 18 laps to get that track time they're looking for. Bindi makes a move to the inside of the 824 there. Vasquez, a little bit of contact on the exit of the corner. Lots of action here early on here.
Yeah, quite a bit of it in turn number 5, and off and around goes the 824. And sadly, that's not the action we wanted here in this B final. We wanted to have everyone get through a clean race after maybe some of the drivers ended up in this race by not having a clean pre-final. David Vasquez out at the, really, again, out all the way at the end of lap number 2.
Everybody else dialing in, getting things going here. You see Talon Laney out front. The gap was 1.1 seconds last time by. There's a move a little further back there. A little bump and run from the 898 of Keith Lewis Jr. He's able to make a move to the inside, get a spot there. But a good little battle here. 5 cars lining up, led by Lewis.
And down the inside, a big diver there. The 820 of Mason Berry on the GWR red and black Gillard. Then the 842, Juan Jose Paramo, that's the red and white machine of Ryan Mort. Started tail end of the field, couldn't quite get by on Leo Da Silva. Altogether, it's probably about maybe 5 in that main grouping because we've kind of spread out our leaders here. Talon Laney running away to try and evade the chaos. And so our spotlight is shining here on the Vice Racing colors, the blue, pink, and black Kart Republic P5.
Here he is there, working their way through that little left-right chicane that leads you back onto the straightaway. Here's a little defensive move down the inside, not quite enough. Bindi holding onto that spot there. Drivers in front of him, though. Ooh, little pass a little further back as well. Nice move there by the 809, I believe, of Leo Da Silva. Otherwise, some good racing through the field. This is what you want for these young drivers, right? They didn't make the A main, but let's have some hardcore racing over long distance as well. Xander, a lot of times when you have a last chance qualifier, it's a shorter race. These drivers in the B main getting that full distance, 18 laps. And that's an experience you need to do. You need to have that experience of being able to race hard, 18 straight laps, and fight over the last couple of circuits to potentially go for a solid finishing position.
Big move to the inside. Juan Jose Paramo there in the 842 goes by to take over the 5th position with help from Mason Berry from Keith Lewis Jr. And as you check in on the lap times here, just really getting going. As you mentioned, Rob, Talon Laney breaking away, but last lap he gave up a lot. Grayson Walcott caught him, and oh no!
That's a big contact coming out of turn number 9 there. A couple of drivers together, at least one up and over top of the other. I think 2 are involved. They're hard into the barriers on the outside of turn number 9, but both drivers, as you can see, in the dust, they're able to get out of their carts early. That's great to see. So contact further back, Xander, in turn number 9.
Mason Berry and Juan Jose Paramo now on your screen. Where will they populate up to? That was Paul Uregui involved, and who was our other one? May have only been, no, he crossed the loop as well. Who did we end up losing out of that one?
Ryan Mort and Leo Da Silva, potentially.
There you have it, yeah, they'll drop down. So that was 2 drivers fighting for the 8th position. They were nose hard in the wall there. Hopefully both drivers are okay. Obviously we've stayed green so far, so imagine the best. Well, Grayson Walcott is now in the best spot. Walcott has gone to the lead.
You see both the carts off the racetrack there. The contact obviously coming into the apex of that. They went straight off into the barriers. There is a lot of cushion room there. And as I said, it was good to see them quickly hop out of the carts. And at least within the dust we could see before we swapped to another camera shot. Nonetheless, drivers up front are putting their heads down to pull away. Grayson Walcott in the 844 has the lead over Talon Laney, who had led the first couple laps, Xander. But there's a long way to go. This isn't one of these 8-lap short pre-final. This is an 18-lapper. There's a long way to go for these guys.
Yeah, good amount of racing still left in this session, Rob. So Talon Laney, I mean, he can, as long as he can keep Grayson Walcott in his sights, he can just kind of ride there. No rush, no need to, really get right back at it and retake the lead. If he feels like he's got something good enough to hang on and maybe learn a little bit, take care of the equipment, right? We've been praising a lot of the drivers in the front of the field in the big classes for being able to do so and not fall backwards. Well, he's got a big enough gap. He doesn't really have to worry about falling backwards. A second and some change, nearly 2, back to Keith Lewis Jr. and Vion Bindi. With Mason Berry really hunting them down for 4th and 3rd, and that might allow the gap to get even bigger if they begin to fight.
Yeah, and I think you're right with Talon Laney. Obviously, we're on good racing lines. You can see that Walcott maybe a little tighter there coming into turn number 13 and push wide on the exit. Walcott, nice smooth over-under to be able to get a better run out of the corner. Didn't make a pass, but was a lot cleaner through that corner and a lot easier on the tires coming through there as well. Just came in on the number 842. That is Juan Jose Paramo, currently running in the 5th spot, about a second behind Vion Bindi.
Yeah, he is made up a couple spots just off of attrition right now. I think it's about kind of where his pace could be maybe a little bit better if he can make up a couple of positions. Here's Mason Berry with Paul Uregui. Looks like he's been able to get by for 6th as finally we get through the dirt section from where Brian Morton, Leo Da Silva went off, and I think around goes Vion Bindi, top of the screen back there in the hairpin. The BJR driver has spun back in turn number 11 out of 4th.
Wonder whether or not Paramo was there. He had closed up to within 0.3 of a second last time by the start-finish line, so I don't know whether Bindi and Paramo got together. Nonetheless, Bindi will fall down the order with the yellow flag fly on that corner, backwards looking down towards turn number 9. Leaders, of course, are all happening behind them. They're trying to get away by themselves right now. Keith Lewis Jr. trying to stay with them if he possibly can, but he's losing a couple of tenths of a second a lap. This is going to come down, I think, to a 2-driver battle. Walcott versus Laney, and if they stretch away, this will be nothing but 2 drivers to fight it out. Still a long way to go. We're only coming up to the halfway point right now. It'll be actually the cross halfway flag center this next time by. We'll have 9 in the books, 9 more to go. You can see Lewis back there putting the head down, still digging, and again, stay close enough that once they do start the fight, you're close enough to be in the scrap to potentially grab a spot.
Yeah, I mean, to Keith's credit, the last few laps where he maybe lose a little, he wouldn't lose all too much. This time by will be another good tell to see if he's able to stay within shouting distance. 1.9 seconds. Last time around to 58.4 for the leaders. They dropped to 58.5. And Lewis only gives up a 0.5 even with them pushing at points. So just maybe he's able to kind of close back up to the top 2 drivers with a little bit of racing action, and we're getting some.
That's it.
There it is. New leader, Talon Laney back to the front. And Keith Lewis Jr. will happily take maybe a 2 or 3 tenth swing back in the right direction.
And Lewis has good pace. A 58.254 is his fast lap. His fast lap is over a tenth quicker than that of Talon Laney. He's just got to put them down right now, make sure he gets the most he can out of his kart. He's trying to close back up as these drivers start to battle. I'm surprised. Oh, that's a big mistake there for Laney. He misses the apex of turn number 10, Xander.
Yeah, I think maybe he got a bit too confident in how good the track felt coming through. There was so much dirt that got wiped onto the surface, and then you carry that on your tires all the way to the next brake zone when you really can scrape it off, if you will, and through the next probably half a lap to a lap, all stemming from that crash with Leo Da Silva and Ryan Moore. Although maybe it's more than just that here, as he is all over the place, Rob. A full-on drift kart there through turn 22 last time.
Sliding like crazy, wasn't it? You wonder what may have happened to have it slide like that. The dirt, if he had dirt in the tires, would have been gone by that point. So he is definitely got a handful of the go-kart right now. We'll see if he's able to kind of rebound and get back at it.
They roll through the S's now, or the sweeper really, then the quick S-style chicane, and turn 10 to go down the backstretch to the hairpin at turn 11. And this is kind of the break that Keith Lewis Jr. needed to close back up to get a bit of a toe off the leader. Talon Laney trying to back it up. I think still slid a bit through that hairpin corner. And it's just like in a radar, diminishing return for good news. It's almost worse here for bad news. It will multiply. You kind of overheat the tires, you spin it, you get it a little bit sideways. They're going to be even hotter, even more susceptible to losing grip, and it just keeps overheating and you build on some bad momentum. That's why you have to almost kind of start driving under the limit when you go backwards or have a moment like that in a bigger field main event. But in this case, Talon Laney best thing he can do is maybe almost point Keith Lewis Jr. by and hope that the speed that has been shown so far could take him back up to Walcott, because they're over a second away, and he doesn't have anything to worry about, because this is how far back you have to go for the fight for fourth. Juan Jose Paramo, Mason Berry, fourth and fifth, nearly 4 seconds back from second and third here, Rob, with 6 laps to go.
And it's a heated battle as well. That's the big thing for the drivers up front, running 1, 2, 3. It's the fact that fourth and fifth are really scrapping it out right now here for the spot. They're not thinking about closing back up. They're fighting themselves to see who's going to come P4. No doubt about it. They are not working together. And again, that's going to help Lewis and Laney potentially reel back in Walcott, not having to worry at all about anybody else behind him.
Grayson Walcott on the parallel, a 1.3 second lead to Talon Laney. Juan Jose Paramo, 5.3 seconds back. Mason Berry, 5.4 back. Paul Uregui back 10 seconds on the leaders. 2 seconds up on Dion Bindi, who's trying to rebound from his early spin. He's closing back in for Paulo Uregui. And then David Vasquez back on that Ursulon Racing Tony Kart 8, kind of in no man's land. So these battles we've been hopping around to here and there in this B final. That's about all she's got so far. Let's see if Talon Laney, pushing Keith Lewis Jr. along, can maybe make a one last run at Grayson Walcott here.
They are 1.3 back, as were last time they came across the start-finish line. But Lewis was a little bit quicker, a couple hundredths of a second quicker than Walcott. So it's better than being slower. He was a little bit quicker. Will they get, well, this track's not a really draft-dependent racetrack, but will they get close enough? This last time by, again, another half a tenth faster. Still 1.34 back. But Lewis is quicker than Walcott. The only problem is Walcott's got nobody to battle with. All he's got to do, hit his marks. Nobody close enough where he has to cover off any corner. Zero defensive line right now for Grayson Walcott. 13 laps down, 5 to go. All he's got to do is hit the marks, run open racing lines, and he should be able to pull away for a race win.
And I want to give a little bit of credit to all the people that have gone out to run this B final, because that kind of experience and that pushing, you know, we're used to talking about drivers making drives like this at the end of a main event in the front of an 8 final, if you will, in KA Junior, where you're in more of a pace-based race. You're trying to really focus on hitting your marks and stay motivated, aim for the leader, or dig deeper to get more speed. If this were an LCQ, no doubt in my mind, Rob, we would have seen a lot more white lining, a lot more defending, and probably a lot more carnage. And so this kind of experience, drivers don't get until they're already up in the fight for the win. And that's why many times we end up seeing rookie mistakes even in the lead pack, because they just don't have that kind of experience. It's a totally different race from 10th on back. So now these drivers here, who hopefully tomorrow won't be on our screens until, well, maybe about another 10 minutes later than they are today, and that's racing in the 8th final, but they'll come into it with probably a lot of really good intel of individual pace and where they could be better or worse.
Again, last time by, this time Walcott about a tenth quicker than Lewis, who he has pulled it out again to 1.4 seconds. So looking very much like it's going to be just the one run from the front for Walcott, but it's going to be Lewis and Laney still battling it out here for a position in second or third. We'll see how it all plays out. Lewis Jr. has done a tremendous job, worked his way closer, has run really good lap times. Only that minor little miscue by Talon Laney opened the door for him to get through. So indeed, watch these two drivers battle out for the last couple laps. Side
by side at points in the race here for the lead. We haven't seen it yet for second in the pairing of them. When do they kind of give up hope, maybe, Rob, here? We've been banking on them, rooting for them, if you will, even to bring the fight up and make this a really good show to close out their Saturdays. But Grayson Walcott, he's answered the call, answered the challenge. Only gave up a couple hundredths. While they've been working together, he's been pushing on his own, still staying motivated. You can see him tucked behind the wheel, trying to get every bit of advantage he can. And the gap is 1.4, the biggest it's been in about 4 laps, back to second and third.
Indeed, if you look at their fast lap times, they're all within, I want to say, 400ths of a second. All 3 drivers up front doing 58.1 is their fastest lap. And again, Lewis is quicker than Walcott on the last lap, but only by 18 thousandths of a second. So it's not like he's eating up a couple of tenths of a second out of a 1.2 second gap. They are closing ever so shortly, but as we know, white flag will fly next time by. I think now potentially we're getting into the more defensive run here for Lewis to try to hold on to that second spot. Zender, he goes to the inside in turn number 6, covers off the bottom a little bit. Laney's trying to tell him to keep looking forward, but this is the battle now for second.
Yeah, I mean, once he defended once there, it was over. They did finally make a bit of ground up last time by Rob, but I think in Keith Lewis Jr.'s case, he knows it's a long shot. Grayson Walcott hasn't really put a tire wrong. He's been good so far through the latter stages, hasn't fallen off, so even if he did, in the last lap, it'd be a lot, and they're going to dance for second. Talking again about experience, and you know, this is P2 in the B final, but this is some great racecraft training in a mono-to-mono fight that they might not have kind of being marred in the middle of the swarm tomorrow.
You saw them coming out of turn number 10 there. Laney's pointing at him, just go forward, try to catch him. But no, already Lewis is like, no, we're 100% battling it out here right now. He's covered off a couple of corners. He'll do the same thing here in the final lap. We'll see some white lining. And then again, this is the opportunity for Cal and Laney to say, hey, what do I have to do to get by a guy who is defending like this? Where do I make my move? Here I'm going to try the outside of turn 6. I'll try to roll the outside of turn 7. We'll see how it all plays out. He'll tuck back in again. But a great opportunity, great learning experience for both of these drivers.
Out of the last turn, last time through the grid turn, down the backstretch, Keith Lewis Jr., half a car length to Talon Laney. You can see Juan Jose Paramo waiting in the wings there to pick up the pieces as Laney gets a nice crossover and completes it. He will take over second. Last turn, last lap, Grayson Walcott's gonna head for home. He'll win the B final, and by a big margin, as they're gonna drag race to the line for second. Who's gonna get it, Rob? Oh, Laney by just a little.
Yeah, 77 thousandths of a second at the line for second. Grayson Walcott, with 1.2 seconds, ends up being 4.4. Literally 3 more seconds from that last lap. As yeah, they were well off. Laney and Lewis battling it out as they were. Walcott gets the win. Laney second. Lewis third. Paramo fourth, and Mason Berry rounding out the top 5 drivers in the B main for KA100 Junior, brought to you by Orsalon Racing. These drivers right now ready to get out on track. This is the A main. They'll be up next.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go, folks. It's time to send the other 44 KA100 Junior drivers out and onto the racetrack. Starting lineup for your main event. 18 laps for them as well, and it'll be Alessandro Truccio trying to make Parolins sweep the B and A finals in KA Junior. Starting on the inside, Teo Salamal in the Orsalon Racing. Tony Cardu led the field of green qualifying on the pole on one of the days in January. Alexander Vanchev a good opening start to championship weekend for one driver who calls Orlando, Florida home. He starts alongside Georgia's Max Christia in the JHDD Kart Republic, Rob.
Yeah, Canadian Cole Medeiros having a better run here this week after a rough one back in January. He starts fifth alongside Edgar Rodriguez. Julian Rivera will be on seventh in the seventh position alongside Edward Kennedy, who's shown good speed in the energy here this weekend.
Martin Jaramillo and Tyrone Kemper Jr. rolling from row number 5. Ruben Gutierrez and Victor Day Alencar back on row number 6. Darren Kidd, Nathan Dupuis, and Jose Halpin will round your top 15. Let's quickly scroll through as you can find where your favorite driver rolls from in the 44-car field. Here's page number 2 all the way back to 40th. And then the final couple of spots on the grid that just barely made it through and above the cut line. And here it is, your main event for KA Junior. 18 laps. It's a fast try, Rob. It will not be good enough for the standards.
Yeah, a number of drivers with wheels out coming up into the tram line as well. I'm kind of surprised by how many drivers have struggled to keep themselves into that tram line. We've seen a lot of guys tucking wheels to the inside. I'm sure that SKUSA Race Control will be watching that very closely again. But yeah, that one was waved off yellow too quick. They'll bring it all back around and try to do it again.
So we lose 1 lap, still a long way to go. So we'll have 18 scrubbed to 17. KA100 Junior, again, a lot of them means that they got to start slowing down really early. And Julian Rivera there, it looked like on the Ursula and Tony car, dropped a tire coming out onto the back straightaway. So he'll have to quickly and aggressively scrub all that dirt back off. That problem zone, no different than turn number 5, getting deeper and deeper dug out and into the ground, and it will be very, very costly if anyone gets pushed off there in the first lap, just as we've seen so many times already, getting pushed wide in those opening couple of hairpins. So part of the reason that start was waved off was the drivers up front wanting to avoid the dirty parts of the racetrack. So at least now, Sandro Truccio, Alex Vanchev, Teo Salamal, they're going to crawl their way through the last sector and then form up. As long as they keep the pace nice and slow, it should be okay for the stewards. But they've got to, again, just creep their way out of the last turn. That's the price they're going to have to pay for wanting to avoid the marbling offline. You can see how dirty it is just on the front stretch alone. Let's try for attempt number 2. First A main of the day. KA Junior gets it. We're green to the first turn. Truccio in the bright yellow helmet leads us around, and we are looking to be actually okay. A little bit of a hiccup there for Nathan Dupuis. Can we make it through the first lap cleanly?
Man, it's always that 33-4, right? Everybody stacks up, and then you come down hardcore to here. A couple of drivers not able to get it rode up. They're going to get the driver in front of them. You saw the chaos further back. Always more chaos in the second half back. One driver off the racetrack, driver's left. He is done as well. The rest of the field jumping out here early. Alessandro Truccio goes to the lead out of the get, and away we go. Everybody else settling into position. Top 10 lined up, and away we go. Looks like about a 6-kart-like breakaway. Xander back to 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Big move down the inside for Alexander Vanchev. He'll take over 3rd. Max Christia back to 4th. Cole Medeiros in the 5th spot. And into the final corner. Off the bat, they've got a lead change. Teo Salamal to the point on the Ursula and Tony kart. Truccio right back to it here as they head to the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, nobody resting here on the opening lap. Vanchev and Salamal making passes here in the second half of the opening lap, going to first and third respectively as they work their way. You think about down the inside again. Truccio will lead Vanchev through, move Salamal back into P3.
Big move to the inside for that whole lead pack. Let's check in with some of the drivers in the middle, side by side for the lead. Truccio is going to lose it to Vanchev, and he'll lose 2nd. He'll lose 3rd as he nearly gets up and into the tire of Max Christia, forcefully getting himself into the middle of the train.
Yeah, he really had to get the elbows up and go to driver's right to hold everybody else up. Coming through turn number 8, he will lose another pass here, another position here as another driver to the inside. 2 actually. Truccio is going to go to the lead, potentially back to 6th.
Small car, small team for Edgar Rodriguez on the Cosmic, but he is now up and into position number 4 against a plethora of titans here in front of him. Rollison Performance Group, Orsolone Racing, J. Howard Driver Development, all camps that have had wins to start the year and had wins in Vegas. Down at turn number 5 for the first time, no big moves in the first couple of spots. We'll have to drop back to 4th and find Edward Kennedy on that energy, who has been making, I think, more hard charger drives than any junior driver I can think of so far this winter, Rob.
That was a really good pass there for Kennedy to get himself up into, I believe, was that fourth or was that fifth? P4, great start for him and able to slide his way by Edgar Rodriguez. So the energy driver up and on the wheel. Whoa, a little defensive run there. So that was Vanchev holding the spot. Salamau tried to kind of come back across, maybe try to get behind him, but drove right into his left rear.
Yeah, it was almost like a guessing game and wanting to make the last second bid of if he needed to go lower or stay where he was. And now they're going to make contact. Here comes Edward Kennedy to the lead as he picks up the scraps. And Vanchev, even though he slided into second, he'll have dirt on the tires. He's sliding in front of junior sophomore Max Christia. It's going to be a huge lead now for Edward.
As they're closing in on the halfway point.
Side by side, further back, Alessandro Truccio now going by on Tyrone. Further back, Alessandro Truccio now going by on Tyrone Kemper Jr. Heavy damage to the front bumper of that Paralympic machine. So he's probably got the pushback deployed and maybe more penalties headed his way. Being involved in the midfield fight here, you can see how that is absolutely crushed, Rob. Crushed in, pushback deployed. He'll lose some time at the end of this race. Passes behind him, more passes behind him here. That is one of the AKT Energy trying to hang on. Too wide, and that chicane is just so tricky to survive, Rob. It's crazy.
But they'll still try it. That's the one thing, right? Each driver thinks he's got the apex coming through that corner. We'll have a good look at the lead as they come back around here. There it is up the road there. Kennedy's got a nice little advantage. It was 1.3 seconds the lap ago, down to 1.090. It's actually Vanchev with the fastest lap. And in fact, Christia and Vanchev and Rodriguez all were a couple tenths quicker than Edward Kennedy on that last lap. It's always good to have that rabbit in front of you. We saw that Kennedy was able to close up in that battle, but when you're out front by yourself, it's a lot different trying to bang out those purple laps.
Let's see what Edward Kennedy can do with another lap in the books right now. When he got to the lead and originally kind of got out in front of all the chaos around him, I mean, he was at that point already tracking really well in terms of how he ranked lap time-wise to the rest of the field. Now, with the last few laps having clean racetrack, I believe he's only been able to really build on that. Another 57.4 for him, his personal best. He was a bit slower than this group behind that is making some ground up, tracking him down, but not by all too much, not by as much as maybe you'd think. With only half the race to go, he's only surrendering at 10th and a half. All it takes is one or two more passes, a little bit of impatience right here for second and third, and this could really turn into a breakout main event for Edward Kennedy.
Yeah, I think it's exactly it. You see Edgar Rodriguez running there in that third spot. What kind of patience does he show? He's got Max Christia trying to get back up there as well. And indeed, Salamau's actually gone into the third spot. He'll take a move to the inside. Salamau was able to get by Christie first, and now Rodriguez. He's now up into that third position. He's trying to signal the guys behind him to give him some help moving forward. It's whether or not they work with Vanchev to go forward. The minute they start battling for second spot, that's going to indeed allow Kennedy to keep pulling away. It's still a full second, 8 laps down, 10 to go.
Yeah, just getting closer and closer to halfway in this main event for KA100 Junior. Down the backstretch for Edward Kennedy. You can visually see that the gap is coming down. It was 1.3 seconds a couple of laps ago. And we got one off. Travis Pettit, the TV car, heavy off at turn numbers 5 and 6. A dust cloud behind him, and that is something worth noting here for the leaders. Edward Kennedy will be the first one to it, and like a snowplow, he'll be the driver that'll have to clear a path for everyone else. It will be nothing good if he doesn't quickly pick up on the fact this track's gonna be very, very dirty. Let's see if anyone goes off here at turns 5 and 6. It's gonna be good, I think, on the entry. In fact, good enough for Truccio to make up a spot. Right here is where things might get a little sketchy. And you can see everyone kind of getting a bit skaty at the end of the corner there.
Yeah, indeed. They're all navigated cleanly, though, so good job for all these drivers up front. It is less than a second now as Alexander Vanchev in the RPG Cosmic has his head down. He actually has a little bit of breathing room right now back to Salamau, which is key for him. I think he was quicker by over 1/10 of a second to Kennedy on that last lap, and he knows it. When you're getting that much closer, every lap you just keep digging. You can feel the corners where you may be a little bit quicker. When you roll out of the corner, you're that much closer. You just feel that you're going in the right direction. And a quick look over his shoulder, and he realizes he's got probably 2 to 3 tenths of a second now on Salamau as they come across the line. It was just over a tenth last lap. This time, a full half second. So he's been able to pull away nicely right now. Vanchev, the driver, up on the move, but the fastest driver on the racetrack, Nico Katowski on the TKG Bureau Art machine. He's currently running in the 9th position, laid down a 56.935, the only driver below the 57-second mark.
Yeah, Nico Katowski, what a great turnaround this opening day of weekend number 2 has been. P8 on the cusp of getting to more. This will help a little bit as, again, Truchot and Christia trade spots there. And with 10 laps complete now over. Oh, big wiggle there. Must have been more dirt even kicked onto the racetrack. You saw Vanchev get really out of shape. That'll back this field up. Christia, Truchot, and Sebastian Venegas there. He's in that Orsolon machine. Side by side with Truchot coming out of the corner. He'll surrender the position.
Indeed. The battling continuing. We're only at just past the halfway point here right now, to be honest. There's 11 laps down, so 7 laps still remaining here. The drivers in the KA100 Junior category by Orsolon Racing. This is their A main, and it's great racing all the way through. Katowski's now reeled to the end of that group. That is what Christia, Truchot, Venegas, De Alencar, and Katowski all lining up from essentially 5th back into the 9th position. So good battle there still. The lead still over 8 tenths of a second. Kennedy putting good lap times down. Not great, but decent lap times to keep himself up front.
Yeah, good stuff for Edward Kennedy. And the Energy Corsa Americas driver now is only a few laps away from bringing this one home. He has withstood, in fact, even lengthened the gap. And I think he's probably been helped more than hurt by all the dirt and carnage he's brought on the road. He has done a great job at managing it, keeping his eyes forward, whereas the cars behind maybe have been caught off guard and pushing so hard to catch him. Now they're racing and trading second. Teo Salamau through on that position. 12 laps complete. 13 now they're working on. Venegas blocking low. Christia to the inside of Edgar Rodriguez for 4th.
Yeah, a couple of big passes here. 1 for 2nd, 1 for 4th. And again, we'll give that shout out to Edward Kennedy. A lot of the times when a young driver's looking for that first big win, they've got that little bit of a lead. They're always looking over the shoulder. They're thinking about what's happening behind them. Sure, they are catching him by about a tenth of a second a lap. That pass for Salamau on Vanchev will break it up a little bit. Kennedy's got to stay looking forward. That's the first time I've really seen him have a big look in the back to find out where they are. Stay, keep your eyes forward. 6 laps to go. Indeed, Energy leading the way right now with Edward Kennedy trying to get that first big national victory.
Oh, wow. Once again, we are back focused on this group for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. You can see Venegas heavy damage to his front fairing. Same for Truchot and Katowski. I don't know if he's got much of a scratch on a TKG Bureau Art. So kudos to him in a race that's probably seen a lot of chaos around him. Nico's been able to stay close, although I wouldn't say for certain that front bumper is not caved in as well. Now taking a little closer look at it. So elbows out racing. And we've got maybe as many as 4 to 5 drivers in our top 10 that are staring at a 4-position penalty or more.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about it, man. You got to keep digging and working your way forward. That is, again, a big run for Katowski. Has the fastest lap of the race. Katowski in the middle of a great scrap right now with Sebastian Venegas. That's who he's battling with right now. But there's the lead. Look what it is now. It is down to maybe not even a cart length. Here we go. 3-driver battle up front. Kennedy, Salamau, and Vanchev lining up for it. Who is running 4th? That's now Max Christia. He's 1.3 seconds back. That's a lot, but indeed he's battling as well with Edgar Rodriguez, as we know. They need to work together because this thing is, once Xander, they start battling, it could bring 4th and 5th back in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they could be there in a heartbeat here, and already we're going to start it. Here we go with Teo Salamau taking a point at the lead once again. And Kennedy right back to the inside. How about that, Edward, inside of Rodriguez? Those two have passed, I think, more than any other duo. And now, a big bobble from Teo Salamau allows Christia to get to 3rd. Here comes Victor De Alencar to the back of the pack there. 6 deep for the lead, but we got a little bit of a break from this fighting here for the top 2. An opportunity for maybe Edward Kennedy to solidify no worse than 2nd, as you can see Vanchev knowing it as well, emphatically pointing towards the heavens to try and say, just please wait a little longer before we fight.
Yeah, it said, see if we can't go to the final lap. As we know, Vanchev had gone back to 3rd, but a really nice move on Salamau into turn number 11 and 12. He comes away with the lead after getting the spot done on Kennedy. They've got themselves an advantage. What is it coming across the line? Kennedy back to Salamau. We'll check when it lines up here. Actually, it's Christia now up into the third spot. It is over 0.7 of a second. Xander, 2 laps to go.
Yes, once again, Alexander Vanchev and Edward Kennedy are able to break away just ever so slightly from the field. This time together instead of with a little gap between the pairings. So here we are with another run, maybe for Max Christia because they've slowed up a little, but I mean they've at least done everything in their power. They haven't defended, they haven't fought. They've both been telling each other they'll work together. Will it pay off? I don't know. I can see that gap visually closing back in once again. We could quickly stack them and pack them here with the final couple laps looming.
Yeah, Xander, I feel like it's an outright pace for Max Christia right now. He's closing up because he's got the pace, because Vanchev and Kennedy aren't fighting. Vanchev looked over his shoulder. Kennedy tells him to keep going. White flag flying this time by. Kennedy's got to throw it at it here sooner or later if he wants to come away with that first national victory. Vanchev the same way. He needs a victory here as well to keep himself potentially in the championship battle. He'll cover off the inside of turn number 5. Kennedy stays right with him. Still no movement. Big outside run for Kennedy again. And he's got to be thinking, man, if he keeps blocking like this, I'm going to have Christie in my lap momentarily through turn number 7.
And now through the sweeper, up and over the curbing, looking low, last turn. Big run, it'll be for the last break zone, maybe, and the S's. Last time, down the backstretch, Kennedy, high, low, big over-under attempt. Vanchev's gonna wash out. What's it gonna look like to the final chicane, Rob?
Here they come through 11, 12, and 13. Vanchev still got it. Look who's in there. Christie is part of it. Let's see if Kennedy can make the run to the inside. He does not. A great run as well for Christia. They'll come across the line. It could almost be 3 wide, but Vanchev will take the victory. A solid run for Alexander Vanchev, able to defend the 2 drivers battling him in the back. It looks like Max Christie, I think, able to edge Kennedy at the line by just 7 thousandths of a second. Christia ends up in second. Kennedy in third.
Talk about a close call, but Alexander Vanchev, signs of approval from the boys in blue there. The RPG crew will score main event win number 1 here from Orlando. KA100 Junior in the books. Max Christia, provisionally P2. It's another podium. That is going to be a big points haul for the 839, and it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Edward Kennedy, a bittersweet ending here, led a ton of laps. He'll end up still with some hardware, and the rest of the top 10, well, this is all provisional, and I mean, it was pretty visible, Rob. I think there's a lot of changes that'll be happening to these spots.
Yeah, Xander was on top of checking out which drivers potentially had the drop-down bumpers. We'll see. This is a 100% underscore unofficial. Vanchev, Christia, Kennedy, your top 3 unofficially your podium. Rodriguez in 4th, Salamau in 5th spot, Truchot 6th, the Alucard 7th. Katowski, I believe, with fast lap of the race, impressive run up to 8th position. Martin Jaramillo and Ruben Gutierrez rounding out the top 10. We'll see how it all plays out once they get pushed through the scale line. You see other drivers have trouble further back. Tyrone Kemper fell down the order. Isaac Malkian did as well. Some of these guys that were digging hard fell back. But hey, a really good run there for Marco Samet, who was one of the last drivers in to the main event.
Yeah, in by a hair here. He got in off penalties in the pre-final. We were watching along, and this is sadly the last bit of the results sheet. That's a bit harder to look at. Travis Pettit had some speed. He qualified on the pole in one of the junior qualifying sessions in January. He ends up with a DNF there, 41st. Out for Alexander Savage off the first lap, and a few more. But KA Masters was a bit up and down. I would say KA Senior was probably the craziest of the 3 in the pre-finals, and 46 of them are lined up to do it again here in the main in what was really probably more of a strategy KA Junior final than what we might have expected going in. So we've got a lot of racing still stacked up and ready for you here, folks. Orlando Kart Center playing host to the SuperKarts USA Winter Series Championship Weekend. Donovan Bonilla and the rest of the field are ready to get after it here when we're back. Senior, presented by the AKG Racing Team, heading on to the racetrack. Let's go ahead and take you through the starting lineup as they get set to go. Another packed out grid for the weekend, and here we are for 18 laps once again. Now their pre-final is going to be a little bit different than where you're going to see all these drivers line up here for the main. Obviously that's supposed to line them, but there was a myriad of contact, penalties, pushback bumper deployment. Blake Nash was clean, safe, and through it all, Rob. He'll roll from the pole. Jensen Burnett was good through to second, but then the rest of your top 10, it looks a whole lot different than where it did a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Donovan Medina starting third alongside Santiago Fernandez, Anthony Rivera, and Raheem Alibi on road number 3. And again, Quinton Angeli and Frankie Mossman. First day yesterday for Frankie, row 4. Dangerous, row number 5, where we see a driver who had the issue.
Yeah, row number 5, Caden McQueen out with a pushback bumper penalty, at least in terms of out of the top 5. He's got some work to do to get forward and try and score the Energy Boys a win. He starts alongside senior rookie Sebastian Garzone, who may or may not have gotten a penalty. He's been lined up behind Frankie Mossman, so that may have been it. But Steven Eisert, Luke Welcome, row 6, great reserve. Sathik Sarathi and the rest of your field are slowly forming up behind the leaders. We're going to get set to go green. 18 laps once again, main event action from Orlando, KA100 Senior. Are we going to get it? Yes, green flag, and what a great start for Jensen Burnett, but now we'll go a little deep with some help, and Luke Welcome's also going to end up shuffling to the wayside.
Here's the craziness of that turn 3-4 action. Drivers kind of diving in on each other, trying to go too wide through that corner. And stack up even further. Look how wide it is coming down here at the tail of the field. Everybody trying to use all the racetrack here, but we are finally underway, clean and great through the opening lap. Halfway through turn number 7. Look, there he is out front right now. Blake Nash has the early lead. Donovan Medina, though, going up into P2.
Here, we got 4 or 5 cars collected there at the infield of turn at number 6. Blake Nash, Donovan Mania, Santi Fernandez, then back behind to Anthony Rivera with a great start. And the Kart Republic moves up into 4th here just ahead of Jensen Burnett. And now Frankie Mossman, quick to move forward through the field here. 7th by the time they hit the loop off the start. 5th at the end of lap number 1. 2 laps now showing. It's again 1 complete of 18, and that was a bit of an awkward moment there between Caden McQueen and a couple of rookies, Alibi and Garzone.
Yeah, Caden McQueen got a couple of spots on the opening lap, 7th up, or rather 9th up into 7th on the opening circuit, so a good start for him. Puts himself right behind Jensen Burnett and Frankie Mossman. A bit of a gap there when they came across the line, but will not be surprised to see that close up very quickly. One of the drivers on the move, as we know, early on was Frankie Mossman, but they are battling up front for the race lead as well. Fernandez now, Xander able to get by as Donovan Mania had taken the spot for a moment.
Yeah, Blake Nash is going backwards in a hurry. Rob, he just lost another spot. 1st to 4th here on this lap. Rivera up and into 3rd. And again, Dono following Santiago Fernandez. Those two with an opportunity to maybe try and slow the chaos level, the aggression level of this race down a bit by working together and pulling away from the field. Fernandez is SCR Kart Republic to the lead with maybe 6/10 to the good. They've got from Bonilla back to Rivera, and that's done exactly that. It's calmed down that main group. Well, okay, never mind. Totally miscalled that one there, Rob. Dono retakes the lead.
I was with you on that. I'm like, listen, guys, they're battling behind you aggressively right now. You know they'll be battling behind you aggressively. Just run together here now. But no, Bonilla went straight to the lead once again. That gap that they had, what'd you say? I think it was 6/10 of a second. Probably going to shrink here a little bit. Let's see if Fernandez is the driver with the patience this time around. As right now, Nash going back by the inside to get that spot back away.
Now, what we're seeing here, I think, is probably a little bit of contrast to how this next corner is going to go for Anthony Rivera. See, with Frankie Mossman diving him, this is where Dono's move does make a bit of sense. To play devil's advocate, as we've got 1, 2, maybe around there in the hairpin. When you got the pack lined up behind you, and then you go to the lead of whatever group that you're in, the driver that you just passed, if they are able to slot in right behind you, they instantly go in on you. Or if you get past, you're going to go back probably in the next corner, another spot or be forced to maybe block it off. And that's just a factor what the aggression level of his racing is today. So if you do think that you're legitimately faster, what you're hoping for is that the driver that you pass gives you a bit of faith and doesn't just dive bomb you in the very next turn. And they'll do that if they feel like they've got a little confidence behind. Fernandez had a gap. He didn't have anyone right on his heels, nipping, forcing him to go back in on Donovan Bonilla. And to both their credits, even with that pass, since then that they've stayed single file, they've opened the margin. This time by 4 down. It's up to 9/10, almost a second, holding station there.
There's the number 903 of Henry Wheeler. That is for the 9th position. We keyed on Cade McQueen for a bit there. He got to 7th early, but has not made any more tracks forward this junior. Still running in the 7th spot, despite being the fastest driver on the racetrack. 56.749. Was significantly quicker than Rivera on that last lap that they're battling for with Garzone as well. So Cade McQueen still may be in a position, but right now he wants to make sure those leaders don't pull away. There he is right there at the tail of this next group.
Yeah, the energy at the line. Fastest car on circuit, but he's got to get by two drivers that have already been pretty racy today. Sebastian Garzone and Frankie Mossman. And Anthony Rivera, although he had gotten to 3rd and then now has kind of quietly slotted back into 5th, he is not showing any signs of slowing down either, or that he might be a little bit less aggressive than his counterparts around him. So another lap goes in the books, 5 down, still plenty of racing left, but it won't be probably an easy pick 'em apart run at this stage in the race for Cade McQueen. You got to hope that some of the drivers in front either give way like that or start going on their own. Rivera now back another one, McQueen up to 6th.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman right in front of McQueen, putting a lot of pressure here on Garzone. They actually put a bit of trust in him right now, I think, to go reel in Blake Nash. He has put a lot of pressure on, in fact, lost a little bit of time there, digging in to try to get himself up. You can see there's the 1st and 2nd place drivers, Padilla and Fernandez, Nash all by himself, and then Garzone, who's been digging in lap after lap, trying to close back in. Last time was quicker by just over 1/10 of a second, so he's slowly getting there. And as I said, Xander, Mossman, I think, giving him enough respect right now to say, hey, listen, as long as I feel we're close enough, we're good. If you don't get the job done, I'm going to have to go by and make it happen. But Garzone still putting down good lap times. What is it this time by? 56.791 for Nash, 56.6 so far. Almost 2/10 for Garzone.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a good bit into the gap ahead. So Sebastian Garzone, only 1.3 seconds back. He could definitely move a couple of spots further forward, but he's not the only one, I think. You got to be worried about Frankie Mossman behind you and McQueen, because if you don't go, they will. Now, that's why, again, you'll see an aggressive move like that out of Sebastian, and it caught Blake Nash off guard. It's going to cost him, I think, another spot. Frankie is looking to go, will go, gets it done.
Yeah, but wasn't that beautiful? Like, how many young drivers, if you're watching this, you want to go all the way beside that guy or throw it right in there to get the apex. All Frankie did was get enough in there to show the nose and let Blake know he was there. He took the apex, and the Blake, a veteran driver, tucked back in. That was a really beautiful move. He didn't oversell it, didn't throw it all the way in to potentially get set up for an over-under. Frankie controlled the apex, had the inside line. Blake had to give it up.
Side by side behind him, you saw Cade McQueen trade blows with Anthony Rivera, and that's allowed Jensen Burnett to get back into the fight. Burnett was on the needles the last lap, had his arm in front of the engine he was trying to choose. Still working on the power a little bit. He's obviously not comfortable right now with how that REM machine is performing. So can he get a little more to feel like he's got something to fight for the race win off raw speed? You can always bank on the inevitable fight for the lead, but there you see it again, just something he must be hearing or feeling by the seat of his pants that is off on that machine. As we check back in up front, and we've got a bit of a breakaway beginning to form here, Rob. Santi Fernandez is starting to lose some touch with Donovan Bonilla, about 6/10 between the two.
Yeah, indeed. You see Bonilla's got some breathing room. And again, when you have breathing room like that, or a driver behind you know that you're trusting, you're running those racing lines, now he doesn't have to worry at all about even a pass to the inside. This is actually more worrisome, I think, for the rest of the field than it maybe even is for Fernandez, right? Because everybody behind him is just relying on Fernandez being there to potentially battle it out over the last couple of laps. If Bonilla can put his head down and pull away, he's got 7/10 of a second right now. He went purple last time by, so it does play to the fact that he is pulling away out front 7/10 of a second. And at this point here, unless Fernandez can drop down some big laps, you could think Bonilla might be able to pull away here.
Yeah, Donovan Bonilla, again, a 10th last lap, a 10th a lap before, at the halfway mark, nothing but clear racetrack in front of him. And through the pack, I mean, things have kind of spread apart enough where you're not seeing a lot of drivers going off or crashing right now. So this is a great point in the race where if you've got some speed, you're going to be able to show it. That was another 10th and a half added on to the margin by Dono. Now, Garzone did go a bit better, about a half-tenth clear of the race leader, but benefiting off the slipstream, off the toe of Santi Fernandez. Behind Garzone, Frankie Mossman, Blake Nash, they're going to pass for fourth again. This time, Nash through there as they exit the corner and head towards the sweeper.
Great racing past the halfway point now. Now some battles starting to settle in, and we'll see which drivers can potentially step things up and maybe work their way back forward. And that's the key right now. Again, a number of drivers just don't have the pace here to work their way forward. Those that do, now this is in the second half of the race. How have you got the kart set up? Who's on the move right now? How about that pass there to number 925? Still not giving up, trying to work his way back forward. As is the 924, Blake Nash. He hasn't given up at all as he continues to run here. He and Frankie Mossman kind of battling it out. Here comes Caden McQueen as well. He's still digging, but Caden hasn't got himself in the spot to run to the race lead either.
Yeah, he looked like he might have been able to just kind of pick apart the field at one point in this race, Rob. But yes, he's still quick, and so is Rivera. But they're not necessarily fast enough right now, I think, to fight for this race win, especially when they're getting past and battling a bit there. Like Jensen Burnett, he was really seeming to be down on power, and him going by, well, that's not the best of signs of hope for the Energy crew.
True enough, Caden McQueen went right to the needles as soon as Burnett went by. Burnett with his head down. He's going to try to reel in Rivera now. He's going to move Burnett up into 7th. There's McQueen down into 8th. Garzone just turned the fast lap of the race on that last time by. Again, 10 laps in, 8 laps to go. And Garzone is up on the wheel in the Orsolon Racing Pony Kart number 950. Again, to be running USF 2000 or USF Pro Championships this year. And having some more karting fun before he dives deep into the USF 2000 car. Wow, that was a really nice run through turn 1. Xander pulled a bunch there. Pulling away from Fernandez.
Yeah, I mean, that was big. And not only did he make that past that lap, but he still was able to eat into Bonilla's gap just a little bit, about a 10th and a quarter. So Sebastian Garzone, with a perfect run, could maybe bring the fight to Dono. And Rob, this is so reminiscent of that opening main of the year with, granted, part of the gap was built because of lead pack fighting and crashing, but second place, trailing the leader at around this point in the race, at around the gap this big, and being forced to be put in the position of how deep are you willing to send it, how high are you willing to fly those curbs to try and close up.
Yeah, indeed that. We'll see what Garzone can do here. He was quicker last time by. This time, by 0.3 of a second, he's got it down to 0.7 of a second. Garzone, not quite the fastest driver on the track. That still belongs to Anthony Rivera, but Garzone is the man on the move right now as he's trying to close back up. He's got 6 laps to go. And now, quick little shout out those of you who watched in January. And remember, we saw some really good runs by both Ty Fisher and Leonardo Scorpioni. Zanello Racing, of course, they were engine builders a lot down here in Florida, but also with a team in USF Juniors. They're running the Academy Winter Series this year. Ty Fisher coming away with a big win, his first victory in USF Juniors competition, unofficial USF Juniors competition, running in the Academy Winter Series. Xander, I know you do a lot of work for that program. That's a great little series for drivers to get dialed into the season. Shout out to both those kids that were here at KA100 just a month ago.
Yeah, racing anywhere across the country right now, and in the front in both 2 different types of vehicles, 2 different parts of the state. Of course, as you mentioned, down at Homestead Miami Speedway right now. They're headed to New Orleans this week. Here we go for the drivers that are back in Orlando for the 2nd month in a row, fighting for 3rd. Blake Nash getting by on Fernandez. As we get to the last portion of the race, the Santiago Fernandez machine is starting to fade a little. The last few laps even more than before. I don't know if he ever really had the level of speed that Donovan Bonilla and Sebastian Garzone have had, but it seems like he's even a bit further off than where he was at the midway point. 56 for him last time by, hovering towards the 56 7s and 8s. I mean, that's not gonna fly for a top 5 or a podium potentially. You've got Rivera, Mossman, Burnett, all close.
And you got to shout out to Blake Nash. He has not let his head go down at all. He's been digging, working the needles there, pulling away, as you said. Here comes Rivera. He's going to get by Fernandez. Fernandez fighting on back, though, on the inside of turn 1 and 2, keeping the tight line through there. Here comes a pass for the lead to the inside. Book it. Garzone has got to P1, and Bonilla quickly gave him a little nod, saying, listen, you go. I obviously does not want to get caught up at all. But it was 7/10 of a second, 6/10, 3/10, then boom, Garzone to the lead.
Talk about a big move this early in the late stages of the race here. Now, what does that do for Donovan Bonilla, and what does it do for Sebastian Garzone? You can't go backwards at this point. You've got to keep that forward momentum going. You've got to keep pushing. But now, second place is going to get to follow you for a little bit. Without a lot of pressure, without defending, you've got to really hope that you've got the speed to go. And while we're talking about that, coming to 3 to go, we've got some serious issues for a few drivers that were contenders early. Caden McQueen, nearly a full second off the pace. He has faded outside the top 10 over the last 2 laps. Was 11th last time by. Things are not looking good for him. He has also not been alone in a backward spiral. Jensen Burnett is closing in on Frankie Mossman, who at one point did look really good. There's the energy driver now, trapped in a fight with looks to be Quentin Angeli and Steven Iser at Speed Sense machine. So all that speed early on, it is not there, and it almost looks to be the fall off of something more so than just missing the setup.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Something definitely a miss there in the energy for Caden McQueen. This fight up front, though, is a great one. Think about the fact that you got a couple of drivers who have had supernatural success here. Of course, as we know, Sebastian Garzone winning both of the junior categories last year in Las Vegas. Right behind him, a X30 Pro winner in Bonilla. So this is what I love about this winter series like this. You got these young kids coming up. Dude, how big would it be right now for a guy like Garzone to do what he did last year at the Supernats and then come out here and potentially get a victory in KA100 Senior? That momentum and confidence.
Well, and you just see how confident he is in his machine as well. I mean, he has taken a lot more airtime than Donovan Bonilla is over the curve here in Orlando, and that's how you can make up time. It's also how you can obviously break some parts and throw the race away, but that youthful exuberance, and I'm sure even feeling just a little bit fresher than a few years older he would for all the plastic seats running against you, and you feel every bit of jumping in the air in a go-kart. He's taking just that little bit extra that maybe the rest of the field not as much willing to commit to.
Xander, white flag will fly this time by, and you can see Bonilla really going at it here with Garzone. That's going to bring the other guys in. Garzone's even saying, let's go. Same with Bonilla. He does not want to get, oh, they get contact. They're out in turn number 1. Contact on the entry to 1. Garzone and Bonilla are done.
And wow, I mean, both of them playing some games. You saw Garzone was starting to back him up. Dono trying to go to the high side. They collide. Blake Nash and now Anthony Rivera, who has never won a national race before, have been gifted the lead and the fight for the top spot. Half a lap to go. Blake Nash was in the shoes of those 2 leaders last month. Now he leads down the backstretch for the final time.
And this is why you keep digging. The battle now. Nash goes to the bottom. Rivera going to try to overrun him. He's on the outside of the corner. Here comes more drivers in the fight. Fernandez. Burnett's actually in the 3rd spot right now. Burnett is coming. Fernandez with the spot as well. Nash goes back to the front. Rivera looking for the over-under, coming out of the corner. Gets a fantastic run out of the corner. And I think he's going to do it. The winner across the line, Anthony Rivera.
Anthony Rivera gets his first U.S. Major win in spectacular fashion. Crazy stuff here on the final lap. Check out the run to the line for the top 10. Top 6 now. Raheem Alibi and Steven Iser get promoted to 6th and 7th in that drag race. You see the signs of sportsmanship there as Blake Nash shakes the hand there of Anthony Rivera. A clean fight for them. And heartbreak for Donovan Bonilla and Sebastian Garzone. We were talking about what it would mean for them, what it would mean for this kid here. Well, I mean, he was not even in frame when those 2 collided in turn 1 here, Rob. He wasn't too far back, but he was definitely not thinking he was going to have a shot at this. And Well, he ends up with the provisional win as we head down into the scale line. What a crazy finale to KA Senior.
And an absolutely fantastic over-under there for Anthony Rivera. Not only that, a fast lap of the race, but a beautiful over-under in the corner as Blake did a great job coming through. But it was absolutely textbook for Rivera to get that kart turned, get that inside rear wheel up in the air, got it rotated. And, dude, he had the pass done before they even exited the corner. They didn't get to 14. He was already out front.
Well, Blake was so low for so long coming out of the hairpin there, and this is weekend number 5 of racing, 6 of heavy on-track activity week, really, at Orlando. So there's a lot of dust, debris, and marbles offline. He stayed by the white line for a long time, Robin, in the run down to the S's. That's way off the racing groove, and I can only imagine that last little slip-up. You saw the back end kind of slide coming out of the last turn, and it was over from there.
Man, I love when kids win their first major national. That is awesome. Congratulations to Anthony. There's the celebration there. Blake Nash coming home in second unofficially. Jensen Burnett up into third after following all the way to the tail of the top 10. Santiago Fernandez in fourth. Frankie Mossman fifth. Raheem Alibi up into sixth spot. Steven Eisert seventh. Caden McQueen, who was going to be outside the top 10 potentially, ends up in eighth. Quentin Angeli into ninth, and Henry Wheeler rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, how about that, Rob? First-time national race winner for Anthony Rivera, and I'll have to go back and check some of the stats. I know he's been kind of in the hunt for it, and I don't want to speak any disrespect on his fantastic run here. I don't know if he's been on the podium yet in KA Senior, so a major improvement, and one heck of a way to close out his Saturday. Once again, going back to the results for one more time here. Again, Rivera on top. Nash, Burnett, Fernandez, Mossman, your top 5. Wheeler ends up in 10th. And Bailiff, Bonilla rebounds to 12th. And Garzone right behind him in 13th. Provisionally. Again, of course, after all the contact.
So Garzone pulled away from the incident before Bonilla. So somewhere they had to pass each other on the racetrack in the last lap. I would like to have seen what happened there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, there was just too much to call, and still a lot of carnage to clean up, folks. We'll take a break. KA Senior getting ready to go, and here we are with look back in to the first 2 mains in the books. Micros getting ready to roll. Uh-oh, we've got some issues here down on pit lane. The 269 is struggling to get away. Bernardo Goubert and the D2 Motors crew just barely got him up and fired up and away, but a slow getaway for the driver that was slated to start P4. Hopefully he can get back into that spot as we begin to pull the starting lineup for your Micro Flip division presented by Energy Corsa Americas. Marcelo Flores rolls off on the inside of the front row. He dominated our pre-final, probably the biggest gap of any pre-final that we've had today by over a second. 8 to go, ended up P2 when the dust settled. Mauro Medeiros started on the front row. He'll line up on the inside of row 2 here for the main. Then it'll be Bernardo Goubert to his outside if he can get back into position with that Sony Kart number 269, Rob.
What line are we at here right now?
Oh, Mateo Gomez, sorry. Hudson Howard on the outside there, row number 3.
There you go. I got allergies going on here, folks. I apologize. Leo Simoni starting on the inside of row number 4. His brother Rocco over in Italy right now having a great run over the WSK Supermaster event. Camila Canache on the outside of row number 4. Jack Katowski, Brody Stoffel rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, you go back to Franco Chavo and Dutch Westbrook, who had a top 230 pre-final. Dylan Smith, Enzo Ramos, Isaac Carvalho, your top 15. And let's quickly pile through the final few starters here with a look down to the last couple of positions. All the way back, you got Lennox Lockhart rolling from 39th. Zev Gottschalk from 40th. After chaos in the pre-final took them out. And already here with the first time at it, oh man, I thought we were gonna get it this time. I had my hopes up there, Rob. We were gonna go around again.
I was with you on that. Just give them the green, let's go. But no, another yellow for the drivers here in the micro category. So they'll cruise back around one more time and see if we can't start things off cleanly this time. 3 different starts to get them fired up in the pre-main. Of course, that was an 8-lapper. This will be a 16-lapper for the cadet categories. Micro Swift lining things back up once again. And I'm with you. Looking back there, Lennox Lockhart and Zev Gottschalk, I think those 2 drivers are going to hook up and work their way forward. We know both of them have good speed. Issues at the very end of that pre-final set them to the back.
So we will start the long and slow parade once again here with Micro Swift, Marcelo Flores and Aiden Go. They don't need to go this slow, this early in the lap, but they will, so it will burn time for us. It will burn a lap for them, unfortunately, as well. 16 laps the distance for the micro drivers. They're going to lose a little bit of time now with the first aborted start, dropping them down to probably 15.
Can we just have a micro and a mini drivers meeting to tell them that they don't have to slow down at the very start of a lap when they go around? They can bring it all the way back around at turn 10.
Yeah, no need to wait this long to get the race going. But however way you end up with this situation, it just, I don't know if there's anything different that's said or not said, or, I mean, what goes on? At the end of the day, you know, the race director could jump in, but also, you know, we have the same teams that have the micro drivers every year, and it's all the same teams in the paddock that have been around for some time. They could say, hey, if this happens, it's okay, because it does seem like it's a bit of a common occurrence, at least till the latter half of the year rolls around, Rob, and we get some more experienced starters on both sides of the road.
No doubt about it. They cruise around super slow almost the entire lap. Come on, guys, let's go. Let's get yourself around. We're ready to go. Indeed, they'll start picking up early again. Look how slow we are coming into turn number 10 here. Indeed. Okay, great opportunity. Listen, for a lot of these drivers in micro, right, this is their first major national series. Come out of the gate, start of the year, you know, they just maybe aged up to the point where they're able to come and run a national in the micro category. Maybe they were in kid karts, maybe they were just a local driver back home in the cadet category. So yeah, a lot of these drivers super new to a national event. A great opportunity to use this winter series to prepare themselves for the Pro Tour at the end of March.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I don't want to add any more rules to a lengthy rule book that's long enough to read, but it's something hard to enforce. Maybe we need to put a radar gun around the racetrack and say you need to at least hold this speed during the pace lap and then this speed after it, up or below. Because yeah, I mean, if I'm the pole sitter and there's maybe a chance I could have some bumpers get knocked in because I've paraded us around a little bit longer, burnt some clutches up, maybe it's worth it. There's gamesmanship at all levels of the sport. It's a game of cops and robbers the officials try to do to keep them in line and keep them safe. Let's see if the second try will do that. Micro Swift.
Give it to him.
Yes! Green flag, and we're racing to turn 1.
Let's see them all work their way through. One driver's all the way backwards, coming around. A number of drivers in the middle of the racetrack as well. Yeah, we've got ourselves a wholesale wreckage yard here. Coming out of turn number 1, a number of drivers have gone around. We'll throw a bunch of different numbers at you, but a couple of the OKP carts here, the Oriole team, Oriole team rather, getting involved. Marcelo Flores, though, Xander, out of the gate nicely with a big lead early on.
Yeah, he now has Alvaro Medeiros in the green and white lined up behind him. Then there's Bernardo Goubert. He's on the Sodi for D2 Motors, the blue or the purplish and gold. Then you have Aiden Go, the off-pole man, and another Ursuline entry. And Mateo Gomez back in 5th, all getting away nice and clean. Can't say the same for, like you said, a number of drivers in the micro field. 44 of them, we let them loose at turn 1. They did not play nice. Started with one spin off to drivers left, and then the track just basically got blocked. So probably a lot of pushback deployments as they all checked up, and yeah, a few that'll quickly drop down. Dylan Smith involved. Looks like another one, Enzo Ramos. Dutch Westbrook collected there. Those are drivers that started just on the outside of the top 10. And basically we have taken the middle of our pack and thrown it in the blender. So a change up for everyone besides route row 5 onward. They seem to have gotten through safely. Flores, Medeiros, Goubert go. And Hudson Howard trailing Mateo Gomez. Camila Canache, Brody Stoffel, Leo Simone, and Jack Katowski, your top 10.
Drivers probably involved in this. Brody Aldereta, Jose Torres, Leandro Schiavo involved as well. Liam Francisco, a number of drivers involved. What it has done, drivers we talked about early, Xander Lennox Lockhart from the tail of the field, 39 up to 27th, and Zeb Gottschalk up to 31st as well. So good opportunity for those guys to gain some spots early and then maybe get some open racetrack to find a couple more spots.
I should correct myself here. Marcelo Flores actually with the J. Howard Driver Development Camp. New home for him this year was with SLA Kart Racing for the majority of 2024, but like many drivers, probably was in such a rush to get racing, he didn't take, well, his parents probably didn't take a look to the registration to make sure he's updated with the proper team when they entered him for this event. But he's actually one of 2 JHG machines in the top 6, one of 4 in the top 10. Great opening weekend it was for that program here at the Winter Series. They're on the cusp of another big win if this pack doesn't kind of get their act together. They've been still about a stone's throw away from Flores, and they haven't made up any ground even with multiple carts trying to push.
There you can see everybody in the league group kind of working together right now. The little road fight, all looking over their shoulders to see what they've got in terms of running that training. You get a lot of the micro guys do more than the mini drivers will take a longer time. If they did that training, put on a really good race, trying to drop the driver off the back and see if they can turn it into a 1 or a 2 driver fight at the end. Here goes, though, Bernardo Goubert. He'll make the move to the inside. Oh, contact there right behind him at 278. Is that Aiden Go that climbed up his back?
Yeah, Aiden Go on the Paralyn. Great save for him, but he'll end up losing about 10. As now, that's just changed up a lot of positions here in the top 10. This is some more pushing and shoving through turn 6. Big loser will be Katowski. He'll fall behind Franco Schiavo and Isaac Carvalho. Micah Porter, Mason Brody are close as Hudson Howard moves all the way up to 2nd. Hudson with a big lap now here going from P5 to P2, and it looks like, unfortunately for Mateo Gomez, as far forward as the 219 is concerned, it will be still a couple steps back. You see that Ursuline bumper dragging the ground and probably even fully the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that. Another pass a little further back there. He used a good stride. That was
Simone.
Yeah, because isn't that Leo Simone all the way? He was 8th on the last lap. He's got his way up now into 4th. Great lap for both Hudson and Simone up into now, 2nd and 4th.
And so that's teammates 1, 2, and 4 with Flores going away. Now 1, 2, and 3 as he'll make it a full JHD lockout on the podium. Goubert 4th, 5th now for Mateo Gomez, and if he's not careful, it could get worse. 6th and on the move is the all white Orsolon entry of Camila Canache. She has gotten away from the likes of Alvaro Medeiros and crew. So the young lady who is spending most of her laps developing here at Orlando, looking for maybe a home track podium, at least a home track top 5, should be well within reach if she keeps on digging.
Yeah, you see the fighting a little further back there, but up front, Flores leading the way. Hudson Howard got in second. He went purple on that last lap as well. Look at more racing further back here as well. Is that Brody Stoffel or is that Canache and Medeiros going at it?
Stoffel and Medeiros,
Okay.
indeed. So Brody getting by, picks up the spot there. He got that all black crash helmet. Medeiros in the green and white Orsolon colors. Update on some of the drivers charging through the field here now as we watch the battling kick off for third again. Simone quickly answering the call from Bernardo Goubert, but check it out, Rob. Up to 21st as of last time by. Lennox Lockhart halfway up the grid and digging on that Velocity Racing Sodi.
6 laps down, 10 to go still as well. Not the full 18-lap distance for the cadets, so these are 16. So still more time for Lennox Lockhart to make that recovery from starting deep in the field. Right now, though, it's a massive lead for Marcelo Flores in that 212. Great battle behind them, though. Second through fifth, 4 carts. Howard, Simone, Goubert, Gomez all in there. This is a good scrap here right now. Well, we'll see how things play out over these next couple of laps. With Howard going purple and Simone's been very fast, they may be able to hook up and pull away. That's still to come. There's a good shot there of Lennox working his way back forward here.
Yeah, Lennox Lockhart in the 242. Where does he cross the line and how far back? Well, specifically at the end of the 7th lap, 21st, who's, as you can see, on the cusp of getting to Enzo Botero, who Enzo himself is up 13 positions from his starting spot. And the carnage at the first lap might have helped to pair them a little bit. Now, it'll be a long shot to get all the way to this group here. Hudson Howard, Leo Simone, along with Bernardo Goubert and Mateo Gomez. And probably even harder to get to the race leader, Marcelo Flores. 2.5 seconds and counting as his teammates fight behind for P2.
Yeah, and his last lap is his best lap together, 60.936. One of only 4 drivers who got below the 60-second mark, giving a keeper in the field to Brody Stoffel as well, who's done a 60-second lap. So this is really good stuff here for the drivers running up front.
Across the line now, 8 complete. 8 to go, halfway from Aaron Likens, and we're 3 seconds to Marcelo Flores. Huge lead for him, and this group here, I don't know if it'll make a difference. They could pass for second and third. They could stay in line for the next 5 laps. No one seems to have the pace of Mexico's Marcelo Flores. A 1 minute point 81. I mean, Rob, last time by 3/10 better than the next best driver.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying in that 212 Kart Republic for J. Howard Driver Development. Out front and leading and pulling away as your leader. Almost 3 seconds when they came across the line that last time. So indeed, Flores just hammered down here right now up front.
Side by side for fourth. This will give his teammates a little breathing room. That's Mateo Gomez going back around. Bernardo Goubert, Camila Canache for a minute looked like she was catching all of that pack. She might be able to get to those 2 for fourth, but the JHED machines in second and third are starting to hook up and go. Hudson Howard pushing Leo Simone away from the fray, trying to be a good team player and make it a lockout of the podium. I mean, talk about the milestones, Rob. You first get a win as a team, then you get your second, then you get your third, then you get your fourth on day 1. Now you're staring down your first podium sweep on, well, really only month number 2 of proper operation.
Agreed. It's the JR and the J. Howard Driver Development guys are check marking it off, going through that to-do list here for 2025 since hooking up here in the offseason. Great runs out of these corners, and these guys are pulling away. Simone leading that second group with Ian Howard. Look at this battle further back. Here comes Canache looking to the inside now of Gomez. Book it. He's through to the inside to go. What is that, the P5?
Yeah, oh, and Gomez looked like he was about to lose another spot as well, and I think he did. Camila Canache was potentially getting there. Aiden Go is going to lock onto the back of that group. Indeed, Canache and Go, both of them get by on Medeiros and Gomez. So a leapfrog forward to 6th and 7th for them. Jack Katowski still runs in the 9th spot ahead of Brody Stoffel. And Aiden Go, well, he's going to go back to the inside on Camila Canache. Used her, helped push her forward. Now he goes and takes that spot, 6th. But all the while, or P5, all the while, fourth and third. I mean, they had a chance to maybe get to Bernardo Guibert. They still do, but they're just letting P2 and P3 drive away with it.
Yeah, 6 laps to go, and indeed the battle we had there for the positions outside the top 4 are a little less focused as I think we expected them to be. They are coming up forward here again as drivers have their head down. 8 to go now, leading the way there. 70. Got his head down. Let's see when they come back running of lap time between Go and Guibert. Guibert did a 61.6. Go a 61. He was 4/10 of a second faster on that last lap as they come across the line again. Flores leading, this time by 3.8 seconds. Guibert did a 61.2. Go a 61 flat. Another 0.2 of a second. So that group of Go, Medeiros, and Canache most definitely really made Guibert in Q4.
And again, he only got away with how hard they were fighting. Like a group like this here is now. That is the 246 of Schiavo, Franco Schiavo, Mason Brody. That was Capitan Garduno going to the inside of Franco. Franco went back at him. And then just ahead of the pairing, Mason Brody and Michael Porter running right now in the 218 of Mateo Gomez. Also in the mix in frame. This is 11, 12, 13, 14 there. You've got the Nash Motorsports machine in the mix of it all. But Mateo Gomez on the Orslon CRG. This was a race that should have been, a little swerve there from Katowski towards 285 Isaac Carvalho, but this race could have been a big breakout one for Mateo Gomez. Instead, it's been a backward slide that he is just trying to get to the finish.
There's Carvalho throwing to the inside of Katowski, and that's the battle for 9th and 10th. Carvalho up into 9th, Katowski back in the 10th spot. Nice pass to the inside of 21. Lead now for Flores over 4 seconds across the line over Simoni and Howard. Guibert lost even more as Aiden Go. He's went purple. He is right there with Guibert right now as well. We'll get up to that in a bit. Here's that battle for 9th and 10th, still fighting it up. 11, 12, and 13th there as well. Gomez, Porter, and Brody all trying to get in that strap as well.
Down the back straightaway, Aiden Go looking for some help to try and reel in maybe the next group for Bernardo Guibert, having gone by him for P4. Hudson Howard, Leo Simone. I would have thought they might have been even a little bit further away, Rob. The last couple of laps, they haven't been much better than Guibert by himself, and they've been much slower than Aiden Go and Alvaro Madeira.
Yeah, indeed. The fastest driver on the racetrack right now is Aiden Go. He went purple and does it again here on lap number 13. So 3 laps still to go. We got ourselves a great fight. This is the battle a little bit further back in the pack as well. There's that number 246 machine with his head down, trying to work his way forward. But nonetheless, the drivers in the lead pack really need to get focused here. If you're Simone and Howard, you cannot let up at all right now. Aiden Go's the fastest guy on the track. He's coming for P3.
Side by side there, Katowski going at it again. This time to stay inside the top 10. Isaac Carvalho with him there in the OKP MPG machine. And then Porter and Carvalho's gotten the better of him for the moment. A little bit of dirt kicked up top of the corner of the screen. Here is Aiden Go. There was a pass behind. There's more passing in that group there, 2 by 2 for all of them, as Brody Stoffel has caught, passed, and now is trying to pull away from Camila Canache. Lots of moving pieces and parts here in the final few moments of this main 2 laps to go, and that was a huge gap taken out of the margin to Hudson Howard and Leo Simone. Rob, nearly a full half second.
Yeah, they are digging big time. It was literally a 61 flat to a 60.6 for Go. So Howard, that big gap that he has, it's shrinking up. There's another pass there for Katowski. He'll make a move on Michael Porter to go to 9th, I believe, there. So Katowski still digging, trying to come away with that top 10 finish he wants with TKG Burrell Art. And still up front is KR123 for the drivers from J. Howard Driver Development, but it's Aiden Go who is up on the wheel. You can see him. That's the Katowski battle.
Yeah, this is back once again to the 223. Micah Porter,
yeah.
Inside and through on Katowski, all at the edge of the top 10, 10th, maybe 14th, and look who's closing in the background on the last lap here as we get ready to put this one into the books. One more lap around, 2nd and 3rd. going right on by. Lennox Lockhart is up to 16 from dead last on the grid, and he is going to be able to maybe make some noise in that pack from 10th on back here on this final lap, depending on how hard they fight it. We're keeping our eyes glued for the moment on second and third to see when and if Hudson Howard pulls the trigger, because we know Marcelo Flores is going to have one heck of a points haul, a big gap going into tomorrow. How bad do you want to fight for P2 versus P3 when you've got fourth looming? Well, evidently you'll wait till now. To the inside, Hudson Howard, a little slide in the brake zone. Simultaneous moves behind for P4, Rob.
Yeah, I don't think if they were fighting for P4 back there, I bet they would have had a shot at maybe second or third, but they fought for it instead. Here goes the move to the inside. Flores is going to come across the line, but there is more action further back. What are we going to have for the drive to the line here? They had a little bit of contact. They're all pretty pumped about it as it is coming across the line. Flores gets the win. Hudson Howard second. Leo Simone third for a podium, unofficial podium lockout for J. Howard Driver Development. Aiden Go ends up in fourth, and they were battling. Had they not battled, Xander, I think that they may have fought for second and third, but they scrapped it out going through turns number 8 and 9.
Yes, they did, Robin. You can see Marcelo Flores waiting there to wave to a couple of his buddies as they cross the line and head to the scales together. He's got some teammates closing in as well. We already watched just off camera as his teammates passed him on by Hudson Howard and Leo Simone. A podium lockout again. Flores from the SLA group moved over to the J. Howard camp to start 2025. Has an updated registration. Hopefully he will soon, because, well, it would look really good with all those blue and red shields. 1, 2, 3, Aiden Go fourth. Alvaro Medeiros, a good race. And then behind, Goubert. I mean, talk about keeping the nerves all together. Sixth after nearly missing the whole session. Solid, solid. And check this out. Top of page number 2, Lennox Lockhart, last to 16.
Yeah.
Great drive back.
And Zeb got shot, too.
Zeb as well, yeah.
Yeah.
And Dutch Westbrook got collected on the first lap. He goes back up to 19. Couple good runs there. Brody Brown also. A lot of Fenix coming from the back of the field. He drove from the tail end to 22nd. So Marcelo Flores getting congratulations from his teammates. There was Leo shaking him and saying, dude, do you realize what we just did? First, second, third.
And 5 drivers in the top 10 as well. There's
Yes.
a couple other drivers, 7th and 10th, I believe, are also drivers from the J. Howard Driver Development Camp. And that's what you like to see. He's pumped up, ready to go.
And this win, again, should solidify Marcelo Flores as the odds-on favorite to go into tomorrow to make things very difficult for anyone else to really bring the fight to him in the championship. Lennox will obviously have a drop for today after the great opening couple days he had in January. And we'll have to check here and see if there's anyone else that really ends up in contention and what the drop would be of these 3 rounds for Marcelo Flores, because I don't know if it's even going to be mathematically possible to catch him having such a perfect run in the first 3 rounds of this 4-round championship.
Yeah, he came in, what, 3rd place in points. Dutch Westbrook, you said, had the issue and went back. He was 2nd coming in. It's going to be really interesting when you guys sit down and get these points figured out. Nonetheless, this is going to be, it's always that great time, right? Get through the scales. That's that first little hurdle you got to get by. You can celebrate with your crew, and again, a fantastic job there for Marcelo Flores coming away with the win. A dominant win at that. 5.2 seconds, the margin for Marcelo. And of course, Kart's come in. There we go. now we're having the celebration. I love it.
So there you have it, father and son, and indeed, Lennox Lockhart's lead. It's going to drop down quite a bit with the drops factored now. Marcelo Flores, he's going to have one heck of a shot at a championship tomorrow here in the SKUSA Winter Series, and a bittersweet drive again for Lennox Lockhart, as that was the drive that would normally make a championship, but this is such a short run. You've got to have 3 maximum performance rounds. And if you can do that tomorrow, again, you never know what the next day, what the next lap brings. You could very quickly see a swing in the pendulum of who's got the odds in their favor.
I was going to say no doubt about that. And again, we're rolling through some fantastic main events. One thing about this Orlando track is there's so many great overtaking opportunities. The racing we've had so far in the SKUSA Winter Series has been great. This is only round number 3, Xander. Another full day of action tomorrow. We're ready to roll out with another great one here right now. As we know, X30 Junior is going to put on a show. So there's a lot of great racing still to come today.
Yeah, so much still left in the tank, folks. You've got X30 Junior Pro X30 in the middle portion of the lineup when we return with more action.
So X30 Junior rolling onto the racetrack right now for their 18-lap main event. Jose Schirmer, so impressive in that pre-final in the Speed Concept Racing Machine, able to come out with a victory over Alexander Vanchev. So Schirmer and Vanchev will be on the front row. Jackson Porter and Theon Chi, part of that RPG 2-3-4 finish, will walk out row number 2. Porter on the inside, Theon Chi on the outside. Travis Pettit will start on the inside of row number 3 with the 729 TV car, walking out Room 795. Alessandro Truchot and Ben Abernathy will be on row 4. Leonardo Saravalli and Edward Kennedy wrapping up row number 5. Some of these drivers have had some good success in the KA100 Juniors. They're back on track to see if they can get there a little bit more than they need, trying to get that race win. Row 6 has Sarah Bradley on the inside in the 785 and Nathan Dupuis on the outside in the 741. Excuse me, while row number 7, we'll have Jose Helfin on the inside in the 736 and Mateo Calderon on the outside in the SCR machine. William Kim and Cole Medeiros will start on that next row of the field into the tram lines, underway, green flag flying, and they'll race hard through turn number 1 and 2. Getting things underway right now. Schirmer, one driver off the outside of the racetrack. That's Travis Pettit, I think, is pushed to the outside, coming through 3 and 4. A number of drivers getting contact. You can see the shots from the back. You know there's going to be some pushback bumper activation there for sure with that kind of chain reaction further back. We are now underway. One driver out already. A couple drivers actually out of the opening lap. We'll try to pick those names up as they fall down the order for you. You can see the defensive action. We got more contact there. Wow. Drivers left and right battling up front. Alessandro Truchot got a fantastic start. I think he will come away as the leader. As they were defending down the inside, he dove to the bottom of the inside of turn number 10. Had some contact there with the driver coming across to him. So some chaos, a little hecticness here early on. Truchot will lead him coming across the line. Jackson Porter goes into second. Schirmer third. Vanchev fourth. Wood fifth. She sixth. Saravalli, Bradley, Kennedy, Murphy, your top 10. Drivers involved early. William Kim, Jose Helfin, and Arthur Cordero. Those 3 drivers have not come back around to complete lap number 1. So 3 down, 34 drivers remain on the opening lap, and Alessandro Truchot able to go strongly to the lead out of the get-go, but right now it's already Schirmer back to P1.
So Jose Schirmer on the Speed Concepts Racing Machine had to defend a bit in the pre-final. He's got a little gap where he won't have to. His teammates are. They are all through, dotted in this main group. Beginning, of course, with Ashton Woon, the junior rookie. And we've got one driver in the wall. Oh, it is one of the Prime Power Team suits. And there's 4 carts stacked on top of each other. That is maybe 5. One turned in front of them all. It's one of the Nash Motorsports machines. Juther Malaswamy's involved. He's the one that knows the barrier. And the 799 was the one in front of everybody.
The 718 was Leo De Silva. It was, I believe, Hector Turiaga as well. Xander involved in that one. A couple more to Achilles Sparico, too.
Utter chaos to kick things off in X30 Junior. Talk about a wild, wild shakeup. Now, Jose Schirmer leading and trying to get away. You would think he might have had a bigger gap with all the fighting, but no. keeping him honest. Jackson Porter, what a great start to this main event for young Jackson Porter here in the 722, as Alessandro Truccio now fades to third and might be losing that as he quickly tries to cover off from Fianchi.
Indeed, little bit tight to the inside of turn number 13 to hold him back as he looks over his shoulder. Fianchi is right there, as is the 706 Savanchev. Again, really aggressive racing here as well. The 785, 95 of Woon and the 85 of Sarah Bradley all in the fight as well. For the most part right now, Jackson Porter not putting any pressure on whatsoever. In fact, running more of a race line. You can see, I think, Shermer a little more defensive here on the opening lap, or the opening laps.
Yeah, I mean, you would think at this point in the race there'd be a little bit of faith that maybe on lap 3, pushing lap 4. Now coming to lap 5, there'd be a little less of this, especially for the two up front. Jackson is obviously seeing it. That's why he's not pulling the trigger to go for the win or the lead right now. But this group, I mean, this is just utter chaos here. Alessandro Truccio, Alexander Vanchev, Fianchi. It doesn't matter who you think is a tenth faster. All of you are a half-second a lap slower when you're fighting and blocking that hard. And we're going to see it. At the start the lap, 8 tenths back. How big is it going to be? A full near second loss, back to 1.7. And the teammates are even going to lose some time now.
This is where you give away races, right? You've got the pace to run up front, but when you're battling this hard in the opening couple of laps, this is when you allow these leaders to flat stretch away. They don't even need to run hard. You're racing so aggressively, side by side through some of these corners, and you're letting guys like Shermer and Porter get out to big leads right now. You know that, of course, Truccio's going to have his head down, but the leader's trying to pull away.
So now into the long sweeper, quick kink, grid corner, big run. What's the gap? Where does the pack end is really the bigger question now. Forget the gap up front. How many more drivers can we bring into this thing? How about Nathan Dupuis, who went straight backwards in that KA Junior main with a lot of contact. He's been able to, I think, move his way up the board pretty nicely here in this main event from 22nd, with 12th across the line. He'll pick up another spot now ahead of one of the SCR machines, and Benham Abernathy, he's the 10th, 12 spots up, and oh man, around goes. Who was that? That was Mateo Calderon.
He tried to turn in there on Abernathy, I think, and that was left front to right rear contact. Abernathy up in the air with him, but he was able to continue, but Mateo Calderon getting the rough end of that.
So through the long sweeper we go. Once again, Ashton Woon on the heels of Sandro Truccio. Here's Abernathy trying to get back going. Took them both wide and into the wall. The leaders, they've been gifted a 2-second lead. Alexander Vanchev, familiar territory from that KA main, as his teammate Fianchi, much less desirable position right now and fighting with Edward Kennedy. He'll end up hanging on tough with Dupuis slipping by. He'll steal another spot.
Dupuis digging here right now. He's getting passes done by himself. Some are getting gifted to him. The guy's driving super aggressive, making little mistakes. He's done a fantastic job on that Sodi Kart to work his way forward right now. In fact, Edward Kennedy now up into the top 10.
Edward Kennedy on the energy, gonna go low. Dupuis said, all right, no, I'm gonna go for another spot. Feeling the flow as he moves over to turn 6. Nathan Dupuis, 8th now, and he's gonna get a big gap as Kennedy fends him off.
Yeah, Fianchi was on the back end of that one there, following back a little bit. He's gonna have to get up on the elbows as well. Oh, that was was there contact there? Was just a wide miss on the corner?
Oh no, yeah, there was there was a little push and shove there here, Rob. I think we might be on for another. Oh wow, I mean, Travis Pettit said absolutely not. Put the bumper straight to Edward Kennedy into the hairpin.
All right, we've got some replays to watch later. Here comes the battle further back as well. The guys coming forward. Nico Katowski starting to work his way up. He's kind of been, I think, locked on to Travis Pettit and says, let's go. I'm right with you right now. Wherever you go, I go. And they currently run in 10th and 11th across the line. Right behind them is Jensen, who's working his way from deep in the field as well. He had that issue in the pre-finals, Xander.
Yeah, Ethan Sky Manuchik, 37th to 12th right now on that Rocket Racing Company machine. And we've got so much time left in this, Rob. I mean, the leaders, they're beginning to fight. For a little bit, it was okay, but Jose Shermer has not been shy about kind of blocking off the inside. And I think Jackson Porter's finally decided that he has to go. He'll pin him to the high side to make sure he doesn't get crossed up. Good move, good pass, and Jackson Porter will lead us into the S's and around the last turn to get his first laps led in X30 Junior.
And Alexander Vanchev just happened to go purple last time by. He's closing on the lead. There he is there. You can see visually how much closer he is right now as he goes quicker again. 55.510. Resets fast lap. The gap to Shermer back to Vanchev. Less than 7/10 of a second right now. He'll push back the lead. And again, an over-under for Jackson Porter trying to maintain momentum coming out of that corner. But this fighting up front is going to bring everybody back in, at least Vanchev. But I would not be surprised to see Wood, Truchot, Murphy all in there as well. They're in the back there, just ready to dive into a fight.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy, Ashton Woon, rookies or previously just ending their rookie season in the case of Tristan Murphy. Now, for the RPM Tony Kart driver, this is at least the main event that really mattered to him. He didn't end up bothering with the B final in KA Junior after having a rough go there. And in the middle of the pair, Sarah Bradley with a solid run in the works right now on her Speed Concepts Racing Sodi from rolling in 11th. Now with Shermer back in the lead, the pack might back up to her and more because we've seen him defend a bit before. Not going to this time in turn 5. We'll pick up their group as there's another Sodi looming in the distance. Nate Dogg is still moving forward towards the lead.
And he's not done at all, only 3/10 of a second behind Fuji. She came across the straight there. So indeed, you see the fight up front. Vanchev has got there now, making 3 drivers in the lead group. A couple more drivers off the outside of the racetrack there as well. Look at 2 U-Race teammates off track there, Xander.
Nolan Carney, Martin Jaramillo, and it looked like one of the 2 of them was gingerly holding his arm, so hopefully all's okay as we put now 10 laps in the books. Jose Shermer leading to Vanchev and Porter. Yellow flags in that back zone, they couldn't do anything. Now Vanchev has full attack mode enabled. He's able to go at any corner he wants. Does he go in turn 5? Shermer doesn't want to give him the chance, and we're going to bring more drivers up and into the lead group. Come on, Ashton Woon and Sandro Truchot, let's make it 5.
It is early to be doing that kind of defense, is it not? Even though you know that these 2 RPG drivers are coming. The minute you go defense like that, those guys behind them, Ashton Woon, Alessandro Truchot, Sarah Bradley, just another second back there, wringing their hands, saying that's exactly what I need. You guys are way out there. So start battling. Here comes Vanchev to the inside of turn 10, and he gets really aggressive and goes deeper into the corner. Porter might get, Porter might get hurt by that. He is able to hold the spot, but that brings Wood back in. That was a strong move for Vanchev to really take over the apex in turn number 10.
Yeah, he definitely did not want to get stuck behind Jose Shermer, but now, again, with both of them kind of going offline and awkwardly getting through the last couple of corners, they're the same speed, and Shermer's close enough. He's going to force him low. He won't go low enough, and Jackson Porter's going to try to go alongside. Nowhere to go. Turn 6, what does Ashton Woon do? I mean, mini slip and micro slip racing is all about over-unders and momentum. This is what juniors are all about, though. Elbows out, and Shermer's going to go back 5 spots.
He was able to get the nose into the inside and coming out of turn 6 as they come to the sweeper of turn number 7, and Shermer definitely took the negative end of that one as he was hung out to dry on the outside, lost a bunch of spots, somebody tucked back in. One of the big benefactors, I think, was Alessandro Truchot. I think he's going to go to 5th to 3rd here on this lap standard. He is back up on the wheel and ready to fight, although Vanchev with 1 junior win already. Red flag. Red flag fly. We have an incident on the racetrack.
Oh man, Alexander Vanchev might have just gotten away with a sweep of the day here, folks. 11 laps in the books, past halfway, and we've got an incident that has brought us to a halt here in X30 Junior. Shermer might also get saved by the bell when it goes back 1 lap from what happened just moments ago. And I don't know what we are under the red flag for. We'll get some intel and let you know. But unfortunately, folks, our first red flag of weekend number 2 comes midway through our X30 Junior main here with 11 down and on the books. We had 7 remaining. We'll keep you posted. update in what we've got for X30 Junior. Well, unfortunately, it is over. Race results provisional, but the race has been called due to the red flag that has stopped us past halfway. Alexander Vanchev at the end of 11 laps will be scored as a provisional winner over Jose Shermer. Jackson Porter will complete the podium in third. Ashton Woon, Alessandro Truscio, your top 5. And on and down the board here for X30 Junior. Pro X30 is on deck, folks. We'll be getting ready to go green with them not long from now. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney put on a great fight at the front of the field, but they were not alone in that pre-final. They'll be getting ready to roll this field here any moment now, knowing that we're a little bit behind schedule, even with the early ending to X30 Junior. It'll be pretty instant when this track gets cleared up that we'll be going racing. So we're excited. We hope you are too. It's about that time. Pro X30 right at the midway point of our lineup here in the main events. We get closer to sunset from Orlando. Up next.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Brandon, Why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Orlando Kart Center. Here we are, ready for action. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney will lead your field to green in this stacked Pro X30 grid. You just missed out on what was shaping up to be a great X30 Junior main event. Unfortunately, we were robbed of the finish. Rob, you had a bit of the update. David Cole was down shooting on the racetrack, and driver's okay.
Yeah, Dave just sent me a quick little message to the driver that bloody nose, I think. So, of course, taking all the precautions to make sure that he was okay. And again, the time span, they elected to call that one official. Always great to see that a driver's fine. The red flag's always scary for everybody, but this one has a positive end, which is great.
So with the engines fired up for Pro X30, let's set the stage a little bit. Obviously, we've talked a lot about our front row. How about the drive forward for your second row starters in this main event? Kate McQueen marching forward at the last moment, right as the battle really kicked off between Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney. He was able to kind of get there and play spoiler, at least put a little pressure on him, but ran out of time after a quali effort that had him rolling from a little bit further back in the top 10. That said, he's not alone. He's got a lot of drivers around him, I think, that also could be bringing the fight to some of the big guns here in just a few moments.
Well, you just look at some of the names behind him, right? A couple of drivers who are kind of new, obviously new to the Pro X30 category. Chase Gaskin-Lee has looked really good, very, very impressive. Colin Lloyd was great back in January in his debut. He's super strong. And you got Austin Garrison, Diego Ramos, Enzo Vidmontian, Paulie Massimino, then Jensen Burnett, who really has stepped things up here to start 2025 as a dangerous player here in the senior category. But there's a lot of drivers that are ready to step things up. But Cade McQueen's going to be the guy who's got to get aggressive early to get in front of these guys. I think that's what you're going to see. I expect him to try to go to the lead pretty early.
Yeah, I do too. I could see him maybe learning from how he got roughed up right off the rip in last month's event and wanting to go, okay, you know, I want to make sure I at least get a little bit further forward earlier in the race just to stay away from the madness. I mean, I think that's been kind of Austin Garrison's kryptonite, just staring into it, is not having enough speed or being able to have enough, you know, just general okay level pace in the opening couple laps and not get buried. And he's not the most over-aggressive guy in the world either. So Austin knows when to get aggressive. He can, but at the same point, he's not going to wreck you if he's about 3 or 4 tenths off, where some other drivers, well, they might be a little bit more willing to. Here we are out of the last turn, though, bringing the full field together for Pro X30 action. There's still a lot of stragglers at the back, but into the box, and away we go. Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg lead us to turn 1.
Yeah, Norberg's trying to do what most guys can't do, and that's grab that piece two spot coming out of the opening couple of corners. He did a great job to give him enough room, slots in the second spot, and away we go. A couple drivers go back a little bit there early on. We'll see where Kate McQueen locks up. There's 1, 2, 3 drivers off the racetrack. I think one of them was
Overbeck,
Bonilla.
Yeah. So 2 big names there. And that was deja vu for James Overbeck fans, as Well, he was in that spot, I feel like, every start in January, Rob, but what a great jump for the 6.
Yeah, big start for Austin Garrison. You talked about his controlled aggression, but he also is a veteran driver. He knows where to place the Kart on the opening lap, especially through this opening couple of corners at Orlando. It's a little bit different than a lot of the starts that we have at any of the tracks. And like Norberg, he has his own academy here where he does a lot of coaching, so he knows this track inside and out. Oh, Norberg going to make a bid for the lead, and they'll go to the inside. Garrison wants to come with him, and there's a wise move for Turney. Let's both go through.
Joe Turney has always been able to kind of keep his cool here, even though he knows at the start of these races everyone is out for blood. How about the rookies behind him here? Chase Gassie at lead, then the veteran there, Paulie Massimino, but more young guns in Colin Lloyd in 6. So a big blend has been the talking point all day.
I'll say that a big surprise to me is the fact that starting from 3rd, right behind Turney, we see Caden McQueen go all the way back to 7th.
Yeah.
I kind of thought he'd be able to slot through. He was right behind Norberg on that opening lap. Just got roughed up a little bit, I think, and a guy on the move now is Massimino.
Oh, a little hiccup there. Chase Gassie at lead. Colin Lloyd, Caden McQueen, both getting around him after he was trying to quickly bail into line with Paulie Massimino going by. Dropped the left rear off the racetrack, and the rookie's going to go another spot back as here comes Diego Ramos. Wanting to go side by side through turns 1 and 2. And he's going to actually, I think, end up in the dirt. I don't know what will happen up there. The leaders are fighting. No, Ramos ended up getting through, but a tight quarters moment there is look at all that dirt, dust, and debris coming out of turn 5, Rob.
Yeah, the camera shot that we had of Gassie and Lee and Diego Ramos out of turn 2 and 3. You and I both kind of held our breath there. We weren't sure what was going to happen at the end of that one. Gassie and Lee, of course, up on the wheels saying, hey, listen, I don't want to lose another spot. I'm digging here. I've already lost enough. You got to work with me here. It is a 3-driver breakaway. Garrison's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it. Garrison goes to the lead. A little further back. Great job for Austin to go to P1.
Fastest in final practice yesterday. Austin Garrison is feeling a whole lot better when you talk to him this week than a month ago. And a great launch out of that last turn now puts him to the point and in command at the end of lap number 3. His teammate Colin Lloyd, best of that middle group. Caden McQueen now working his way back up and into the 5th spot. Paulie Massimino had just recently gotten into 4th, and now he crosses the line back in 6th. Fighting with Gassie and Lee here. Check it out. Gassie and Lee to the inside of Lloyd. How about Jacob Kolar up and in the mix there on the Vice Racing machine?
Did McQueen just find his way through all the way to 4th? I think he got by Colin Lloyd there. Yeah, that's a great run. Remember, he was 7th just a couple laps ago. I was surprised by the way he started, but he has come out of the gate strongly here. Now, the issue there, put him back to 7th, but he's got past the guys he wants. He's got open racetrack once again. Oh, and we're racing deeper in the field as well. Who's that just went off?
Gassie and Lee just got sent into the weeds, and I don't think it was his fault at all, but he is in a massive spiral right now and needs to right the ship. Look at all the dust blowing across from Gassie and Lee going off on the opposite side of the racetrack. And again, all that, not only does it get on the racetrack, dirty the tires, and like multiple big-name drivers with engine failures on Friday. Joe Turney flew up in happy hour. Paulie Massimino, 2 motor failures. Norberg was good through the day. He's able to keep that confidence going now as he takes the fight to Garrison. Side by side for the lead to the S's. Garrison's wide. Norberg is wide. Contact for the 2, and Joe Turney gets the lead.
There you go. We talk about Joe Turney, how he shows so much poise out there. Just kind of lets things happen as the race develops. Side by side coming through 7. Norberg on the inside, Garrison on the outside. Neither wanted to give it an inch at all. They make contact. They go offline, not into the walls, Andrew, but offline. Dirty tires for sure. They're going to have to fight their way back forward. In fact, the driver coming out with the best of it looked like it was Austin Garrison. Is that him? Yeah, he goes back to P3.
Yeah, so they didn't lose a ton, but they got dirt all over the tires, both of them going way wide, and I wonder if either one of them suffered damage. Now, Caden McQueen, pressure is on you. Joe Turney leads the way as Colin Lloyd takes over 3rd from Garrison. Norberg now right back onto his heels, but instead of for the lead is for 4th. And the 2 Brits have a bit of a breakaway as they ride through the S's.
I got a feeling right now, I said that I thought Caden McQueen would like to lead early. I think right now he'll probably be happy to run in 2nd. He knows how quick the Turney is. Might as well just try to push away and make it an all-British battle for the race win here. We are very early, as we know. It's an 18-lapper. We're working lap number 6 right now. It's only the first third of the race. A long way to go. There's no need for these two drivers to battle each other right now. They need to throw back to a Garrison, to Colin, all those guys behind there. Do you have enough pace to come and get me? If you don't, we're going to pull away.
Well, Colin Lloyd right now is the only driver inside the top 6 in that main group that has never won a major 125cc main event. He's not only on the verge of that here with a podium looming on where he runs right now, he could easily assert himself into this championship fight if this race shakes a little bit up once again, because he only enters about 50 markers back from Norberg before drops. And if Joe Turney is unable to get the main win today, if he fades back a little bit, that quiet consistency, that flying low and under the radar could give us another new Winter Series title.
Yeah, former 100cc, right? KA100 Senior champion Colin Lloyd. But again, a story we don't talk a lot about. We're working on one for eKartingNews.com. We're going to have that up here in the next couple of weeks. But a driver with type 1 diabetes really has to manage his prep coming into the weekend, throughout the weekend as well. Just a story we don't talk a lot about that we're going to put some highlight on eKarting News. Colin Lloyd, just so impressive the way he's handling things out here.
Now, with the beginning of the race being a bit hectic here, we've been able to kind of slow things back down. How about the edge of the top 10? A couple rookies sandwiching some veterans here. Ramos in the middle of Chase Gassiet-Lee, who had that big off at the end of the back hairpin, and Jensen Burnett's REM Cosmic. That's eight. 8th, 9th, and 10th right now here as they ride at the back of the group. Chase Gassiet-Lee on the blue and yellow machine. Diego Ramos, the number 3 plate from last year. And then Jensen Burnett out of the last turn, trailing there in 10th. But don't look now, that middle group of the top 10 is hunting down the leaders, trailing here with Kolar and Norberg.
Yeah, shout out to Colin Lloyd leading the train up there, right? There's a big move to the inside there on Norberg. Was that Kolar?
Yes.
Yeah, Kolar making a move to the inside of Ryan Norberg. That doesn't happen a lot. Jacob Kolar has really stepped things up over the last year and a half. To be a driver I'd like to see run a lot more national events, but this kid is up on the wheel. And here's your first pass for the lead from Caden McQueen to the inside. Book it. He is through. The energy goes to P1.
He knew time was of the essence, and now Joe Turney has to make a decision because he knows that is a hungry group behind him, and Colin Lloyd would love nothing more than to dump the storyline of Joe versus Ryan and leapfrog them both in the points too tomorrow. Is he close enough for a diver here at the halfway mark? Not in turn 1. Maybe in turn number 5. Keep your eye on the lead group here. He got a great launch there through turn 2, over to turn 5, into the corner. Turney's gonna go back to the lead as he could feel the heat coming. McQueen to the outside. Lloyd nowhere to go, he'll cover low.
Yeah, not surprising, as I said about Caden McQueen. I think that they would have pulled away had they been able to do it. He's going to take his time. But you mentioned, I think he saw what was happening. Everybody was closing up. I need to get out front here to potentially see if I can't pull away. Now we had a 2-driver breakaway. No longer, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. 6 drivers in the lead group. You go all the way back to Ryan Norberg, who led early, now P6.
Paulie Massimino also could make it 7. He was 2.7 seconds back. He's starting to run some good laps now. Dropped it to 2.5, but that was a great exit, and this is about that part of the race. We start to see the 58 car begin to level up. Joe Turney, a car length ahead of Caden McQueen, trying to build a margin and let them fight for second. Let's see if Lloyd goes for it here. He doesn't have much of a choice, but McQueen covers off still a bit there in 5. And a bit in 6 as now Kolar goes to 4th.
Wow.
And you've got 2 drivers who probably did more wrenching on their karts over the course of the weekend than most. And I put Garrison in there as well. I walked up to him on Thursday, building from a frame up as his teammate Lloyd goes to 2nd.
Big move at turn 9. As again, Colin Lloyd goes up into 2nd. This is where they got to watch themselves, though. They're going to let Joe Turney pull away. Kolar, of course, on in the correction. He's trying to move forward. He goes to 3rd. Here comes Norberg to the inside of Garrison. He'll be the driver that comes out on the tail end of that, following all the way back into the 6th spot. Lloyd lost the position, but they got to watch out right now. I know Kolar wants to push. He wants to get his way up there, but you cannot let Joe Turney pull away, and he's already got probably 5 or 6, maybe even a full second now across the line.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Caden McQueen just doesn't look too strong right now, but he didn't have much of a choice in that back hairpin. They were all over him. He was going to go back about 3 more spots. A bit of a selfish move, but again, you have to be selfish. It's an individual sport. And now, in the same place where Norberg and Garrison nearly got together, Jacob Kolar goes to second. So, as he covers off, they'll run down the backstretch. If anyone pulls the trigger to dive bomb here, you can about run this race away for Joe Turney and potentially the championship as well. But Kolar's going to park him down in the hairpin.
Well, and this is it. For my opportunity here, Kolar just went through that entire group, right? He passed everybody in that group. Give the kid a shot to potentially lead it here right now. Kolar's in the spotlight. McQueen's putting a lot of pressure on him, but they got to give this kid an opportunity. Right now, if they show a nose, he's going to keep defending it. That's it right there. Again, I think to me, that race is over. They started battling. What is the 2 seconds, Xander, across the line? You can't do that with the likes of Joe Turney out front.
No, and here's just, again, unfortunate, right? And I want to root for Kolar too, but he's not making it easy. He's defending in a couple of corners where maybe McQueen might have been tempted to push him, but Jacob's not giving anyone a chance. So we're going to have this fight all out for second, and look at that, the full back straightaway. JT is gone, and here comes the rest of your top 10. Kolar still fighting. McQueen's just going to say, all right, caution to the wind, to the inside. Norberg to go side by side for third. He'll have nowhere to go. Can he get a hold? Yes, he does. Behind Kolar there to get into fourth.
Yeah, this is tough. I know all those drivers behind there were probably saying the same thing. What are we doing battling like we are right now? Not only are we scrapping and letting even more drivers, like, listen, remember, this was a 6-driver fight. We thought maybe Paulie Massimino could close up. But now it's Turney, McQueen, Kolar, Norberg, Garrison, Massimino, Paul and Lloyd, Diego Ramos, Jensen Burnett, and Chase Gassy at lead. Now it's 2nd through 10, not 2nd through 6. That's what's happened. These guys fighting and defending like they were for second.
Well, and Kolar just really crowded Ryan Norberg really hard in turn number 5. And Garrison also in turn 1 trying to kind of find a way to go forward. Ended up running into the back of him. I don't know if that knocked his bumper in at all. You see Colin Lloyd now just trying to back him up and give everybody a chance to spread apart. Caden McQueen, this looks like a lead pack. It would have been a lead pack. It's now 5 seconds away and counting from Joe Turney as he is headed to championship clinching right now with a 6th consecutive main event win here in the U.S. And there it is, Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, just nothing they can do.
There are some times when Joe Turney puts on a show, right? He's battling with the top drivers in the U.S. He somehow comes out with a fantastic win, falls to 4th, fights his way back, and it's a last lap pass like we saw back in January. This is one of those ones where he gets out to the lead, and everybody else is clamoring so much to try to get with him, stay with him, or be the guy that's up there, that they fight and step on top of each other. This was 100% avoidable, but they were scrapping so hard. They're all trying to tell each other to go forward right now, but this is a fight for the final steps on the podium. This is not a fight for the race win anymore.
Chase Gassy at lead and Jensen Burnett and Diego Ramos. I mean, this is similar, just a couple spots back, right? These three have been around each other almost the whole race, all saying to work together. Right as they got to that main group of cars, and well, then they decided to fight again, and they only wanted to work together if everyone else followed them.
Right.
So that hurts. Aaron Benoit, though, how about this? Maybe a feel-good story to turn this main event around a little bit. The number 57 U-Race Tony Kart has driven from way back on the day, 34th in qualifying, to 17th in the Pre-Final to 11th. And, well, Chase Gassy and Diego Ramos, these two are just trading haymakers here. Blow for blow, punch for punch, and knockout blow nearly there between the two of them. But Benoit returned to form here. He did the KA class a month ago. He's doing Pro X30 this month. This was a kid that raced for wins not long ago, Rob.
Yeah, former Winter Series winner. No doubt about that for Aaron Benoit. I love it. Out there on the number 57, having a great drive, as you said, working his way up into the 11th spot. Started back in, 28th position. Other drivers with big runs. Naomi Garcia, Brian Garcia, both up in punch spots, as well Cindy Castle's up and deep in the field. So a number of drivers inside the top 15 who have had great runs forward. We expected, we're hoping for a battle for the race win. And in fact, Xander, as you mentioned, this is going to lock the championship down as well.
Yeah, Joe Turney has been almost perfect, and no matter what Ryan Norberg can do at this point, I mean, Joe is going to be able to drop tomorrow. He'll have swept the main events at the Delta from winning a main to winning a pre-final. It's not enough of a difference when they split it up last Sunday. So at this point, consider the points all but locked up. Caden McQueen here, looking for a consecutive podium, as now Jacob Kolar, unfortunately, is going to finally pay for some sins, and that's for defending probably a bit too much. The field swallowing him up now, and he and Colin Lloyd, well, they have raced each other a lot. They're going at it. White flag in the air, 1 to go, and they're finally tearing that gap back down, which is honestly, I think, even more frustrating to look back as a driver as Kolar brings Massimino by. To know that you actually maybe did have the speed to go and challenge Joe Turney. For Caden McQueen and Ryan Norberg, as there goes the 58, here comes second and third.
Yeah, indeed, the gap now massive, 4.8 seconds. And again, white flag flying from Aaron Likens to Joe Turney. JT out front, that number 58, the Kart Republic, unbelievably good out front. Another win, what'd you say, 6 straight victory potentially coming here. Xander, what a race it's been for this young driver.
Yes, indeed. Now, look at this, 3 wide, fighting as if it's for the win further back. That could be a little bit of point swing outside the top spot, because this will clinch it. 6 in a row. Joe Turney dominates and fires it. It is a clinch with a day to go in the Winter Series. Caden McQueen continues a solid run of podiums. 4 out of 5 American race weekends. He has an 80% hardware rate here, Rob. And then Ryan Norberg, P3, got to him just about a lap too late.
Yeah, Ryan fighting back and getting pushed all the way back into the 6th position, had to battle his way back forward. Again, we would have liked to have seen them work together, but they did not. Joe Turney winning by 4.2 seconds, right behind that front 3. Austin Garrison coming home in the 6th spot. Jacob Kolar, for all the effort, for all that work, puts him up into the 2nd spot. You'll see him there in the unofficial results, guys, in the 5th position. Colin Lloyd, a strong run there for 6. Jensen Burnett, Paulie Massimino, Diego Ramos, and Chase Gassiet-Lee.
One of those races here where it just mattered about getting forward early. And again, for Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, I know the 2 of them are going to catch up about this, but both frustrated as they knew that they had speed today, both of them, and could have maybe kept the fight to Joe. But once they collided, once they lost control of the pack and they were no longer the ones leading it, they were buried spots back. Well, it was out of their hands. There was nothing they could do but watch as the race unfolded in front of them without them in it.
You used 2 good words right there, could have, right?
Yep.
What could have been. Indeed, they had the pace. They were right there. They even had Joe back in the 3rd spot. To beat Turney, you got to surround him, right? You got to have a bunch of people around him. You got to make sure he's not out front. Get him back in 3rd, get him back in 4th, so everybody can kind of pile on. That happened early, but it didn't happen long enough once they started battling, and he was able to get away. And that fight for 2nd between McQueen and Kolar started getting aggressive and getting defensive. Joe Turney was long gone.
Caden McQueen once again proves that he has the ability to go and put the energy carts at the front of the pack. P2 for the 95. Man, that win it's closing, man. He has had so many close calls here in just a month and a half in the U.S.
And I'd like to see the energy come back. That's a chassis that's been in this country for a long time. Again, early on, I thought
disagreement during the main, but the 2 Floridians, 1-2 with Turney behind them, and this pack fighting as hard as they did, it looked like it might have just been the 3 of them out in front, because I mean, look at we should have had about 3 of them wrecked right there.
True enough, really the turning point in the race was that contact between these 2 drivers. We're going to see this in a little bit here, coming out of this corner here. This was the turning point of the race, right? A couple drivers getting connected. What do we have there? What do we have there?
Pushback bumper penalty. Joe Turney, where would that have come from? And it is protestable. It puts him into tech, and it's position-based.
That is pretty big. That
means that I believe it's 2 and 4. So yeah. Check it out. That's a number 2. Caden McQueen, is he on the verge of getting awarded a first career U.S. major victory? Whoa! Talk about a shakeup here in the aftermath of a Pro X30 main.
He's not showing too much excitement yet about it. Caden's being pretty tight-lipped about this deal, but wow, that is a big, big change there. You never know what happens on the racetrack.
Joe went straight to race control, and as you can see, all clean. Number 1 for the 95, Caden McQueen. Obviously, that a half pushback. We didn't catch it. It didn't look fully deployed where it would be super loose. It didn't look like it would have been, again, from any specific major contact. And I think without question, it could have very easily come from the contact of Ryan and Austin right in front of him. So lots to digest. Alex, let's go to you.
Yeah, guys, down here with Caden McQueen. Caden, you have the P1 cone right now. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, obviously Joe got a bumper, which probably isn't deserved. I don't think he done anything wrong, and he's gone to argue that now. So, you know, he deserves the win. He was really fast. He drove really well. It's a shame that the other boys all wanted to race for second. You know, like I got midway through the race, still on Joe's bumper, and then when they all started battling, he got away, and there was no catching him. You know, we know Joe's fast. We know he's good out in front. So. Once there was
apologies here, folks. We'll take a quick moment to fix that microphone up, and that way we can talk with Caden McQueen and make sure we can hear him here. But we'll get down and get a little bit of intel from the energy driver in a few moments. We'll try that again. Hopefully we can get it right for him, and thankfully at least there's still a lot to be talked about when it comes to that main event. So we'll go back to that in just a few moments. Caden McQueen on the energy provisionally now to the point in your Pro X30 main. So. Lots of updates, lots of status updates here on the results with Joe Turney. Again, that pushback partially deployed that has sent him in a frenzy straight to the stewards to see about protesting and appealing the results. 18 laps, though, is already on the books for the next main event, ready to roll to the racetrack as they begin to form things up. Franco Crivelli and Charlie Fonseca making out the front row. The two of them pulled away by a lot in the pre-final. Paul Elefante and Nico Rivas will make up row number 2 with Miguel Mir and Scott Falcone on row number 3, Rob.
Yeah, row 4, Scott Carapaletti alongside Mundy Lawyer. Row number 5, Tom Gerstner and Kim Carapaletti. We'll see Junaid Din, Tito Gutierrez, and Todd Shambo round out the 13 kart field we have here in KA100 Master. The class brought to you this weekend by the AM Racing Team. Crivelli and Fonseca put on a show there in the pre-final. Let's see whether or not Elefante, Rivas, Mir, and Falcone can step up. The Elefante, Rivas, Mir group was pretty good there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Falcone to 6th. He's got a couple of wins here this year already. One just coming off one at Tucson in the Challenge of the Americas. He won here in Rock Cup competition. How about a victory here in the SKUSA Winter Series as well? The trifecta of 3 of the Winter Series, the 3 Winter Series that are happening here in 2025.
Yeah, well, man.
That'd be impressive.
That would be very, very impressive. And a very busy winter. My goodness. It's been busy enough for us here. We're just only on main event number 4, main weekend number 4, halfway through it as the sun is slowly working its way towards the tree line with 3 main events on tap here. KA Master, the first of them. 18 laps won by the AM Racing Team. And we've got a green flag. We're racing down to turn number 1. Franco Crivelli gets away with the lead, and looks like a good start for Elefante. He'll slot into 2nd as Fonseca collides with Miguel Mir there through the chicane.
I think Miguel may have kept it off the dirt on the outside of that corner. We saw so many drivers do the whoop-de-doos of the MX. That's one driver. Tom Gerstner out in the 407 already, the Magic Kart. Tom getting out there a little bit slowly. Hopefully he'll be okay after the contact there. But nonetheless, a great start for Elefante. Listen, when you start behind the leader like that, that's what you got to do. P3, if you get an opportunity to go to 2nd, you got to take it quickly. But this could allow Crivelli to pull away a little bit here.
So into turn number 10 and 11 on the opening lap. Out of that big hairpin, that slow corner on cold tires. How do the gaps look out here? I think Paul Elefante maybe if he can have a really, really good second lap, could keep Franco Crivelli close. Otherwise, the hopes are going to ride on Charlie Fonseca, trying to make quick work of him, because in that pre-final, even though it was only 8 laps, there was 2 drivers head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, but Xander, how good did Crivelli look when we were back here in January? He was so spot on, so consistent. There's the move for Fonseca. He had to go quickly. He'll work his way now into second spot. Elefante should try to stay with him if possible, and we'll see whether or not Fonseca has got anything for him now. We'll work the way out of turn number 7. Again, only look at the second lap here now. And Fonseca's got to get up on it. He has to have a magic lap here to close up to see if this battle can settle in. Otherwise, Crivelli's going to pull away.
Yeah, Franco did not get actually as much of a benefit from them passing as I thought he would, Rob. It looked like it was going to be maybe half a second and then put it to 7 or 8 tenths. But now, check it out. Charlie Fonseca's had a great run. Miguel Mir, I don't even know if he gained all that much on the RPG Cosmic there in P2. Across the line, only a 1/10 loss for Charlie. Crivelli a little bit maybe shaky here in the opening couple of laps, and so there's a sliver of hope for the cars behind to keep him well within reach as Paul Elefante starts to slip backward.
Yeah, last night was a 58.006 for Crivelli, 57.761 for Fonseca, so over 2/10 of a second he made up there. Let's keep this digging. We need a good battle up front. I know Crivelli fans wanted to pull away, but us as race fans, I want to see all these drivers working together. In fact, we're going to see a battle here for third here pretty soon, I think, as Miguel Mir looked pretty good. He's starting to reel in Paul Elefante now.
Yeah, down the back straight, they've got a big gap already, and these two in 4th and 5th are looking pretty fast. I mean, last time by, Miguel Mir 57.93, better than the race leader, even for the race leader for Nico Rivas there in the Cosmic right behind him. So both drivers could easily get around Paul Elefante and make it more than just a 2-horse race up front if that pace continues. But like you said, Rob, Franco Crivelli was so good at opening weekend. He may be a little off now as he loses the lead to Charlie Fonseca, but he's still racing, and an over-under again. Will it get done? He's going to drag the brake, I think, and tuck in, because too much of that. They're going to back right up to the front bumper of P3.
That's it. That's what we want to see, though. Great job there for Fonseca to go to pack the P1. We talked about Scott Falcone getting a couple of wins in different series already this year, running 3 different programs here in the Masters category. I don't think he's got the pace at all here right now. 58.868 last time by. He was a second off of Crivelli. He is leading that next group with Mundy Lawyer, Scott Carapaletti, and Todd Shambo, who started 13th. Shambo already up into the 9th spot, so he's been able to make hay early in this run here right now. But yeah, up front, good job here for Fonseca. But look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Very impressive. They come across the line. 58.1 for Fonseca, 58.6 for Crivelli, up at a 58 flat for all 3 of the drivers behind them, Xander. Elefante, Mir, and Rivas, quicker than the leaders, all 3 of those drivers.
Yeah, Paul Elefante, I mean, he wasn't great after getting into second, but he has settled in nicely here, Rob, and especially being the one leading that 3-car pack. It's very easy to kind of get carried along and just ride at the pace of the guy in front of you. A lot tougher to, hunt people down and use your own braking marker, especially as the sun is now so deeper in the sky than they have been on track for any other session to the point of the weekend. We're past the point when practice day would have ended. We were just getting going here with their main, and the same can be said for the upcoming Mini Swift main event here after this, and the Pro and Master shifter drivers that'll be right at sunset hour for their final.
I like what I'm seeing here right now. Miguel Mir, a veteran driver. He'll only go by if he needs to. Again, if they're closing, if you're 4th or 5th here, and you feel that your group is closing, you're getting closer to the leader, you're a little bit faster, you're not going to push it. You're not going to try to make that dive bomb move. As long as the guy in front of you is leading the train forward, stick with him. Push when you can. Whatever you do, don't look to the inside. Don't try to make any moves, because at that point, he's going to go on the defensive. Let him understand that you're there to potentially get back to the leaders. Because again, coming across the line, Elefante was quicker than Fonseca, not by a bunch, but a little more over a half a tenth. So they are closing a little bit here, a little bit there. Every time Crivelli looks over, that's got to give Elefante a little more motivation.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a little bit, just a bit of an edge for that group, and all they need is one more pass back for the lead, and they'll be right there. At the same point, I mean, they'll eventually get there on their own merit, but it will not take a lot to bring them. And now, I think, just kind of on the cusp of that last bit of draft, which, like you covered really well, Rob, there's straightaways here. The draft is not really the big talking point of this place, but it does play a little factor. You've got some mid-range zones like the run here to turn 5 where you can pull up to someone a little bit. The same down the front straightaway. That's the highest speed part of the circuit. And then down that backstretch, I mean, how many times do we see someone pull out of line and then because they're not in line with everybody else, poking their own hole in the air, well, they have to tuck back in because the momentum is gone. Just that little bit. So it all adds up to a bit easier to close the gap from maybe 6/10 down to 2 than it is from a second down to 6.
So again, we're getting to the point here, 6 laps in. Now the chassis are starting to come in, right? Whatever setup you have, the tire pressure you've rolled out. Let's see who starts working their way to the forefront. Charlie Fonseca just went purple. He went down to a 57.958. Elefante's been faster than him in the last couple laps, but Elefante kind of consistent there. He turned his fastest lap of 58.829, but he lost a bunch there on that lap with a 57.9. So again, Fonseca's kart's just starting to come in. He's going purple. The gap now about 9/10 from Crivelli back to Elefante. This is where you wonder whether or not Miguel Mir is going to start saying, hey, listen, we're not closing anymore. We're losing a bit. I got to go. So if that happens, he'll go to P3 potentially for Mir, but he's going to have to hope the leaders are battling it out again because the minute he fights, they're going to go into a scrap for P3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to describe it, Rob. It's such a catch-22 situation here. You can't wait too long, but if you botch this one move here, it's going to be twice as hard and potentially throw the race away anyway, in the same vein that you would have been just riding behind.
And you don't want to change the mindset of that guy in front of you. The minute you try to get too aggressive and he thinks, hey, I'm only battling for third right now, then you've changed everything, right? You got to make sure he still has the mindset that you can catch. Every time he looks back, tell him to keep going. If you start losing too much and Mir thinks he's fast enough, hey, I can run that pace, maybe he'll go by. But I like the way you said it. You get one shot, right? If you botch one, the driver you're battling, especially once you get midway through like we are almost are right now, we'll go halfway through next time by. I changed the mindset of the guy running P3.
Well, it's almost like a tryout in my eyes when you pass someone. You know, you get about 3 or 4 corners, hit those apexes right, and they're going to be maybe down to follow you if they don't feel like they're naturally in fear of losing more spots like you'll have in a pack race.
Agreed.
But if you pass someone and the very next corner or a couple of corners in, you botch it or you throw the next lap, they're going to go back in on you. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't get mad about it as much as you want them to follow. And some of that stuff, too, we don't always catch because, again, we're at these wider angles. Missing the apex, hitting the curb in the wrong way. We'll see it on a major scale. But there was races, and the one that came to mind to me the most was, we had some issues here in turn 6, was, that's going to be
Tito Gutierrez as well.
Yeah, was the Summer Nats a couple of years ago when we had Mateus Morgado, Blake Nash, Ryan Norberg, and I believe Turney. And all 4 of them were battling amongst themselves as there we see, finally, Miguel pulls the trigger, so now he's got to make sure he capitalizes on this window. And none of them wanted to push Blake Nash for whatever reason. And we were talking about it. We were like, I don't understand if they just don't respect Blake because he's not one of the guys that's been up front most of the year. And I went around to all 3 of them after that day, and I said, what gives, guys? Like, I thought we're a little better than this. And, well, right here might be your answer.
Look at that. And Miguel Mir's like, listen, you got to let me come up front here. And then we've talked about this. We set the stage for this. I love what you said there. Again, yeah, Nash was making mistakes, wasn't he? Finish that. Thought,
he was basically saying that, like anytime he would go, he couldn't put one lap without just barely missing the corner. And so that was the signal to go. And again, that may have been what happened to Miguel. It may not have. And he may not even miss the corner per se by being off the apex or off the exit or whatever. But if he didn't get as good of a run as Paul would have expected, he's like, all right, we're not going to be good with you in front. It's such a small window because, again, like, we were talking earlier, you're in this catch-22 of, is it better for me to go or is it better for me to stay? But they're going to think the same thing when they let you go.
So what I like in my mind's like going, hey, listen, when you make a pass like that, you've got like a 4-corner responsibility.
Yes.
You have to back it up, right? Like, you've made this move, you got to back it up in the next 4 corners and either pull a bit of a gap because you're faster or prove to the guy behind you that you're not going to mess up the lap.
Right.
That's key.
And again, that's something that, on the flip side of a story like that, would be like how a lot of those guys would describe Connor Zilisch, right? Like when Connor broke out onto the scene in senior, there was never really that kind of big moment until much later on in the season where he had any run-ins with anyone. He'd get by them, and you would see some of the best, some of the most decorated senior drivers like Norberg, like Garrison, and granted, they've been around the kid for a long time, follow him, and they would never end up really, playing almost an ego game that we saw, for example, with Ramos and Gassi at Lee, and sometimes it's not just ego, sometimes it ends up spiraling to that, but and anytime you'd ask him about Connor, he'd be like, well, he drives like us. If he passes me, it's for a reason, and he proves that he doesn't make mistakes once he gets in front.
And that's a great example of the fact that, we talk about it quite a bit, anytime you talk to a young driver moving from junior to senior, how much different the racing is, right? The give and take, the way you race hard compared to when you're running a junior, when sometimes nobody gives anybody any room. When you make that jump up to senior, if you can start thinking like a senior and stop thinking like a junior, like Connor Zilisch did, or even like a Brent Cruz coming up to some of the categories, when you have that mindset and the right focus on racecraft, you're going to get more respect early. The minute you start battling and getting your elbows up, a driver who's 4, 5, 6 years older than you, he's in his early 20s, he's been racing top level for 10 years, he's not going to give anything any room at all to you.
Yeah, I mean, a prime example, right, is Charlie Fonseca's teammate, Alexander Vanchev, doubles up today, right? And there was parts of the race, especially in the early parts of it, where not only did he know how fast he was, that he could afford to blow 2 seconds to the lead in the opening couple laps, going back and forth with other people, but he was able to kind of maybe intimidate a little bit by passing guys back and forth and whatnot, and you just don't get that. Like you said, you're not going to be able to bully your way to staying in the front of the field, because they will, every single one of them in the front will absolutely bully you 10 times harder, and one way or another, the karma works itself out.
And it's been a little tougher for the mature guys, the veteran guys, to do that nowadays, because before pushback bumpers, it was really easy. You were just off the racetrack.
Yes.
You would get, in air tags, air quotes, you would get sent, right?
Yes.
You get sent all the time. Pushback bumpers, a little different. They got to be a little more finesse, let's put it that way, in moving drivers backwards. Back to this battle right now. Charlie Fonseca continues to lead. Franco Crivelli running in second. This is a great scrap now. It's come down to just 2 drivers for the final position on the podium, Paul Elefante and Miguel Mir. Mir did go by earlier, all part of our discussion here on kind of the racecraft of leading and reeling in another, leading that chase group. Elefante went right back by Mir, and you can go back and look at the result, the replay yourself later. The minute that Mir got by, he just wanted at least one lap to see if they could catch with him up front. He immediately put his hand in the air like, what are you doing? I just went by you. Give me an opportunity to kind of reel these guys in.
Well, that and, passed him in a spot that they're already on the cusp of the power band in the slowest corner of the racetrack. The slowest corner, I feel like, that we have in North American karting's kind of national circuit of tracks. So it was the biggest loss of time they could have done to trade the spot back.
Yep.
So I understand that. At the same point, again, if he didn't perform in the couple of corners he got in front, maybe that was why Paul went by. But check this out here. Mundy Lawyer and Todd Shambo have found themselves together again. They are 6th and 7th, and it's the only other battle we've really got going. We obviously lost Carapalati and Gutierrez, and then Junaid Dean a little further back. Scott Falcone on his lonesome there, no man's land for the 499, and Scott Carapalati in 8th. So you have that 2-man battle for 6th, the 2-man battle for the lead, and a 3-way fight for 3rd, headed for 3 laps to go.
Xander, good to see Mundy Lawyer here. I know most of the races I see him at when we're doing a Rotax race, right? He does a lot of Rotax racing, and I know he was here last weekend, so great to see Mundy hang out with here as well and be back at it, currently running 6th in front of Shambo. This is the battle, though. Crivelli's gone back to P1. As Xander had said, we are knocking out the laps. It'll be 2 to go next time by. You can see the battle back to the last spot on the podium. So we're going to have a fight for the race win, and we're going to have a fight for 3rd, unless these drivers start battling early and bring everybody back in, because it's only 2.7 seconds from Elefante up to Fonseca. That may be too much on this particular racetrack. Even if they start scrapping, we'll see how it plays out. I feel like it's going to be a battle for 1st and a battle for 3rd, separate battles. Because Fonseca, I think, knows he's got the speed to get by right now, biding his time. He's looked over his shoulder. He's figured out exactly how much gap they have. Now it's going to be these 2 drivers fighting it out. They'll see the 2 to go sign when they get back to start finish.
Out of the last turn, here we go. Double sticks in the air from Aaron Likens. 2 more main events on the way, but before we get to them, it's time to do a one-on-one dance. Franco Crivelli in the pink and white Interim S Tony Kart leads. the pink and blue RPG Cosmic Trails of Charlie Fonseca. High and low, and well, they've got plenty of laps and gap to burn. Back to Paul Elefante and Miguel Mir, 3 seconds to be exact as they exit turn 6 here.
Crivelli's head's on the swivel, looking left, looking right, making sure he knows where he is. They'll work their way again out of turn number 8 and 9. Big outside run here for Fonseca. That's going to be a good run. He'll go to the outside. Crivelli's going to try to leak over a little bit. Big butt move to the inside. I like that over-under. Does he hold it? No, maybe. Oh, a little side-by-side action. Crivelli rubbed them out a little bit on the outside of the corner, but you can tell Fonseca's ready to go. White flag going to fly as they'll work their way out here again out of 13 through the little kink 14. Back to start finish. One more to go for Masters.
1 lap remaining. Franco Crivelli about a half car length ahead of Charlie Fonseca. Now a full car length after all that. So big time gap opening up now through the opening sector. Checking back in on the group behind again. They've closed it in by 7/10. It won't be enough to really make anything happen. Paul Elefante's got to be more concerned about putting a really good final lap together to keep Miguel Mir at bay. So we keep up with the lead here through the sweeper. There they go. Here comes 3rd, 4th. Oh, man, Charlie Fonseca. What a dive bomb right there in the grid corner.
Up on top of the curbing, Xander, through turn number 9, that grid corner. He's got the inside of the racetrack. He'll park it at the apex, so we're not going to get a full over-under. Let's call this final lap.
Oh, man, drag race into the S's. Here we go. Fonseca. Could he steal this one away? Crivelli, high, low, crossover attempt. Door to door out of the last turn. Contact, side by side, still contact at the line. Crivelli by a nose.
9/1000ths of a second.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a fantastic final lap. You said it, Xander. They were banging doors, banging wheels. A fantastic pass by Fonseca over in the grid corner, turn number 9. Crivelli able to get him back on the over-under coming out of 13. Side by side, banging wheels. 9/1000ths of a second at the line.
Unreal stuff here from the Masters drivers. Kudos to them. What a race there to close out what was a long and slow build. That felt like about a year-and-a-half WWE storyline building up there, Rob, and it paid off in tremendous fashion. Good fight there between both of them, and to make it look like a pretty sweet picture at the end, how about Nico Rivas closing it into less than a second at the line for the whole top 5. Todd Shambo wins out in that battle with Mundy Lloyd. We checked in on that. Carapolati, Falcone, Junaid Dean, and then unfortunate for Tito Gutierrez, Kim Carapolati, Tom Gerstner out on the opening lap. Hopefully the 407 gets to join a little more tomorrow, and we get to have the KA Master class build up some more for the 2025 Pro Tour. But we've got 2 races on deck. Mini Swift and Pro and Master Shifter were under the lights last month. Well, they're going to be under sunset hour. These pictures are going to be sweet. The angles will be as well. And boy, oh boy, did they have a good race in the pre-final, Rob. These young superstars put on a show.
Yeah, there were a bunch of drivers up front. Right there, Aston Wyatt. Wow, did he ever step things up in that pre-final. Going to put himself on the outside of the front row, ready to try to go for a big race win. Enzo Di Gennaro, as we know, had a tremendous drive in that peril and able to come away with the victory. Both those drivers going to start on the front row. We go green flag racing for a 16-lapper, the penultimate event of the day.
William Vitor in the J. Howard driver development, number 113, had a lot of promise shown in that pre-final as well. It was a 4-car pack, and it was a fight. Well, we watched those 2 drivers put on a show, but sadly neither one of them deciding to race themselves. So they're bench racing this week. I wonder if there's any, what the sideline commentary is like between 2 former teammates in Harley Keeble and Dalton Haynes. They've got drivers for going at it, and they're lined up on the same row. Benja Fernandez and Dalton with SLA, Harley with the JHGD boys. And then here's a look at a karting mainstay program, Franklin Motorsports, Cameron Johnson. This kid has been getting closer and closer to that big-time win. Scott Kopp is right there alongside in the 111, Merlin. And then, of course, we go to the outside of him. How about Luca Becquerel looking to play spoiler? Kind of both of those drivers, best of the rest, looking for a little more after that lunch break. At least lunch break probably for them with all the main events between their pre-final and their main maybe now they've got something.
Lawrence Perriman going to roll off there as well in the 9th position. He's got my mechanic working on his stuff, which is good. And again, a lot of guys ready to go here as well. Maxwell Macha will start on the tail of the top 10.
Inside of Lawrence Perriman will be Julian Malo. New name for all of us to learn, but the HRI Mexico Perriman will roll from the inside of that 4th row. And again, Maxwell Macha, Nathan Ramirez there, your top 10. How about Brandon Shore? He's under the tutelage of Colin Daly and the Gilbo family with DRT Racing. Colin was telling me the last time we were able to chat a bit in Vegas, which was one of his last events he was competing in. He said, yeah, man, I love racing. We got a lot of fast kids I want to bring here to the States, and I believe Brandon Shore is one of them. So Colin is having a great time helping develop the next generation of superstars. Shore will start alongside Paxton Romero, who is looking for a couple spots gain. Maybe a top 10 would be a good takeaway from this round of the Winter Series. Nico Salazar will start on the inside then of row 7, and Jake Manolio will join him on the outside.
Let's go further down the field. Row number 8, Simon Klein on the inside, Colton Bruck on the outside, Danny O'Gara, driver at Indianapolis, starting 17th alongside Liam Berjol.
Indeed, and Danny O'Gara, extra note there, he and Dominic Gaddis started tail end for the pre-final. Not sure why, if there was an engine change or a DQ in qualifying. Halfway up to 17th, he's got halfway more to go. Mark Sharif and then Mikey Collins will complete your first 10 rows. And well, let's go back and check out the rest as they go. Well, I clicked the page a little bit too quickly there. We got to pull that one up. My bad. I should have trusted our production team that's doing a good job on a long SKUSA Winter Series day with a lot of main events. So I'll let them be the one to click this next page through and quit jumping the gun, because I'm ready to go through this main. I'm ready to get through all of the lineup of where they roll from. Again, Leo Nacciolani, the only scratch that we had, and I believe
he's in Italy.
Yes,
he's in Italy. Qualified. Yeah. I think he qualified 12th for the main event. I had a quick look running a WSK Supermaster race at Sarno.
Well, hopefully the feel-good win he had here a month ago is going to propel him to a great Sunday. Dominic Gaddis followed his teammate forward. Colton Stegenberg had that scary moment.
And Zane Burgess deep in the field as well. We're going to keep an eye on Zane.
Zane Burgess and Santi Orioli from way back after contact in the pre-final. 16 laps, main event action. Mini Swift at sunset hour. Let's do it. Green flag in the air.
Opening corner has been chaotic for the drivers in these cadet categories. Then midway back, we've seen some issues. Couple drivers up. Oh, there's some contact there. Two drivers together coming out, the 120 being one of them. Another driver going around as well, Xander. That was Colton Bruck, who had issues coming through turn number 2.
And Jake Manolio, the other one. Manolio has had a heartbreaker of a day, Rob. He also got pushed wide on the start of the pre-final. Qualified well inside the top 10. Another driver involved, the 141 RPG Cosmic out on the front straightaway as William Vitor gets away with the early lead. Pole sitter Enzo De Janeiro got kind of shuffled a bit wide off the start. And check it out here, the smoke clouds and the bit of sunset aura here on the racetrack. Shade on that whole back straightaway. How much is that going to affect the brake zone by cooling the surface temps? It remains to be seen as we'll put one lap down. 15 laps to go as they round that final turn.
Yeah, Xander, you mentioned the 141. That's Jaden Spielman. Didn't get to even start the main event, or the pre-final, then out of the first lap of the main event as well. Hopefully he'll be able to come back tomorrow and have a clean day to cap off this year's Winter Series.
So with Jaden Spielman out in that one, we'll keep an eye now back on the front of the field as Aston Wyatt Faston goes through to second on the Nitro kart, and they scatter amongst him and behind him. Here's a big move. That's Becquerel, I think, on the 166. Or no, that would have been actually Julian Malo, maybe on the 166 machine. So one of the Paralins inside the top 10 making some more moves. Maxwell Macha trying to go there in the grid corner. Couldn't quite pull it off on Lawrence Perriman, and now he's going to come under pressure from Simon Klein's SLA machine. No moves, though, out of that whole group. It goes all the way back to Danny O'Gara and Dominic Gaddis, 17 deep here, single file.
Yeah, let's clean up the first couple laps, right? Let's get everybody get into position, settle yourself down, and get to work. They'll work their way out of turn number 14. Coming across the line, De Janeiro will lead the way. Wyatt has gone, I believe, into the second spot, so everybody's settling in to get things underway. Fernandez now up into third. Vitor goes to fourth. Cameron Johnson fifth. Becquerel up to sixth. Perriman, a good start. He goes up to seventh. Maxwell Macha up to eighth, a couple of spots. Julian Malo and Simon Klein rounding out the early top 10. 2 laps into the 16-lap main event. Pro and Master shifter will cap it all off after this. It's been a great day of racing so far. And I talked about how Aston Wyatt dialed things in. He's gone to the lead, but here comes, once again, De Janeiro right back down to the inside. I thought that maybe Wyatt was going to try to go back to the inside, but he holds that spot.
Oh, side by side there into the hairpin, and De Janeiro is going to end up losing a lot out of it. 1, 2, how many more positions can he lose as they head to the S's? And the run down and up and over the curb. Well, he's going to try and get one back. Oh, that might break his momentum and cost him some more. Wyatt hangs on. Here comes 5th. Maxwell on the way. And my goodness, Rob, well, the Pro X30s might have let us down. The Minis are not. This is incredible stuff to kick off their main. And Danny O'Gara from the tail end of the field this morning, now well inside the top 15.
Yeah, nicely done for O'Gara, but a great defense there for Wyatt. As we know, Gennaro looking deep to the inside at turn 13. He just ran the outside there really nicely to let the thing lay on the right side tires, was able to hold on to that spot. So great job there for Wyatt defending there in that position. Doesn't want to lose too much. And here comes De Janeiro right back again. He's got a lot of confidence. He's looking for some help. We'll see if he gets it this time by. 2-driver breakaway right now. Benja Fernandez back out to the lead. He and William Vitor, the Kart Republics, having another great day. Oh, there's a couple of drivers together there. Right back in front. That was the 166 to Julian Malo, who made a deep move to the inside. They were side by side. In fact, I think it was 3 wide coming out of turn number 10. He came on the bad end of that one, got up in the air, and luckily was able to continue.
As they go through the first turn with another lap down here, 4 complete. So much racing left to go, and already, we have definitely had a lot transpire. But for Benja Fernandez here, great opening couple of laps to get himself ahead of where that pack splits. I like to talk about it a lot, Rob, because I feel like it's a big part of the pack racing classes, like the Mini and the Micro Swifts. Zane Burgess taking advantage of that first sector of the race, the first third, where things really split up. It's almost 3 parts. The first 3 to 4 laps when everyone's together, and you never know when the cut line's going to be on the main group, the middle group, the back group, and where the gaps open up. Sometimes it happens on lap 3, lap 2, maybe lap 5, like right now, when we finally split that group apart. And then you get this middle portion where everyone is really either working together, finally, or running on their own, and you get to see the test of pace and speed, and it's easy to pick guys off. You don't have to worry so much about defending nearly as much if the race spreads out. And then there's that last bit of the race that goes back to the racecraft-heavy portion of your game. So you have racecraft at the beginning, speed in the middle, racecraft at the end, and it's important to, again, just get above the main drop zone because that pack could split at 7th, 15th, or 27th. And in the case of the first couple laps, great news for the likes of Burgess and Orioli that it was so deep for so long. They got already halfway up the board.
Yeah, that's a really good analysis of how a lot of these races will break down, right? There's the hecticness, the manic start where you're really trying to either get spots or maintain spots. And of course, once you kind of settle in, then you can go to work. Here goes William Vitor down to the inside of Benja Fernandez. He'll take that lead away. And then you mentioned, you've got to go back to the racecraft in the last couple of laps because that's when things start getting super exciting. You know drivers are going to step things up and go to work. You got to either hold a spot, defend, make that pass, or lose a lead and then go back and get it again. Racecraft's so much about the last at least 2-3 laps.
Now, with another one ticked off, what do the gaps look like, and where kind of are those packs? Well, we've got these 3 on screen right here. William Vitor leading, fellow Kart Republican Benja Fernandez. There is De Janeiro going on by to get into second and kind of rebound from slipping back a little ways. And you can consider Aston Wyatt, throw him in there on the Bureau Art machine in 4th. But you've got about 8/10 before you find Maxwell Macha's Velocity Racing Sodi. This will close that 7/10 gap up and bring them back together. But again, it gets so big, it balloons at one point, and then eventually something happens that kind of withers us back down to only a handful of drivers at the end of it.
Yeah, De Janeiro had no intent at all to run in line. He wanted to get back to the front. He didn't like what happened to him. He qualified on pole, got out early, but got shuffled back. You can see it really easily that his mindset was, I'm going back to the front right now. And of course, he's kept things tight because of that. Back to P1, he'll come across the line. Lap number 7 goes in the books. Now we've got ourselves essentially 8 drivers in the lead group. Yeah, Little gap between second and third, little gap between fifth and sixth. We've got enough drivers. I think it's 7 in the lead group here right now, all dialed in for sure. Lawrence Perriman at the tail end of that group.
Yeah, you called it here. Taron Odom's got him looking pretty good, and Lawrence has done a good job of staying in the fight as the fight breaks out again. Fernandez on Macha. Those two just traded back and forth, 2 corners in a row, all behind Aston Wyatt. Cameron Johnson there in the chrome and green Franklin Motorsports Merlin, and right here is when you get a little bit worried of what happens when they start to fight. The cut line looking like it's happening for P3.
Yeah, we always say that. You got to watch out. You can't be the defensive driver. Aston Wyatt's looking for help, looking for some trust, I think, of the drivers behind him right now. Otherwise, De Janeiro and Vitor are going to be able to pull away. Benjamin Fernandez is not going to be like running in fourth. He's not going to like seeing the leaders pull away as well as De Janeiro and Vitor. There's your lead right there. Wyatt's all up and over, looking over his shoulder to find out where everybody is. But at least he runs a still wide racing line right there. I think Fernandez wide, not to push the issue too early. Still 8 laps down. We're only at the halfway point now. 8 laps still remaining. And Aston Wyatt has had good speed, but does he have enough? He was actually quicker than the leader last time by.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt on the TKG Beer Alert livery there. I believe he may have entered a little bit different than what he should be. That's the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart, no doubt about it. He'll go to the inside here in the last corner. Over-under this time from Fernandez, and he won't be able to block him off, but the damage may already have been done. They were a second and some change back at the end of the last lap. Fernandez with some help from Maxwell Macha finally get by on Aston Wyatt, but how much did they lose? And they've at least now made it where Luca Becquerel could come and be a factor in the group. He's closed in to make it 8 deep.
Yeah, I'm feeling again like this is closing into being a battle for third, fourth, and fifth. The leaders are kind of checked out here now, and nobody wants to work together at all. Maxwell Macha, the SLA machine, goes back up into the third spot here, but again, De Janeiro and William Vitor are just pulling away. De Janeiro got aggressive, we know, went to the front, but it looks like Vitor wisely going to settle in there to say, hey, I got a chance of a race win here if I just kind of relax, settle in, and handle that racecraft you detailed so well, Xander, on those last 3 laps.
Yeah, William Vitor is going to get a heck of a test here towards the end of this race, Rob, with Enzo De Janeiro. This kid has been on a hot streak here to start 2025, and you know he was already looking really good at the end of last year. A couple kids move up, and now who's going to be the one to reach up and grab that brass ring?
He was so. How many passes in this race already did he get over in turn number 9? He made that move to the bottom of turn 9, coming across through turn 8 at least 3 times in that corner. So he's got super confidence in that corner, and I think he's got super confidence in the package itself. He feels really good. Was able to work his way back forward.
How about working forward more for Zane Burgess, the Andretti Global Velocity Racing Sodi now is by on, I believe that might have been Colton Stegenberg, and indeed the Team GWR Tony Kart also kind of working with Zane through the pack. Their progress is kind of stabilized right around 18th and 19th, and that could be a myriad of things. Santi Orioli's gone by both of them. He's gone to 16th, so biggest mover right now is the OKP MPG machine, and he's got a couple more, I think, in his sights to maybe get towards the top 10. But with the way that everyone past 8th has gone, it's going to be a long shot to get even to this group here. And as we've detailed it, Rob, they've unfortunately in the middle part of the race fought a bit too much when the leaders seem to be calmed down, because you know, I don't know if there's another way to really describe it, but you just kind of find your footing after a couple of opening laps, and it's like you're able to think again. You know, the first few laps, you're really going off a lot more muscle memory and instinct.
It's reactionary, right?
Yeah.
You're having to deal with what everybody else is doing. You're 2 wide, you're 3 wide. Guys are dive bombing you left and right. You try to play the strategy game, but it's really a lot more about reacting and using all the experience you have to make the right decision. When you get back into that middle part of the race, like you said, 4 or 5 laps in, then you can start playing the strategy game again. You can breathe a little bit because you're not getting attacked at every corner.
Well, with the packs at least split up now and lined decently well, let's see if any lap times kind of could tell us anything. I mean, they're about 2 car lengths up on William Vitor, 2 seconds back, and again a couple tenths to Maxwell Macha and company. Then you go back to Benjamin Fernandez's group here, Lawrence Perriman, Cameron Johnson, and then you have the parallel of Nathan Ramirez. Here we are with only a few more laps to go. They'll hit the S's, over the curbs, coming around that last turn and up the front straightaway we go. Another lap marked off, and I think maybe one more might be joining. Luca Becquerel trying to close on in here with 2 laps remaining.
You saw Maxwell Macho looking over the shoulder there. I would rather have him look forward. You wonder what the gap between the groups are. So the minute that De Janeiro and Vitor start fighting, which they eventually will, good pass there, I believe, for Perriman getting another spot, but back goes Benja Fernandez. That's that fight for 5th. But how close can you be? Macha last time by De Janeiro over Vitor by 13 thousandths. 3rd and 4th, Macha beating thousandths. 3rd and 4th, Macha beats Wyatt by 6 thousandths of a Wyatt by 6 thousandths of a second.
Unreal.
Wow.
Unreal. Enzo De Janeiro just by the slimmest of margins, but he knew it. Fist in the air as he crossed the line, and now he receives the cheers from the crowd as he pulls into the scale line. What a run for Enzo De Janeiro on the 190. Vitor Maxwell Macha ends up with a podium there in the 174, and Aston Wyatt so good all race, and it comes down to just a couple thousandths between whether you get some hardware or not.
That was fun to watch for sure. De Janeiro with the win, Vitor 2nd, Macha 3rd, Wyatt so close, just wasn't able to come away with that 3rd spot. Benja Fernandez in that 5th position. Other big movers, Danny O'Gara, you mentioned, up into the 11th spot. Santiago Orioli with the fast lap of the race. He ends up in 12th position. Zane Burgess tried as much as he could to get up into the top 15. He ended up with that battle with Flynn Fallon. That was for 16th. Burgess ends up in the 17th spot. Great run for Flynn Fallon to work his way forward as well.
So your final top 10 again, just outside of it for Flynn Fallon, but he has a solid charge. Burgess a great charge. Orioli, man, what a run. 20 spots.
That's big.
That's impressive. Danny O'Gara, again, ends up just ahead of his kind of alliance teammate in Orioli. Both of them, at one point or another, were absolute dead bottom of the pylon today. And they end up 11th and 12th provisionally. Brandon Shore, I think they've got some good drivers coming out of that DRT racing camp, coming out of the Caribbean. He ends up with a top 10 there in the 131 behind Luca Becquerel, kind of just behind that main group we were following. So Minis wrapped up, another good race for them, and well, for once we don't end up with a last lap lead change, but oh boy was it close all the way down to the wire. Pro Shifter though, a little bit of a change in the script. Last month we got the next edition of Formal versus Morgado. This month, Myers versus Morgado. Today, Rob, and I mean, that pre-final, it's such a hard gauge. Again, we talk about it with the shifter guys. They have the most tire build-up in terms of heat, the most tire degradation with the extra weight, the extra power. And, you know, a lot of them are trying to make the most of a test session here this weekend. Short run, long run. And we're going more than twice the distance in the final. So who's got it?
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. A.J. Myers, of course, will start in the pole position. He had things handled there in that pre-final. Mateus Morgado right there, both those drivers very similar. Morgado was the fastest driver outright, 50.228 to Myers' 50.411, but he was able to get that 0.2 of a second lead. Good to see A.J. out here dialing things in for the 2025 Pro Tour. It's going to be fun to watch these guys battle it out. National number 1, national number 3, Morgado and Myers. What do we got for Gavin Bailiff, though? He had a good fight staying in front of the two Maranello drivers, Justin White and Vincenzo Saracino. Gavin Bailiff just keeps stepping things up. He's been so impressive to start the season. I'm excited to see what he's able to do. Remember, he led. He got a whole shot in January and ended up going in front of both Formal and Morgado. Wasn't able to come away with the win, but that guy right there in the TKG Barrel Art USA machine has been very good to start 2025.
I'm curious again what it was that sent him down to row number 3, but nonetheless, he's going to start alongside Wild Thing Andrew Boydeshow with a great return race in that pre-final. He's ready to make some fireworks happen here right before nightfall hits Orlando Kart Center P6 for his return, and he had a great launch. You know, I think that's one of the things that probably drivers maybe struggle with the most, getting back in the swing, besides the overall fitness of it all. But in that pre-final, it was no question where he lined up, how he pointed that go-kart. He won the fight against himself and Saracino in the race to turn number 1 to get to 5th. It's just a matter of staying consistent through the whole run and being able to build We get to see him later on the year in the Pro Tour. And again, the build, name of the game here for the Maranello boys, especially this year, because with all the talent headed to the Pro Tour, but there's, I think, kind of an opportunity for the likes of Vincenzo Saraceno and Justin White to step up, Rob. Last year, we got to see the likes of Marcus Kayak come over, David Trefilov come over, and in previous race events over the course of the year, likes of Niels and Tim Troger, all of which were driving for the SRP factory team. The engine-based program had partnered with Maranello. At the end of last year, they announced that they would be splitting ways. That program's now partnered up with Formula K over in Europe, so we won't be seeing the SRP factory drivers come over here and race with Maranello. At least that's what I would assume. So at that point, well, who becomes the main guy? Well, Giuseppe Palumba, last year's KZ FIA World Champion, he's their only kind of main big-name driver that they've recently signed and picked up and pushed over in Europe. And who knows how the rest of the American Tour, between all of the major events you'd want to have your brand up front in Pro Shifter, looks like. And all that to say, if Justin White and Vincenzo Saraceno can continue to push themselves up their game and assert themselves as the main guy, well, it might lead to some more opportunities for either one of them, and two drivers that have absolutely put in the work. Justin and his father, Jerry, of course, small race team based out of the Northeast with Kartworks Racing, and they have been down here full time. I mean, there's no one that I think is really working as hard as some of these small teams do, and those guys are a testament to it. And we talk about AJ Myers, you know, that 9 to 5, and then trying to continue to race on the side. Vincenzo Saraceno, same boat. Graduated college, got himself a nice job, said, Dad, we're still going to the racetrack. I love this stuff, and I'm not going to stop.
I'm doing a little bit of research here to find out, if I can, why Bailiff is back in P5 after a good run there in the pre-main. We'll see what we can do. We get that dialed in for you.
So here we are, ready to go green. Alexander Searle's got some intel for us down on the pit lane. Caleb Vieska does as well. Let's go down and check in with the pair of them here before we begin to send the drivers to the lights to get things going for the Pro Shifter Final.
Thank you, Xander. AJ Myers testing on a new prototype chassis this weekend for the Magic Kart team. Hasn't won at his home track of Orlando in a very long time, but he looks to put that behind him here today when he faces off with Matthias Morgado. Back to you.
There you have it. Apologies, folks, if it was a little bit quiet to hear. Caleb Vieska, again, prototype chassis for AJ Myers. No surprise, testing, the name of the game for the Winter Series. It is winter training. Here we go. Pro Shifter, presented by PSL Karting and Master Shifter. And away we go. Heads up and side by side for the whole shot to turn number 1. Matthias Morgado around the outside. Boy to show. Door to door with Gavin Bailiff. He'll get to 4th with a great launch.
That is big time Pro Shifter launch, guys, into turn 1 and 2. More contact further back. It's still Bailiff going at it with Boy to show. They're working hard to try to see if they get by Saraceno. They may. Bailiff's going to try the outside. Can he tuck in? No. Saraceno's going to slam it through the door, but he overcooks it and goes through the corner. Bailiff able to go through to P4.
Great battles here to kick off this main event as AJ Myers leads the way now. Morgado second, and he's under fire from Justin White. What a launch for the Maranello. The number 32 was able to get the better of Morgado at the start of one of the mains. And we got a round. Boy to show's around. Oh no, that is not Boy to show. My apologies. Scott Presti, Nick DeAndrea colliding in the hairpin.
Yeah, it was a really good start, as you said, for Myers, Morgado, and Justin White. The battle, of course, with Boy to show and Bailiff. They're pitted across from each other. They were elbows up. That was a fantastic pro start for sure. Here comes Morgado. Look at this. Oh, and he runs him right off the racetrack. Myers will not be happy with that. Morgado into the side and runs him off in turn number 5.
No love lost, and Justin White to the lead. First laps led here for the Maranello driver in Superkarts USA competition, and AJ will not forget that here. He and Matthias Morgado have already collided multiple times, and now it is all out. Yellow flags waving for DeAndrea. Pass there by Gavin Bailiff on Boy to show. What a fantastic and chaotic start to this Pro Shifter main.
So Morgado essentially runs Myers off on the outside of turn number 5, trying to make that move to the inside, then has trouble coming through turn number 8. Gets it in there. Yeah, you can be sure. That was a lot clearer than I thought it was going to be because, again, rough one over in turn number 5 between Morgado and Myers. And then Morgado had some trouble going through turn number 8, I think all sideways, and that's why Justin's got this big lead, Justin White out front. It also brought Myers all the way back in. A lot cleaner of a pass I think I was expecting there, Xander in turn number 1.
As we got 2 laps complete now, Gavin Bailiff, Andrew Boydishow, and then Vincenzo Saraceno, 4, 5, 6. Justin White leads the way, and well, I think Morgado in his case, I don't know if that was more so getting out of the way or he wanted to show AJ what it was like to not crowd the outside of the corner, but
I don't know.
Whatever it was, no contact there. Maybe he knew that contact could have been headed his way, but Boydishow, P5, Saraceno, P6. We'll pull timing up on the left side of your screen to let you know how they're running here with the opening couple of laps in the books.
Yeah, big couple of laps here right now for Gavin Bailiff, having made that move to the inside of Andrew Boydishow to get the spot. He works his way back up here now into, I believe, the 4th spot right now. This is the battle we're going to see continuing here, and a great start, of course, as we said, for Justin White. Able to get the pass done, goes around the outside after they were battling Morgado and Myers, so a tremendous job for Justin White. He's going to put some big laps down right now. I wonder why Bailiff went from 3rd to 5th. We got an update from Dave McCall. Jump start penalty in the pre-final for Gavin. Finished 3rd, but a 3-second penalty dropped him down to P5. He's got back to 4th right now. We'll see what kind of pace he has to potentially get himself back up onto the podium. But right now, the way it's shaken down, Justin White leading early, 4 laps in, long way to go, but A.J. Myers just went purple. The gap less than a second right now, and Xander, he was over 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap.
Yeah, we know AJ will be hunting him down. Mateus Morgado, I don't know what it is that's been going on with the PSL Beer Alert that he's been driving here, but whatever it is in the main events here at the Winter Series, it has just not been up to snuff, and he is still struggling currently. At the moment, last time by, slower than White, 0.4 off AJ Myers, a drastic contrast to what we saw from him at the beginning of that pre-final and really through that race from start to finish where he was able to go toe-to-toe with AJ. So those 2 night sessions from last month where Danny walked away and Mateus said he felt like he was missing something, well, I don't know if they found it or not. It doesn't necessarily seem like he's been able to fire off really well here in the colder conditions.
And Xander, looking at the lap times, last time by, well, the time before that, Gavin Bailiff was quicker. We'll see how it plays out here time-wise. Here goes Saraceno, making the move to the inside of Boydishow. Nice pass to Saraceno at the inside of turn number 5. He defends heavily down into turn number 6. He may have does he have a flat tire?
I don't know.
It looked like he might have a flat right, potentially not. We'll see what happens when they come back around. But Boydishow able to over-under him coming out of the corner. That was a nice move there by Andrew Boydishow to take that spot back.
Yeah, Andrew, I mean, well, Vincenzo, I think, got in such dirty parts of the racetrack that he had no grip, no traction getting out of the corner. I think, if anything, maybe the left rear looks a little low, but he would have already, I think, lost some more time than he has right now if that was the case. So, Andrew, big crossover, lots of aggression, lots of fun to watch. And for himself and Vincenzo, they've got the best fight on the racetrack currently because, yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Justin White right now. Last time by, fastest driver on the circuit. This is big here for himself and the father and son duo that he and Jerry have been taking it to these big-time guys over the last couple of years.
Dude, give me a father-son battle. Like those guys working together anytime. I love that kind of story when the father-son's working hard. Again, remember, he's racing against the number 1 driver in the ECAN rankings and the number 3 driver. 1 and 3 in the Pro Tour last year. What a great run right now for Justin White, who showed well back in January as well. He is digging right now. He's got to have to bring everything he has right now. 7 laps in, a 51.0 to a 50.8. He lost almost 0.2 of a second there. A full second still in front of A.J. Myers, but he's going to bring everything he has to hold off one of the best shifter car drivers America's ever seen.
And as much as I might be fearful that we won't see the likes of the Brazilian, the number 1 plate, last time by, he did pick up a 10.5 on the leader as well. So a game of inches here between your top 3 drivers in Pro Shifter. A will they, won't they moment. And a driver looking for his first big win in the U.S., Justin White. He has been on the podium at a number of different events, but arguably this would be the biggest finish of his career, no matter how he ends up of the top 3 because of how close he's taken the fight to 2 of the best, Rob. He and his father, Jerry, I mean, they've got just a cot in the front of their gooseneck trailer that they're normally crashing on the front of race weekends. They are as involved as it comes here to trying to help everyone at the base level of the sport and the travel calendar that they have. It has been cool to get to know them because they're some of the first people that we end up seeing we roll into some of these venues. So we built a good relationship, getting to know them in the paddock. And yeah, you just want to root for them. 2 really good people. And to their credit as well, they could have easily just said, you know, we're gonna stop after that scary moment he had a couple of years ago at the Summer Nationals with Annie Rule. But no, they have kept their heads down. They do not give up easily at all. And while he's got pressure on looming, he still is leading laps right now, halfway in this time.
Yeah, indeed. 9 laps down, 9 to go. Only 3 drivers running in the sub 51 seconds, those 50-second laps. 50.913 for Justin White, 50.658 for Myers. He gains another 0.3 of a second. You can see visually down to just 3 or 4, maybe 1 kart length down to 5. Morgado of 50.8 as well. Everybody else 51 flat on back. So these 3 drivers are the class of the field right now. Gavin Bailiff runs in 4th. Vincenzo Saraceno 3 seconds off of Bailiff, and Andrew Bodozo a second off as well. A quick update for the Masters drivers here as well. Skitchy Barnes leads the way, I believe. Yeah, I think we may have lost. Rennie Martinelli's still there, so it's right now it's Skitchy Barnes, Tyler Gilboa, Rennie Martinelli. That's your top 3, but we do have a battle for the race lead looming here.
Out of the last turn, it'll be now down to just 8 more laps if he can hang on. Justin White here, all he's got to do is probably back him up for a couple laps, and well, Mateus Morgado might be able to play spoiler, put some pressure on AJ, and take care of the rest. Down to 1.4, closing in that later stage of the race, and AJ knows that he's got to go. He's going to take over the lead with that move. So the number 3 to position number 1, and here comes the red machine back in 3rd. AJ Myers ahead of Justin White and Mateus Morgado with a second win here late in this main.
Big test right now for Justin White. Can he get back around AJ Myers, former SKUSA champion? Does he throw it in the inside here? Myers is going to cover a little lean towards the inside of the corner. Again, this is all going to allow Morgado to close. As Xander had said, you can see him looming in the background, hunting, if you will. Justin White, though, trying to dig back in. He hasn't had quite the outright pace, maybe 2 to 3/10 of a second off. Morgado did go purple on lap number 10. Does he go even faster this time by? I believe he does on lap number 11, 50.634, and no, that's from lap 10, but he was still quicker. He continues to come 2/10 faster than AJ Myers on that last lap. Morgado's coming.
And so again, you kind of go back to that and you're like, well, AJ had to make a pass that lap, but that shifter line is much narrower than the single speeds, and so he did it in a corner as well in turn number 5 where you don't lose a whole lot. So I don't know how much of that is pace to pass, but I think at least Morgado's got a 10th on Myers. And Justin White, he's getting a great lesson right now from one of the best. He's getting pressure from another one of the best. And this could be, hopefully, a sign of things to come for the number 32. And maybe this year he can get down to a single digit as the top 10 in the Pro Tour rewards a massive prize package and a fully funded following year. So Justin White getting to stay in the seat, getting to make things a little bit easier to justify the driving alongside the workload. Well, maybe a little bit of speed that's been found here in the winter can catapult him to that.
Well, how about TV time as well, man? This is a great way to launch your momentum into the 2025 season. Justin was so good as well in January and really dicing things up here, as you said. Led a bunch of laps here, trying to reel back in AJ Myers. In fact, turned a pretty good lap time of a 50.876. He's a 10th, maybe 2/10 off these 2 top drivers, last year's reigning champion, right behind him here as well. But he's holding him back right now. 12 laps down. It'll be 13 when they get back to Aaron Likens, guys. Only 5 more laps remaining. AJ Myers looking to grab a victory here, but he's got 2 drivers pushing hard.
Yeah, and to add on to that as well, Rob, I mean, I was just mentioning it at the beginning of the broadcast, right? Maranello doesn't have a lot of big guns they'd be looking to bring in. And Justin White, well, he's just got to keep it close here as Morgado takes over second to keep his name kind of in the hat, because that could be a huge, huge push. Maybe he can step up and be the guy they can build around here locally, stateside. However, He needs to continue to keep the pressure on, to keep working on his program, because the two best, the two guys you're going to be having to fight week in, week out for race wins and championships in America, right now, they're in front of you. Mateus Morgado and AJ Myers, this time by 4 laps to go, and it's just getting good here, Rob. This is going to be awesome. Less than a second from first to second.
Okay, let's jump on the lap times. 50.794, 50.602. Morgado purple while passing Justin White in turn number 5. Morgado up on the wheel. This thing is looking like we're going to have a battle to the very end. 4 laps remaining in Pro Shifter. And again, Skitchy Barnes continues to lead in Master Shifter. He is 9th overall ahead of Lucas DeLongchamp and Charles Gauthier. A great job here for Skitchy Barnes, leading the way as well. He'll likely be able to lock in the championship here if he's able to get the race win as well, but this thing's not done. Top 3 in the middle of the battle.
AJ Myers now a little bit sideways, and maybe a mistake out of that back hairpin. A little bit of rust for the number 3, his first shifter race of the year, and he misses a shift. Here comes Morgado. 3 laps to go. Your top 3 are close, and your top 2 have already made contact more than once in the last 12 months, and one of those times was earlier here in this final as they had to turn 5.
Yeah, I'd say Justin White's not out of this yet, right? As long as it's close enough to see if it'll happen again, because I'll tell you, AJ will have in his mind that he got roughed up early in that race. He is not going to make it easy for Morgado to get by, so Justin White, put in the magic laps here. There are 3 laps remaining. You got to be close enough for when these guys decide to light the fire. You got to be there to be ready. Justin White up on the wheel. He sees it coming. Myers looks over his shoulder. Morgado not close enough. But the thing about these shifters, Xander, as you know, you don't look like you're close, but you dive that thing to the apex, you can make the pass stick.
I talked a bit during the broadcast in Vegas, Rob, about how these guys have a bit of a code of conduct. But in talking to AJ Myers, he said it's not so much that, at least for his point of view, he learns how to deal with the guys around him, because he has to come to terms with that. He's going to be racing a lot of them with how fast they are. So there is no love lost. There is no respect in terms of extra conversations. There is just, okay, you're going to do that. I'm going to do this between these two. And we are waiting to see what they can do to surprise the other with a lap and a half to go. Still about a second back to Justin White and Myers. Covers low. Morgado got a great launch. Here we go down the back straightaway. A lap and a half remaining.
Yeah, the inside move again for Myers. This could bring Justin White back in, as I said. He's got to get up on it. The white flag will fly when they come back around here once again. Big inside move. Yeah, he's going to cover off the bottom again. Myers, a veteran driver, trying to hold off a former world champion and the reigning SKUSA Pro Tour champion. Down to the inside once again. White's trying to get close. Morgado's going to throw it to the inside. Contact between the two of them. They're going to go off, and there goes Justin White through. Yellow flag flying in the corner. Myers and Morgado together in turn number 2.
How many times are we going to write this story? Another chapter in the Morgado and Myers rivalry. And this one, a round of applause from AJ to Mateus and Justin White. He was never fully out of it. He has been in it. He has led over half the laps. This is huge. And look at this, the Maranello boys, the ones who have been able to help and stay and continue to develop Justin White over the last couple years, are about to get one heck of a celebration.
To finish first you must finish. He gets through the chaos. The two leaders get together, and here he is for the first big national victory. Justin White gonna win for Maranello and Kartworks in Pro Shifter. White with the victory after the contact between Myers and Morgado. Gavin Bailoff coming home into second, and I think we're gonna have potentially 2 Maranellos on the podium as Vincenzo Saracino goes to P3.
Wow, Vincenzo in there, and then there's a look crossing the line. It's going to be a Maranello sweep. Skitchy Barnes, 8th overall Shifter Master winner over Tyler Gilboa, and then Renee Martinelli. AJ Myers obviously frustrated. You can't blame him for being upset about that one. Whew.
Yeah, again, he covered off the bottom a bit, went wide coming through 1 and 2. Not very happy at all. A little signal there. Morgado tried to get him up on the inside, then climbed the curb at turn number 2. The wheels made contact. We've seen that happen many times, and around they went, the contact between 2 of those drivers. You wonder what would have been going through the mind of Justin White. Can you believe what just happened as he's able to go through and come away with it?
Check this out here. Instant replay. Oh, man, how many times are we going to see this happen here at this racetrack? We literally had a big moment like this not long 2 weeks ago. And A.J. Myers, again, he's closing the door. No contact. Yeah. Morgado climbs the curb, going for it. And now, not only, Rob, does this give Justin White his first U.S. major win against two of the best in the business. This lights this championship on fire. He enters second. He wins the main. Morgado crashes out. It'll be a drop round for the Brazilian. And Justin White, Maranello USA, Kartworks Racing. There's his dad, Jerry. It is, this is a whole new game going to tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah, that just blew things wide open. Totally changed the conversation that we're going to have overnight as we roll into tomorrow. Justin White knows definitely now in a position to grab a championship here. Morgado and Myers, they're going to go back at it tomorrow again, and there's not going to be good blood. Let's put it that way. Heated here to cap things off. Contact on the final lap in turn number 2. Justin White, a well-deserved victory. Remember, he led for a number of laps. Did a tremendous job for sure, Justin, getting that big win. Man, what a storyline we got to write for Sunday.
And again, don't forget, this is just the preseason. SKUSA Winter Series again. It does pay a Pro Tour season entry, I believe, to the champ, and then a couple race entries and tires down. But the big money, the big prizes, the big number 1 plate and title, well, again, that is to come. So, it's not all in good fun. It's definitely not all in the best of spirits. But we've got, I think a lot.
Well, you mentioned that another layer, another chapter to this rivalry between A.J. Myers and Matheus Morgado, right? It's not about just head-to-head battling. It's more of a contrast than what you have with Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, who race each other hard back and forth. We're not getting contact. These guys inevitably get together so many times over the year.
And, we didn't get to talk to Morgado after Vegas with the crash with Kayak, right? There is still a lot of frustration in the Maranello camp. And I'm sure it's probably the same on the other side from maybe the Burrell Art boys. But I know the Maranello guys, that win would have been a lot for that brand.
Agreed.
Burrell Art is known as one of the big 3, right? OTK, Burrell Art, CRG. Maranello, not so much.
Agreed.
And that would have been massive for a weekend they were so fast at. And we never got to catch up with Matheus here with Kart Chaser. We got to talk with him for 25 minutes this week. We got to talk with AJ the same. We got to ask them some more deeper questions where they had time to really consider their answers. And Matheus said, look, man, first of all, with Vegas, and just like with AJ and me in Newcastle, I don't care if there's a championship or what it is on the line. If there is a shot I have at the win, if there is a chance I can make up another position, but especially for a race win, that's what I care about. Yeah. I want to win races. And right there, he could have clinched the championship just riding behind AJ. He didn't want that. He wanted the win. Let's go down to pit lane to start breaking down some of the aftermath of a crazy night in Orlando.
Thank you, Xander. A crazy night indeed. Firstly, Justin White, a national race victory for you. Walk me through that final lap. You see the leaders make contact. What was going through your head in that moment?
It was pretty crazy. I was leading for half the final. We had a lot of pace, but then I started messing up here and there, and they started catching me. But they both got by me, and I was like, oh, man, it's going to be hard to try to catch back up. So I was like, just trying to stay there for the next couple laps. I knew that they were going to try to do something crazy. So I just stayed there, and when it happened, I was just there to pounce.
And I believe your first national race victory in the shifter category. How good does it feel to finally get it done?
It was really good. It's like a weight off my chest, But I couldn't have done it without Carlos and Nathan from Vermont and my dad at Kartworks. It was crazy.
There you have it. Congratulations, Justin, and I'm sure we'll see many more to come.
I'm pretty sure you will.
There you guys have it from Justin White. A great race victory for him here tonight.
That smile tells it all, doesn't it, Rob?
Yeah.
I mean, he said he's got a whole lot more, and I mean, he's just methodically, just bit by bit, race by race, just got better and better and better.
And how many times have you heard that? It's a big weight off my shoulders, right?
Yeah.
All these drivers that are running in the pro categories, even in the other categories as well, you get that first win. It opens the door a lot of the times. That was one of those really strong runs and a strong victory. He deserved that one. He stayed out of trouble. He was the one that when guys made moves, he was able to kind of check out. But he settled in and was right there where he needed to be, knowing that the battle was going to come for sure.
let's go back on down here to another Maranello driver that's got to be in good spirits. Vincenzo Saraceno's tasted victory. He's a U.S. national champ as well. He's on the podium, but his teammate just got his first big win. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Vincenzo, it's been about a year and a half since you've been at the podiums. How good does it feel to finally get a clean weekend with some good luck coming your way?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Just, you know, when the luck came my way, I wasn't there, made some mistakes on my part, but I mean, we were there when it counted, got to collect the podium from the wreck from AJ and Morgado, but still have to find some pace for tomorrow. You know, congrats to Justin, amazing job for him, but yeah, got to do some homework tonight, see how it goes for tomorrow morning.
Where do you guys think you're lacking pace-wise?
The nut behind the wheel. Me.
Well, there you have it. Who would you like to thank for this podium? Obviously, it's been a lot of hard work to get back to this point.
Yeah, I mean, Carbless Racing Engine surprised me with the horsepower I need all the time, no matter what. Maranello chassis is great. My dad, you know, of course, #1 supporter. And, you know, the team, Justin, you know, me and Justin try to help each other out as much as we can, and I think it's starting to show finally.
There you have it. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
There you guys had it from Vincenzo Saraceno after a year and a half back in the podium circle.
A little bit of a dry spell ends with a big celebration here for Vincenzo Saraceno and Justin White. Skitchy Barnes again makes it 3 Maranellos, bringing back some hardware. And Gavin Bailiff just flies under the radar in that main event. He won't have to worry, I mean, unless of a start again, of maybe being able to hold on to this one. Third in the pre-final, Jumpstart dropped him back, ends up second in the main. Alex?
Gavin, I'd say that the last lap there probably caught you by surprise, but what was going through your head in that situation? How would you kind of sum up your race?
The last lap didn't exactly catch me by surprise. I figured something was possibly going to happen just because their previous history. But, yeah, I got a jump start penalty in the pre-final. I don't agree with it, but director calls, so that's something I couldn't avoid. But, yeah, I just battled a lot with Andrew at the start and just couldn't make the moves that I wanted to be up in the lead pack for that last lap.
You and TKG continuously dial in this Burrell chassis as you get more comfortable with it. Do you feel like there's still things that you can learn in comparison to yourself and Mateus?
Yeah, there's still, I mean, just not having as much experience on the chassis. I'm still working on my consistency throughout the races, figuring out the tire pressure and everything and how the kart handles in those long runs. But, yeah, I think the improvements we've done all weekend, even compared to the last round, is still good. Even sometimes the pre-finals don't show it, but I think we're as fast as the leaders and can fight for a win tomorrow.
There you have it. Gavin Bailiff feeling confident he can fight for a win tomorrow. P2 on the day for the TKG driver.
Thank you, Alex. Gavin Bailiff, a podium that will keep him in the conversation for the championship as well. What a finale to day number 3. I mean, we only ends up, I think, with probably 2 championships clinched that could have been a battle. We knew that Franco Crivelli coming into this weekend was going to have a pretty hefty margin, so it will be tough for Charlie Fonseca or anyone to overcome that. Joe Turney, I mean, such a flawless opening weekend, has a great day today. He about mathematically locks it out. The rest of the classes, well, things are going to be, I think, a little more open. And Shifter, well, it very well could have been a lockout. It will not be. We've got a lot to really unpack here later tonight with podiums and prep for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. As you said, Gavin Bailiff already with 1 podium. He gets another one if he has a better day tomorrow. You never know what happens with Morgado for sure. There's a lot up for grabs for sure in that pro shifter category. Skitchy Barnes is, I believe, it's got it locked in the master shifter class as well.
Let's, again, just kind of run back for you what happened today. What do you have in store tomorrow? Well, again, today, 3 main events, 3 rounds, ending with today's main events as round number 3. It's the best 3 of 4 that count towards your championship total. So some get clinched by tonight, some will be clinched tomorrow. Race day podiums will still keep the feed going for you to be able to check into those later this evening. Lights are on. You'll probably catch some of the rental carts here at Orlando Kart Center going while we're waiting for podium ceremonies to get underway. But for Rob and myself, well, it's a day that had only 1 red flag for a nosebleed, really more than anything
Pretty
else.
much,
so that's always a good sign. And, you know, we may not have finished without turning the lights on, but we definitely finished before the sun fully left us. So that's a step in the right direction. Tip of the hat to Neil and the crew.
Just a lot of real excitement throughout the day. I think that was the biggest thing. We had some really good racing, really good battling for the race wins. And of course, as that, we build up to that pro shifter race, and we got exactly what we wanted, right? We had Justin White out for a lead for a while there. Then we had the two primary proponents, National 1 and National 3, go at it once again in Morgado and Myers. A great way to kind of cap things off with a big win. Congratulations to Justin White.
And again, mentioning that's not just National 1 and National 3. We got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 that'll be joining us in a month and a half in Houston, and a whole lot more. 285 plus entries will return tomorrow for another day of action here from Orlando to close out winter and the SKUSA Winter Series, and continue on the road to Las Vegas with the official run-up of 6 weeks to kick off the national regular season. Podiums once again will be live here in a little bit. We'll see you there. Second place today in your Orsolin Racing KA Junior Final, Max Christia. And your main event winner in KA Junior, Alexander Vancham. All right, hold the trophies up, fellas. Here, give it up one more time for your KA Junior podium. All right, next up will be AKT Racing Team, KA100 Senior. First up, first SKUSA Winter Series podium, to my knowledge, P3, Santi Fernandez. P2 today in KA Senior, Blake Nash. And we've got a first-time Superkarts USA National Main Event winner, Anthony Rivera. All right, fellas, trophies high above your heads. Give it up for your KA Senior podium. All right, good stuff, fellas. We're going to pass it on to the Energy Corsa America's Micro Swift division. Third place in Energy Corsa America's Micro Swift, Leo Simone. P2 today in Micro Swift, Hudson Howard. And completing a JHTD lockout, your main event winner, Marcelo Flores. All right, boys, trophies all the way to the sky. Give it up for your micros. Next up will be Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior. First SKUSA Winter Series podium for this young driver. P3 today in X30 Junior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing to Jackson Porter. P2 today, another first-time podium award for Jose Shermer. And your main event winner, a junior sweep to Alexander Vancham. All right, boys, trophies to the sky. Give it up for your X30 Juniors. All right, next up, Pro X30, presented by Rollison Performance Group. Third place today, number 6, Austin Garrison. P2 today in Pro X30, Caden McQueen. And your main event winner in Pro X30, Joe Turney. All right, everyone, give it up for your Pro X30 main event podium. Next up, it'll be the AM Racing Team, KA100 Master Division. Third place today in KA Master, Paul Elefante. P2 in KA Master, Charlie Fonseca. And your main event winner, Franco Crivelli. All right, fellas, great to see the sportsmanship. Raise the trophies up for KA Master. Next up, it'll be Bennett Kart Mini Swift. Let's go ahead, third place today in the Bennett Kart Mini Swift main event, Maxwell Macha. P2 today in your Mini Swift final, William Vitor. And by just 13 thousandths of a second, your main event winner, Enzo De Janeiro.
Next up, we'll do your Velocity Racing by Sodi USA Shifter Master podium. Third place in Shifter Master, Renee Martinelli. P2 today in Shifter Master to Tyler Gilbo. And your main event winner in Shifter Master, Skitchy Barnes. Now, finally, your PSL Karting Pro Shifter main event. What a race it was. Third place today, Vincenzo Saraceno. P2 today in Pro Shifter presented by PSL Karting, Gavin Bailiff. And your main event winner up first time, Superkarts USA Pro winner, Justin White. All right, fellas, let's close out our day strong trophy side above your heads. One more send-off for your Pro Shifter podium. And as always, everyone, thank you for watching. We've got a full other day of racing. Championship Sunday, live tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern.